Chapter 695. If there was a dark horse this time, it was none other than Demon Lin. The final battle, the fight for the position of Supreme Alliance Leader, was finally decided between Demon Lin and young Master Sword God. No matter how strong Demon Lin was, he was at a disadvantage. He was half a step to Heaven Celestial, so there was a certain gap. But who would have thought that Demon Lin would shock everyone and fight for the final position? The position of Alliance Leader was very important. If Demon Lin became Alliance Leader, everyone would feel disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. They didn't accept Demon Lin from the bottom of their hearts. For example, Xian sect had suffered the most losses. They had lost 2 out of 3 treasures. If Demon Lin became the Alliance Leader, they would be depressed. With the existence of the Alliance Treaty, Xian sect wouldn't dare to act rashly. Dealing with the Alliance Leader was the same as going against the Parliament. Xian sect naturally didn't want Demon Lin to become the Alliance Leader. Taoist Gentleman's essence energy was injured. He stared at the battle platform with hatred and a cold smile appeared on his face. Demon Lin, so what if you enter the final step? How can you fight against Sword God Young Master's strength? In one night, he made my sword technique complete and improved the flaming giant lizard. No matter which one it is, it will be earth-shattering. I want to see how Sword God Young Master tortures you until you are killed. No one had ever seen Young Master Celestial Swordsman in action, so no one knew his true strength. That night, Taoist Gentleman was confident that he wasn't afraid of Young Master Celestial Swordsman, but he was defeated miserably in their fight. He couldn't forget that scene until now. Demon Lin met Sword God Young Master and it was destined that he would be defeated. Taoist Gentleman had already guaranteed it. Lin Fei and Sword God Young Master fought for the position of Alliance Leader. The Sword God sect's elders were the most conflicted. For example, one of them was very unhappy about chasing Demon Lin out of the sect. If they didn't chase Lin Fei out, Sword God sect would be so mighty. It was too late to regret now. The entire group of elders would probably be so shocked that their glasses would shatter. On the surface of the sea breeze blew past, bringing with it the smell of seawater. Lin Fei and Sword God Young Master faced each other from afar. One of them rose up in the continent while the other was famous for a long time. Most importantly, they came from the same sect. I never imagined that an abandoned disciple of the Divine Sword sect would be able to arrive at this step. It's truly an eye-opener for this young master. The moment the Sword God Young Master opened his mouth, he belittled Lin Fei to the point that he was worthless. His tone carried a sense of superiority. You sent the virtuous gentleman enlightened being to deal with me. In the end, he was defeated by my hands. You must be feeling very bad, right? I have wasted all the effort you put into nurturing me, Lin Fei said with a smile. He did not take the words from before to heart. There's no need to test the relationship between me and Taoist Gentleman. Young Master Divine Swordsman seemed to have expected this. There's no harm in telling you directly. Taoist Master Gentleman is just a dog by my side, a useless dog. I can change to another dog at any time, a dog that's even more powerful than him. The Divine Swordsman did not purposely suppress it, so everyone on the Dragon Island could hear it clearly. Shocking. Absolute shock. How could Taoist Gentleman be Young Master Divine Swordsman's dog? Both of them had similar statuses, they were both celestial immortals and Jun Junjie. They almost doubted their ears. Taoist Gentleman was a dog of the Divine Swordsman Young Master. He was one of the 10 prodigies. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. With Taoist Gentleman's arrogance and his combat strength at the early stage of Heaven Immortal Realm, how could he possibly lower his noble head? None of them could do it, let alone Taoist Gentleman. The various big shots were shocked. They subconsciously looked at the Taoist Gentleman Immortal, who was at the mysterious gate. They found it hard to believe Sword God Young Master's words. A heavenly immortal expert submitting to another heavenly immortal expert wasn't too reliable in the end. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Taoist Gentleman's expression was indifferent. There was no sign of anger on his face. It was completely different from what they had imagined. They couldn't help but be shocked once again. Could it be that everything was true? Young Master Sword God's words were equivalent to a provocation to the gentleman enlightened master. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to remain calm and might even start a fight. The dignity of a heaven immortal was not to be blasphemed. However, they did not see any changes in the gentleman enlightened being. This was completely abnormal. Too indifferent. Taoist gentleman, why aren't you greeting everyone? Young Master Sword God smiled. To be able to follow me is the fortune you have accumulated over several lifetimes. Taoist gentleman stood up. Everyone, there is no need to guess. Young Master Sword God is my lord. A wise man submits to circumstances. My lord is worthy of my following. I advise everyone to follow my lord and not regret it for the rest of your lives. Taoist gentleman, what's wrong with you? The elders of the mysterious gate were shocked. It was obvious that they did not expect such words. Taoist gentleman's expression darkened. I don't need you to say anything about my choice. Correct your position and figure out who you are. Then, obediently sit at the side. The elders of the mysterious gate wanted to say something but hesitated. The last sentence hit him right in his weak spot. This time, the leader of the Continental Alliance was Taoist gentleman. He was qualified to participate in it with the strength of a heaven immortal. However, they felt very sullen. Even if you followed young Master Sword God, we would not interfere if you did it in private. Why did you say it in public? Wasn't this clearly showing that the celestial sect was inferior to the celestial sect? The 10 great heroes had all gone to the divine sword sect. Where would the celestial sect put their face? Once the news spread back to the sect, wouldn't the entire sect be infuriated to death? Taoist gentleman's admission undoubtedly made everyone re-examine this young Master Sword God. What did he do to Taoist gentleman to make him say such words? He would rather be a dog by his side. Young Master Sword God is very resourceful. He managed to make Taoist gentleman surrender with just one move. Unbelievable. It's really hard to accept that a heaven immortal would choose to surrender. Could it be that young Master Sword God really has an extraordinary background? Is he worth following? Could it be that young Master Sword God helped Taoist gentleman greatly when he mastered his swordsmanship? The fact that Taoist gentleman would rather be a dog by young Master Sword God's side was still hard to digest. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Fei raised his hand and applauded. The sound of his clapping echoed on the Dragon Island. So Taoist gentleman is a dog by your side. Looks like you are going to stand up for your dog. Then let me give you a piece of advice. Dogs are the easiest to devour. Don't suffer when the time comes. Lin Fei had a kind look on his face, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. F***ck, Long Batian was right. This sword god has an immortal monarch backing him up. That's why Taoist gentleman chose to surrender. Lin Fei thought quickly. He finally figured out the crux of the matter. Lin Fei, I think you are suitable to be my second dog. Young Master Sword God continued, as long as you become my dog, I will immediately help you advance to the heaven immortal realm and ascend to the heavenly realm. I have seen many arrogant people, but they all died horrible death. In that case, you are rejecting my kind intentions. Young Master Sword God said, you should know that this kind of opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. Not everyone can have it. Lin Fei curled his lips, to think that you have the nerve to say such old words. Back then, the God King of the foreign races also said this to me. In the end, I didn't even care. Do you think that I will care about you? Young Master Sword God did indeed have the intention to recruit Lin Fei. Anyway, there was no harm in it. On the contrary, he could obtain what he wanted. Especially since he suspected that Lin Fei had a huge power behind him. This result was within young Master Sword God's expectations. Young Master Sword God shook his head in disappointment. Usually, this young master will kill those who reject me without mercy. It just so happens that you are one of them. I thought that you would let me think about it. It seems like you are not a magnanimous person. Lin Fei laughed heartily. If you have any abilities, take them all out. Young Master Sword God no longer had any intention of subduing him. This young master's methods will let you know what true despair is. Hearing this, Everyone knew that they were going to make a move. Demon Lin was good at sword techniques and young Master Sword God was also good at sword techniques. Could it be that they were going to compete on the path of the sword? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Tongtian God Pagoda, young Master Sword God was the first to make a move. He took out a pocket-sized black pagoda. The moment this pagoda appeared, it rose with the wind and the color of heaven and earth instantly changed. An endless Tongtian God pagoda appeared in the sky and connected with heaven and earth. It seemed to have the power to reach the heavens and suppress heaven and earth. The moment the Tongtian God pagoda appeared, the expressions of all the big shots changed. They all felt an unprecedented danger from the Tongtian God pagoda. This has already surpassed the scope of a celestial artifact. How could young Master Sword God have such a treasure? Impossible. To be able to make the big shots feel a dangerous aura, the Tongtian God pagoda was truly extraordinary. Before they even made a move, they already felt a sense of powerlessness. This was simply a one-sided suppression. I'm afraid that Lin Fei is in trouble. The Demon Lord also stood up. This is clearly a celestial artifact that surpasses the celestial artifact. Even if it doesn't surpass it, it is still a top-grade celestial artifact that can crush everything. Moreover, it has the name Tongtian. It is not just an ordinary kind of powerful. Could it be stronger than the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal? Nangong Qianqian revealed a look of worry. The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal had been continuously refined for generations and had already reached the upper grade. How could it be inferior to young Master Sword God's Tongtian God Pagoda? The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal is also inferior to this Tongtian God Pagoda. The Demon Lord shook his head. Young Master Sword God clearly wants to use the celestial artifact to directly suppress Lin Fei. He does not intend to waste time on this. Heaven's path, suppress. From the sky, a heaven's path, with no end in sight, rushed from top to bottom towards Lin Fei. The array on the sea surface was instantly broken, and the sea surface was forcibly suppressed. Lin Fei, this is the heaven's path, where white bones are piled up. You will be one of them. Young Master Sword God activated the Tongtian God Pagoda, and the heaven's path descended. He did not intend to waste any time and directly suppress Lin Fei. Mysterious Imperial Jade Seal. Lin Fei did not hesitate and took out the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal, which turned into a tall mountain. The 4 words Mysterious Orthodox Path trembled, and a door appeared out of thin air, rippling with boundless righteousness. Chapter 696. The path to heaven was like a black torrent with a majestic aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was invincible as it violently collided with the gate formed by the awe-inspiring righteousness. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. It was as if a majestic bell had been violently struck by someone. The sound reverberated and the sound waves attacked. Fart! Fart! The first to bear the brunt were the sea beasts on the calm sea. They were instantly annihilated. Millions of corpses littered the sea, and fresh blood dyed the sea red. The other weaker geniuses were severely injured by the loud sound waves. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in front of the big shots and had immortal artifacts to protect themselves from the sound waves, the geniuses would have suffered heavy casualties. Retreat! 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 The 3 consecutive words showed how overbearing young Master Sword God's attack was. Young Master Sword God was too cruel. The path to heaven made everyone's expression change drastically. It was as if they had encountered a peerless existence. Even if they attacked, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. If this kind of sound wave attack came a few more times, even these big shots might not be able to withstand it. They would inevitably die. On the huge Dragon Island, everyone retreated 100,000 miles away. The big shots worked together to activate their immortal artifacts and construct a protective formation to resist the divine might brought by the path to heaven. I always thought that among the 10 prodigies, Tai Yi was the first. Who would have thought that young Master Sword God would be the first expert? With the divine tower, young Master Sword God is invincible. I haven't felt danger in a long time. This is the first time I feel such a terrifying killing intent from young Master Sword God. Demon Lin doesn't have a high chance of winning. With just one move, All the big shots were shocked. They didn't dare to underestimate young Master Sword God anymore. Even if they attacked, they might not be a match for young Master Sword God with a heaven-defying immortal artifact. At this moment, they seemed to understand why Daoist gentlemen would take the initiative to seek refuge with young Master Sword God. If they were his age, they would also choose young Master Sword God. The path to heaven crushed down with the power of the heavens. The gate shook, and Lin Fei was injured. Cracks appeared on the mysterious gate jade seal like a spider web. Lin Fei, don't think that the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders can withstand the might of the heavens. The sword god young master stood proudly. In this young master's eyes, the Xianmen imperial jade seal is merely a piece of trash. This young master will soon destroy this trash immortal equipment. The path of ingress descended once more, turning into a torrent that crashed into the door once more. The flood-like path to heaven smashed into the door. The island behind Lin Fei exploded and sank to the bottom of the sea. Waves surged up into the sky, and a white screen appeared. The gate formed by the awe-inspiring righteousness shattered. The mysterious gate jade seal's body continued to crack, covering its entire body. With a boom sound, the mysterious gate jade seal shattered, turning into fluorescent powder that filled the sky and quietly disappeared. Oh my God, the Xianmen jade seal is broken. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. The mysterious gate jade seal, the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders, had been successful since the day it was refined. It had suppressed thousands of experts and had never been damaged before. After accumulating for a long time, the awe-inspiring righteousness had gathered, and in the future, it would definitely be promoted. However, in today's battle, under the Celestial Tower, the treasure of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, the mysterious Gate Jade Seal, had shattered just like that. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This sword god young master was too domineering. The treasure of the Celestial Sect of Wonders was broken just like that. They had already seen the veins of the Celestial Sect of Wonders bulging, and they were in a state of jealousy and anger. This celestial tower of the sword god young master indeed has the ability to transcend the heavens. The mysterious gate jade seal was shattered in just 2 strikes. It's too terrifying. The big shots were even more afraid. Their immortal equipment was not inferior to the mysterious gate jade seal. It was broken after 2 strikes, and they were afraid that theirs would be the same. This young master said that I will destroy your immortal equipment, so I will destroy your immortal equipment. The sword god young master looked down on the world. So what if you have the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders? In this young master's eyes, it is just scrap metal. No matter how many come, I will destroy them all. In a while, this young master will completely destroy you. What physical body? It's a complete joke. I will let you know what it means to be unable to withstand a single blow. The sword god young master used the celestial tower to display his divine might. With one move, he destroyed the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders, massacred the sea beasts within 10,000 miles, and looked down on all living beings. Go. Lin Fei took out the carefree fan again. The 10,000 miles of carefree mountains and rivers formed a space of its own. It suppressed thousands of enemies and trapped the path to heaven within the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. This daddy has a lot of treasures. If you have the ability, destroy them all. Lin Fei laughed loudly. He activated the carefree fan and captured the path to heaven. The sword god young master shook his head in disappointment. The difference in strength between us is not something that can be made up for with immortal equipment. The mysterious gate jade seal can be destroyed by this young master, and the carefree fan is even more inferior to the mysterious gate jade seal. Boom! The 10,000 miles of carefree river suppressed the path to heaven. Who would have thought that the celestial tower would suppress the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers would be suppressed instead, falling into the control of the path to heaven? The carefree fan was covered in runes. It repeated the same mistake as before and once again shattered into pieces. The path to heaven was too powerful. Everywhere it passed, a flood destroyed everything in the world. It revealed its malevolent face and suppressed towards Lin Fei, sweeping him into the path to heaven. On the path to heaven, corpses piled up. The white bones were like mountains, and the end couldn't be seen. The white bones formed a line. The consequence of rejecting this young master is to be suppressed. You will be suppressed on the path to heaven forever and suffer all kinds of torture. The sword god young master was very disappointed in Lin Fei. Wanting to block his attack with just 2 supreme treasures was just wishful thinking. The white bone mountains flew down and suppressed Lin Fei's body. They wanted to drown him under the white bone mountains, and he would never be able to rise again for the rest of his life. Sword god, you want to suppress me? I'm afraid you're daydreaming. Lin Fei resisted the white bone mountains with all his might. He raised his head and laughed. The only thing you did wrong was that you shouldn't have taken out your treasures to deal with me. I can even take the celestial jade seal, let alone your celestial tower. I was just worried that I didn't have any supreme treasures on me. Your celestial tower is barely passable. I'll take it for you as compensation for what happened before. The sword god young master didn't think much of it. Take the celestial tower? He really had the guts of a leopard and was asking to be humiliated. To deal with people like you, suppression is the most direct way. The winner takes all. The loser has no right to speak. I want to see how you are going to take away my treasures. It will also be an eye-opener. Why did Demon Lin take away the supreme treasure from Taoist gentleman's hands? This had always been a question in everyone's mind. The art of refining treasures, refining all the supreme treasures in the world. Celestial tower, come to me. Lin Fei stomped his foot. The endless white bone mountains shattered from bottom to top, turning into white mist. Black runes flew out from his body, emitting an endless mysterious aura. There were more than 100 of them, and they escaped into the path to heaven. Chapter 697. Treasure Refining Technique? Everyone exclaimed. They searched through their memories, and it was obvious that they were unfamiliar with this name. Did you see that? The treasure refining technique that Demon Lin is using is such a weird power. It has a mysterious aura, and it's clearly not true essence or celestial power. What kind of power is it? An elder frowned. Once it was mentioned, they were shocked to find that the power of runes was something they had never seen before. It wasn't the celestial power that they had imagined. They had knowledge and experience, but they were completely clueless when it came to refining treasures. They had never heard of this name before. The moment Demon Lin used it, they realized that it was extraordinary. If it was celestial power runes, they wouldn't be too surprised, but a power that wasn't celestial power runes was the weirdest. Ever since Demon Lin rose up, he had been shrouded in a layer of mystery that made everyone want to see what was going on. Every surprise made them curious about Demon Lin. A strange treasure refinement art once again allowed them to witness the mysteriousness of Fiend Lin. Even for the big shots present, this was the first time they had seen such a method. There were people who could seize treasures, but there were very few who could sever the connection and refine the treasure on the spot. The treasure refining technique could refine all treasures in the world. If everything was as Demon Lin said, then it was really amazing. He could refine whoever's treasure he liked. At the moment, they didn't know how strong the treasure refining technique was, but with young Master of Swords' divine might, no matter how amazing the treasure refining technique was, it wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At this moment, young Master of Sword was like a god descending to the world. He swept through the world and the path to heaven was filled with white bones. Chief, the situation isn't good. Should we help Lord Dragon King, 100,000 miles away? Long Batian used his strong body to block the divine might released by the heaven-reaching God Tower. No need. Long Batian shook his head indiscernibly. Young Master of Swords' heaven-reaching God Tower is limitless, but Lord Dragon King isn't someone to be trifled with. I think that his treasure refining technique will definitely show its power. I believe that it will be very interesting. Can Dragon King really do it? Have you ever seen such a mysterious talisman? It's not immortal force runes, it's a completely new kind of power. Long Batian's eyes shone like torches. This power is extraordinary. Do you think the treasure refining technique is useless? Refining all the treasures in the world, I like to hear that. We just need to watch the show. The Dragon King was glad that he recognized the other party as the Dragon King back then. Even though he knew that the other party had a problem, he did not expose it. Now, it seemed that everything was right. The Dragon King was quite extraordinary. With Long Baishan's many years of experience, he would not be wrong about him this time. You're quite capable to be able to shake this young master's celestial tower, young master sword god said. He then laughed out loud. Your refining techniques are indeed extraordinary. However, with your strength, you are overestimating yourself if you want to snatch away the heavenly god tower. Even though he said so, the sword god young master's heart was in turmoil. He was almost the same as everyone else, and there was no difference between them. He was just trying to keep up appearances. It's not immortal force runes. What kind of power is this? I have never seen it before. This kind of mysterious runes is continuously weakening my control over the heavenly god tower. If this continues, it will be ridiculous. I must not let Lin Fei's treasure refining technique succeed. The sword god young master thought. I must find the treasure refining technique from his hands and learn the mysterious power of the runes. When the time comes, who can compete with me when I snatch the immortal equipment? This was the first time the sword god young master had a greedy thought when he saw the treasure refining technique. In this world, even a high-grade immortal equipment like the mysterious imperial jade seal was disdainful. One could imagine how harsh it was towards immortal equipment. He must take this treasure refining technique for himself. How could such a mysterious power appear in the hands of a lowly ant? It should be in the hands of a superior person like him. Kill. Young Master Sword God made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. Millions of white sword intents interweaved to form an inescapable net that flew towards Lin Fei. They wanted to strangle him to death in this inescapable net. Lin Fei laughed complacently. Sword God, you are feeling guilty and anxious. I thought you would be calm. Seems like you are still human and can't escape. Thinking about it, you must be unable to control the heavenly god tower if you make your move so quickly. Fortunately, I learned the essence technique. Otherwise, this sword god would not be easy to deal with. This treasure refining technique was the essence technique that Lin Fei bought from the system store. The price was shocking and he finally bought it while clenching his teeth. Such an essence technique surpassed the knowledge of everyone in this world. The mysterious imperial jade seal in Daoist Junzi's hands was used to weaken his control over it using the essence runes. The black runes from before were the essence runes. The moment the sword god young master attacked, Lin Fei knew that he was panicking. Even though he couldn't see his expression from his face, his actions revealed the panic in his heart. Facing the inescapable net, Lin Fei didn't panic at all. Divine flames shot out from his body and turned into a fire net that burned. Everywhere it passed, the seawater evaporated and smoke spread for thousands of miles. Kai tilde young master sword god's sword net contained a supreme will. Lin Fei's divine flame was the flame of heaven and earth. When the two of them clashed, a hole appeared in the inescapable net, and the sea of flames devoured it, extinguishing it. Demon Lin's flames are equally terrifying. Even the sword god young master's sword intent was destroyed. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Of course, Demon Lin's words shocked them. The sword god young master was actually unable to block the invasion of the runes and was in a hurry to attack. It wasn't as if he had the world in his hands and was in a hurry to attack. Demon Lin exposed the situation. The sword god young master still had a calm expression on his face. Your strange flame is indeed extraordinary. I wonder if you can block my next move. The long sword came out of its sheath. The dragon roared and the Jingguang shone. It was as if a peerless sword god had appeared and crossed the sky. Multicolored light danced and celestial music rang out. It was really shocking. This is the sword god young master's sword. The sword god young master was famous for his sword path, but from start to finish, no one had seen him use a sword. It was as if he only existed in legends. The moment this sword appeared, it gave off an extraordinary aura. 50,000 kilometers away, the genius cultivators with swords suddenly discovered that their swords were moving uncontrollably, flying out of their scabbards and sword cases. My sword. It flew away. How is that possible? I used my blood to refine this celestial sword. I can move it at will and no one can take it away. Why did it fly away uncontrollably? A genius swordsman spat out. In the entire area, anyone with a sword had their swords flying out. That must be a god sword. A big shot tried his best to suppress the celestial sword. He was barely able to suppress it so that it wouldn't fly out and become a part of the celestial sword. A godlike sword. If that's the case, then the sword god young master's sword technique is really terrifying. Any swordsman who meets the sword god will have their combat strength greatly reduced. The celestial sword that flew out appeared behind the sword god young master. Sword control technique. The sword god young master hollered. The Jingguang in his eyes flashed and the Jingguang behind him suddenly charged out. In an instant, it appeared in front of Lin Fei. The sword intent raged as it headed straight for his brow. This sword was too fast and exceeded the imagination of the big shot. This sword had a speed that exceeded that of a heaven celestial. Even divine sense couldn't capture its trajectory. Demon Lin Fei was in danger. The sword god young master didn't think that Lin Fei could block his sword control technique. Even if it was just the first move, once the sword control technique was used, it would be easy to take the head of someone from 1,000 miles away. With his strength, it would be effortless for him to take the head of someone from 1,000,000 miles away. Too fast. Lin Fei was startled, and his eyebrows twitched. Just one sword strike had forced him into a dangerous situation. Great danger, great danger. Lin Fei, you won't be able to block my sword. You should be proud to die to it. Ha ha ha, you aren't worthy. At the moment of danger, Lin Fei retreated. A flame wall appeared out of nowhere and bought some time for him. The sword twisted and the flame wall collapsed. The sword attacked once more. Lin Fei was enough to buy a chance for himself. Dang tilde the sword turned into a Jingguang and charged over. Its speed was too fast and it shot into a furnace, unable to enter at all. I blocked it. In such a dangerous situation, Lin Fei relied on the heaven and earth furnace to block the fatal sword. Scram down. Lin Fei's left hand turned into a dragon scale. He grabbed and tried to grab the sword. However, the moment the sword pulled out, Lin Fei's left hand was covered in blood. He was injured. What a sharp sword. Lin Fei didn't dare to fight barehanded anymore. He used the heaven and earth furnace to protect him and dodge the sword. He once again used energy runes which surged into the heaven-reaching god tower to weaken his control. You actually blocked that sword. What kind of furnace is this? Sword God Prince's Shawkill sword was something that, in theory, Lin Fei shouldn't be able to block. In the end, the furnace in front of him blocked it. This was really unexpected. The heaven-reaching god tower was used but it wasn't able to suppress him. The sword was unsheathed but it was still useless. Sword God Prince was on the verge of collapsing. You can have a sword, so why can't I have a furnace? Lin Fei had a lingering fear. This sword god was really a strong enemy. He had never seen such a sword technique before. Heaven-reaching god tower, why aren't you coming over? Lin Fei released energy runes. The heaven-reaching god tower in the sky shook and it seemed like the situation was one-sided. Kill. Sword God Prince controlled the heaven-reaching god tower and used the imperial sword technique to attack Lin Fei. He tried to break the furnace, otherwise, things would be bad. A scene that was hard to digest also appeared in the sky. The heaven-reaching god tower was sometimes on the left and sometimes on the right. It was a tug-of-war that had never happened before. Success. Lin Fei used the furnace to block the sword and focused on attacking the heaven-reaching god tower. He finally suppressed Sword God Prince's control and the heaven-reaching god tower flew over. You dare. Sword God Prince coughed out blood. He grabbed with his hand and wanted to keep the heaven-reaching god tower. Lin Fei laughed and slashed out with his sword. A sword river rushed out and blocked this grab. The pocket-sized pagoda landed in Lin Fei's hand. Energy runes flew out and entered the heaven-reaching god tower. Treasure light circulated and the control was completely weakened. Chapter 698. The battle on the surface of the sea was filled with raging waves. The battle between the two of them was extremely dangerous. The slightest bit of carelessness and one of them would die. The area 50,000 kilometers away was deathly silent. Sword God's God Tower was taken by Demon Lin. The most unbelievable scene appeared. The God Tower changed owners in front of everyone. The powerful Sword God Young Master coughed up blood in front of everyone. It was a huge visual impact. They had seen how terrifying the God Tower was. They knew that the celestial artifacts they had couldn't compare to it. They weren't on the same level. The treasure refining technique is too heaven-defying. This was the common thought of all the big shots. A treasure refining technique that they had never heard of became famous in the Shentian continent. From now on, no one would dare to use celestial artifacts against Demon Lin. Sword God's God Tower could change owners. How could their celestial artifacts compare to the God Tower? If it changed owners, it would be a huge loss. Demon Lin took the God Tower and didn't seem to want to stop. He immediately took out the God Tower and tried to suppress Sword God's sword. Savage. Demon Lin was so mighty that it was a mess. The divine swordsman coughed up blood. He had lost the heavenly divine pagoda, and his consciousness had been erased. He was injured, and now, Lin Fei wanted to suppress his divine sword. His anger was unquenchable. Ever since he became famous, he had never been in such an embarrassing situation. For the God Tower, Sword God Young Master had spent a lot of effort to communicate with heaven and earth. Only then was he able to take it down and turn it into an extremely powerful celestial artifact. One mistake, one underestimation, the God Tower that he had worked so hard to get had changed owners. How could Sword God Young Master accept that? Don't even think about taking my sword. Sword God Young Master had already coughed up blood after losing the God Tower. Losing the sword was like losing his right arm. It was a huge loss. Lin Fei stood on the path of ascension. Sword God, you are a piece of trash. In your hands, the Ascension Divine Pagoda is like a precious jade covered in dust. In the end, it's just a form of attack. Let me show you what the true might of the Ascension Divine Pagoda is. Once the Tongtian Divine Tower was in his hands, Lin Fei knew that he had picked up a big treasure. No wonder the Sword God Prince was in so much pain. This Supreme Sky Divine Pagoda was created by the Supreme Sky Great Sage, and it had the ability to transcend the heavens. Young Master Sword God had not truly grasped this celestial artifact, so he could not use its true power. The young Master Sword God was infuriated and coughed out blood non-stop. Lin Fei had hit the nail on the head. Until now, the biggest regret of this celestial artifact was that he didn't have time to comprehend it. He could only use the path to heaven. If he had comprehended it completely, how could it have been snatched away? Lin Fei's words were like rubbing salt into his wounds. Kill. The divine sword attacked. The Jingguang was like a multicolored light dancing in the sky. The sky was filled with a rain of swords. The Sword God Prince was about to lose his will and attacked Lin Fei with all his might. Heavenly Gate, suppress the divine sword. With the Tongtian Divine Pagoda, Lin Fei could use his strongest attack. The Tongtian Divine Pagoda flew out. Treasure light flowed and celestial music lingered. A giant gate flew from the sky and pressed down from the sky. The sky changed color and the mountains collapsed. This gate was tens of thousands of zhong wide and was black. It was just closed, but it gave off a heavenly aura. Everyone had no doubt that once the heavenly gate was opened, no one would be able to stop it. This gate was the heavenly gate that the Tongtian Divine Pagoda used. With the pressure of the heavenly gate, everyone within a million li were sea beasts. They were unable to move. The big shots 100,000 li away had red faces. They kept activating the celestial artifact but still coughed out blood. The path to heaven was already terrifying enough, but who would have thought that the heavenly gate would be even more terrifying? The Sword God Prince was within the range of the suppression. His body was constantly collapsing and blood was flowing. His eyes were wide open and filled with endless resentment. He said crazily, "But how could the heavenly gate appear? The method has long been lost. It shouldn't have appeared." When the heavenly gate appeared, the terrifying suppression power made even Lin Fei feel a lingering fear. The huge consumption made his scalp go numb. Yuan Qi runes, return of the divine sword. Lin Fei rushed up and waved his hand. Hundreds of Yuan Qi runes flew into the divine sword. The divine sword was sentient. It roared and resisted being refined. The divine sword once again burst forth with golden light. With the heavenly gate suppressing everything, the divine sword's resistance was futile. Lin Fei grabbed the divine sword in his hand and finally grasped it. Good sword. With the divine sword in hand, the world is mine. Lin Fei's body emitted boundless divinity. The divinity contained in the divine grass had finally burst out and perfectly fused with the divine sword. Golden divine light spread out continuously. Everyone was bathed in the Jingguang. The sea surface within a million li turned golden and emitted an auspicious aura. Divine miracle. The divine sword chooses its master. The sword god prince looked at such a shocking change and went completely crazy. Divine miracle? How can there be a divine miracle? A miracle? How could there be a miracle? This shouldn't be happening. This should be mine. I, sword god, am a genius of my generation, blessed with great fortune and luck. The heavens have favored me time and time again, bestowing me with supreme treasures. How could I lose to an ant, a lowly mortal? I'm not willing. I, sword god, am not willing. Sword god's eyes were dripping with blood. I will definitely kill you. A white jade box flew out, along with a golden talisman. The talisman transformed into a 10,000-mile-long scroll, exuding a boundless aura that was not inferior to divine might. An indistinct figure walked out of the void and stood on the scroll. The immortal monarch commands the myriad worlds. Kai 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 tilde tilde tilde. The illusory figure opened its golden mouth and large characters flew out one after another. The big shots that were 100,000 miles away all coughed up blood and their immortal artifacts were all shattered. The martial arts genius didn't even have a chance to make a sound before exploding on the spot. The scene was tragic and there were heavy casualties. This is the immortal monarch's will. Long Batian exclaimed. This was the immortal monarch's will. The sword god prince wanted to kill everyone and not leave a single survivor. Lord Dragon King, quickly break the decree or everyone will die. Long Batian's body was lacerated. The dragon race, famous for their strong physique, could not resist the immortal monarch's supreme will. The words were like immortal monarchs looking down on the world. No one had expected that young Master Sword Divinity would use the decree in a frenzy and wanted to kill them all. He had completely lost his mind. All the big shots were heavily injured. The power of the decree was unparalleled and could not stop the sword god prince at all. Chapter 699. Within millions of miles of the sea region, large numbers of sea beasts died one after another. Especially near the dragon race barrier, there were even more casualties. Cries of pain could be heard everywhere, and there were people panicking. There were even people fleeing in all directions, not knowing where to go. Every time a supreme immortal lord spoke a word, it would transform into an immortal character. A martial artist would die, unable to resist the supreme might of the immortal lord left in the decree. This was not the power of this world. What was surprising was that the power of the decree did not attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. Even if the decree was just a few words left behind by a celestial lord was still a celestial lord. His status was different, and he had a supreme will. It was the same logic as a god descending and sweeping the world. Peng 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 tilde. The bodies of the sea beasts exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the surface of the sea had already turned a devilish red. The martial artists who were still in shock were at a loss. When had they ever faced such a terrifying thing? Under the endless sea region, a giant sea beast was slowly advancing. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the violent power leveled the water region below to the ground. Nothing could be seen. Cough 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 tilde. Many people charged out from the bottom of the sea, coughing blood non-stop. All of them were injured, and it looked like they were not light. Who can tell me what's going on? Who attacked just now? Let me kill him. He actually dared to kill our foreign race's god beast. Kill him, we must kill him. Godly King Hao Tian coughed out blood. It was obvious that he was still in shock and was stunned by the attack. They were hiding outside the dragon race barrier and tried to deal a lethal blow to the alliance. Who knew that their alien race god beast would explode and be instantly killed? They were affected and all of them were injured. Even though they were just lying down, they were still injured. The celestial lord has a decree. The sovereign's might descended, and a will swept out. Before the 10 godly kings could react, the supreme will pressed down on them. They coughed out blood and were heavily injured. All of them were sent flying, destroying the bottom of the sea. They were so frightened that their scalps turned numb. Not good, this is the human race's decree. Rumor has it that it possesses supreme might, and is even more terrifying than the decree from back then. As the outsiders, they understood the human race the best. They had been preparing to ambush the human race, but in the end, a decree came down and caused them to lose a divine beast of the outsider race on the spot. They really couldn't swallow this. Vast heaven, let's retreat. Heavenly wings, divine king said. The power of the decree isn't something we can resist. We're currently caught up in the shockwaves. If this goes on, we'll all be severely injured. These godly monarchs had suffered at the hands of the decree back then. Now that they encountered the power of the decree again, it was more than 10 times more terrifying than the last time. Danger enveloped them, causing their expressions to change. Godly King Hao Tian was truly unwilling to accept this. They were supposed to ambush the people of the Alliance, but why did they have to encounter such a thing? Why did a decree have to appear, and a terrifying decree at that? He shook his head. This is a place of trouble. To use such a powerful decree, there will definitely be changes in the human race. What a pity. How could the godly monarchs not know what godly King Hao Tian meant? If they attacked now, they would definitely be able to deal a blow to the various forces of the human race, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Regrettably, they didn't dare to take the risk. The outsiders were powerful, but their bodies couldn't withstand the attack of the decree. If this continued, they might die here. Regardless of whether there are any changes, they'll definitely be severely injured. It won't be any worse than the blow we dealt. Let them live for a few more days. Retreat. Godly King Hao Tian didn't dare to take the risk. He led the group of godly monarchs and left. Along the way, there were constant decrees. It had become a land of death for millions of kilometers, making them shudder with fear and trepidation. They were noble godly monarchs and celestial immortals, but against such ancient existences, they had to flee miserably with just a decree. They even lost a divine beast of the outsider race. Who could they find to complain about this? Their ambush plan was also ruined. They were filled with depression and had nowhere to vent it. They had to suffer this loss. On the surface of the sea, the divine swordsman had already gone mad. The decree had descended upon the world. For the sake of Lin Fei's death, he did not hesitate to use such a heaven-defying sacred object. He did not ask for anything else, only for one result. Normally, something like a decree was nothing more than a sect guarding treasure, and it would only be utilized when a sect was annihilated. It would absolutely not be utilized because of a battle, and it would be a waste to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Lin Fei, you hid it well. I'm afraid you've deceived everyone. The legendary swordsman grinned hideously. So what if you're the Dragon King? Do you think you can stop the supreme decree? You're destined to be unable to compete with me today. You've lost your mind. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. The decree was too powerful, and its direct impact was the greatest. He recalled the heavenly divine pagoda and used it to guard his body. Only then did he barely manage to block it. Ha ha ha, so what if I'm insane? The legendary swordsman disapproved. Those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Originally, after I became the Alliance Master, I wanted to gather them under me. However, everything was because of your appearance. You've obstructed me time and time again. I really regret not personally killing an ant like you back then, which led to today's events. However, once the decree is used, I can still annihilate you. The phantom on the scroll continued to chant. The will of the immortal continued to link together, and the pressure gradually increased. Just like what was said, it would sweep away everything. It's just a decree. Watch how I destroy your last hope. Lin Fei took out the heavenly divine pagoda, and with the godly sword in his hand, he slashed at the phantom on the scroll. A Jingguang sword river surged forward and collided with the phantom. Clang tilde tilde a blurry phantom appeared, and a brilliance appeared. The long sword was deflected, and it was not injured at all. F*ck, so strong, Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. It was just a will, but it was so powerful that it could block his sword. Ha ha ha, it's useless. How can the decree be broken by you? Even if you have my godly sword, I will see you die here today. The legendary swordsman absolutely did not believe that Lin Fei could break the decree. Lin Fei scolded. Bullshit, I'll break it for you. Boom tilde 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 a towering momentum and celestial might descended. An aura that was 100 times more terrifying than before exploded from Lin Fei's body. At this moment, Lin Fei finally broke the seal on his body and released the aura of a celestial, showing the celestial realm in front of everyone. From the beginning, Lin Fei had sealed a part of his power and had never unlocked it. At this moment, he couldn't care so much. Without the control of the formation, the battle strength of a celestial realm was revealed. It was undoubtedly challenging the existence of the heavenly Tao. Dark clouds came from the horizon, and lightning flashed. Slash. Lin Fei held the godly sword and slashed again. The invincible sword will was infused into it, and its power was dozens of times more terrifying than before. Everyone's attention was drawn. You are actually not a half-step celestial realm. The legendary swordsman lost his voice. If Lin Fei was just a half-step celestial realm, the decree wouldn't be able to be broken. But once he was in the celestial realm, a bad feeling shrouded his heart. This sword was the strongest and fiercest sword that Lin Fei had ever used. It surpassed any sword he had used before, and with the support of the invincible sword will, no one could block it. One by one, the celestial characters were mercilessly shattered by the sword will. Golden dots fell from the sky, and their power was reduced. They swept towards the blurry figure, and a bright golden light burst out. The power of the godly sword exploded once again. The Tongtian God Tower and the godly sword were obtained by the legendary swordsman in a fortuitous encounter. They were not ordinary items. Now, Lin Fei used them with the battle strength of a celestial realm, and they were like precious pearls that appeared in the world. Dang 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 tilde tilde this sword exploded with the attack of thousands of swords. The swords rained down on the scroll, and the scroll shook, directly affecting the illusory figure. No. The legendary swordsman shouted. I can't beat the illusory figure, but can't I break the main body of the decree? Lin Fei saw the weakness, and he laughed towards the sky. He took out the Tongtian gate and smashed it on the scroll. Just like what he said, the decree wasn't something that a real celestial lord could use. Ka tilde under the desperate eyes of the legendary swordsman, the godly sword turned into a 10,000 li jingguang, and it flew across the sky. The celestial characters that were barely holding on exploded, and the blurry illusory figure was finally split apart. The 10,000 li jingguang landed on the surface of the sea. The decree was broken, and it was truly destroyed. Lin Fei had to use all of his strength, the heaven and earth smelt, the Tongtian God Tower, and the godly sword to break the decree. Only then did it work. Sword God, now it's your turn to taste my sword. The godly sword whistled, and Lin Fei, who was going all out, was like a god looking down on the world. He slashed towards the legendary swordsman. Catcher. The might of the divine sword still exceeded young master divine swordsman's expectations. Half of his body was split open, and his flesh was badly mangled. His vitality was greatly injured. Even after his flesh recovered, he still could not accept that he had lost to Lin Fei. How can I lose? I won't lose. After the legendary swordsman recovered, his face was pale, and he was still crazed. Sword God, you have lost. From today onwards, you will lose everything, and you will become the public enemy of the continent. Lin Fei stabbed his godly sword. The legendary swordsman was crazy, and he used the power of the decree. This was the behavior of a madman, and it was unforgivable. The elders wouldn't let him off, and they would definitely kill him. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't let him live, and he had to kill him. This person was too crazy, and he had so many tricks up his sleeves. Who knew what other treasures he had? The second sword slashed down, and its power didn't decrease at all. He was determined to kill his opponent, and he couldn't let him escape. "Who said that I have lost?" The legendary swordsman laughed maniacally. "I didn't lose. Lin Fei, I will let you off today, but the next time I return, it will be the day of your death." A small black boat was taken out by the legendary swordsman, and it flew inside. After a round, it brought adept noblemen away, and they tore open the space created by the dragon race, disappearing without a trace. Lin Fei's speed was fast, but he still couldn't catch up. He knew that the opponent had a treasure that surpassed the speed of a sky immortal, and it was extremely good at escaping. Could it be that this legendary swordsman is really lucky? He keeps using treasures, and it's impossible to defend against them. Hong tilde tilde tilde. Chapter 700. Lin Fei was sighing over the sword god young master's endless treasures. He had great luck and great opportunities, or else he wouldn't have taken out a small boat. He could only watch as the other party left. He was truly a difficult opponent to deal with. Meanwhile, the silent heavenly lightning descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the sea turned into a hell of lightning. Boom! A blue lightning bolt as thick as a bucket hit Lin Fei's body. The legendary lightning is just SOSO. Lin Fei raised his head and allowed the lightning to land on his body. He was unharmed and there wasn't even a burning smell. Godfiend body is really amazing. Heaven celestial body is so weak. After the heaven celestial realm was activated, the hidden Godfiend body was also activated. The lightning that landed on the Godfiend body was like tickling it. It didn't have any effect. Let me see how terrifying the heavenly tribulation is. Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. He kept all his treasures and used his body to block the attacks of the heavenly tribulation. The elders who were struggling at death's door felt like they had just escaped death. Young Master Sword God's craziness nearly caused them to suffer a huge setback. The famous Dragon Island was now in a mess. Many islands had sunk and only a few of them weren't destroyed. The corpses of the sea beasts all proved that a destructive battle had happened here. Lin Fan is the first person in history to block the heavenly tribulation with his body. They only felt gratitude towards Lin Fan. If he hadn't defeated young Master Sword God at the crucial moment and destroyed the Decree's attack, they wouldn't have been able to gain any benefits. They might have even died on Dragon Island. He is the first person to block the tribulation with his body. It didn't matter if he was convinced or if he hated Lin Fan. At this moment, he was completely convinced by Lin Fan. Even the extremely strong young Master Sword God had to flee in hatred. Lin Fan was worthy of their worship. So what if he was the first? He had the right to do so. In the sky, Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a god blocking the heavenly tribulation. No one present could compare to him. Lin Fei was the first person to go through the heavenly tribulation on the continent. Alliance leader is amazing. Alliance leader Lin is amazing. The geniuses who survived the disaster worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. If people were jealous of Demon Lin's bad reputation before, then at this moment, they were completely convinced. Demon Lin was like a god standing in front of them. As for the heaven celestials of the 10 heroes, they could only look at Demon Lin's back view. They thought of themselves as geniuses among geniuses, becoming sky immortals at such a young age. However, they did not take Demon Lin seriously at all. They thought that he was just making a fool of himself. After defeating the godly swordsman, they realized that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. They could only watch as the silhouette of the other gradually disappeared from their field of vision. They might not even have the qualifications to fight. When he was a half-step heavenly immortal, he was already so terrifying. After becoming a heavenly immortal, he would most likely be the number 1 heavenly immortal. Alliance head Lin truly deserved to be the number 1. Doubt. Who would dare to question it? With a heavenly divine pagoda above his head and a divine sword in his hand, he had an incomparably strong physical body. It was easy for him to defeat them. Who had ever seen a tribulation transcendence that could be resisted with one's physical body? They knew that they couldn't do it and they didn't dare to imagine it either. In the past thousands of years, no one had been able to achieve what Demon Lin had achieved. Contending? Who would dare to do so? At this moment, Alliance head Lin was like a blazing sun. The 10 prodigies were convinced. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the tribulation dissipated and Dragon Island returned to normal. However, the marks left behind from the battle were shocking. Lin Fei walked out of the lightning hell with his upper body naked. Golden light covered his body and he gave off a peaceful aura. "You don't have to look at me like that." The moment he came down from the sky, Tai and the others flew up and all of them were dumbfounded. "We monsters are proud of our strong physical bodies. I didn't expect you to be even more monstrous. You managed to withstand it with just your physical body. I'm afraid even the old antiques among sky immortals aren't your match." Tai sighed. "You are really invincible this time. Boss, are you still accepting subordinates? What do you think of me? I'm a standard talent." Daoist He Tian smiled cheekily, his eyes shining with deep worship. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I was just lucky. Otherwise, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today." Tai and Daoist He Tian rolled their eyes. They didn't believe him at all. "Lucky? We also have great luck. Why aren't we as strong as you?" Lin Fei liked this kind of atmosphere. "City Lord Lin, thank you for saving everyone." Regardless of whether they were enemies or others, they all came to thank him. The battle between Lin Fei and Sword God Young Master was too terrifying. There were endless treasures, each of which was almost heaven-defying. Even the big shots couldn't handle it. "Congratulations, Alliance Leader Lin, for showing your might and defeating that demon sword god in one fell swoop." The Sea God Emperor walked over with Prince Caesar. "Alliance Leader Lin, you have shown your might. I believe that under your leadership, you will be able to sweep the alien races and chase them out of the continent. Congratulations, Alliance Leader Lin." Then, they all came up to congratulate Lin Fei. No, it should be Alliance Leader Lin. Alliance Leader Lin was the best candidate for this position. The big shots were proud of their strength, but they couldn't compare to Alliance Leader Lin at all. Others transcended their tribulations with their physical bodies, but they relied on immortal artifacts and treasures. How could they compare? They couldn't compare at all. Alliance Leader Lin alone could deal with a few of them. Sword God Young Master's escape undoubtedly cast a shadow in their hearts. Especially the small boat that he took out at the end, it was undoubtedly another treasure. Who knew what other treasures he had on him? Lin Fei became the Alliance Leader. In the future, when Sword God Young Master returned, wouldn't Alliance Leader Lin be there to support him? Lin Fei naturally took the position of Alliance Master. Just the name alone was enough to make one feel awe-inspiring. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for becoming the Alliance Leader, the continent's leader. Lin Fei was inwardly overjoyed. Even becoming the Supreme Alliance Master would give him a reward. This deal wasn't bad at all. He had snatched the heavenly divine tower and divine sword from young Master Sword God. He had gained quite a lot, and the system had rewarded him. Lin Fei felt like he could die of happiness. The fight with young Master Sword God earlier seemed to be nothing. "I wonder what the system will reward me with. After all, I am the continent's leader, the Alliance Leader. If the rewards are too bad, then I won't go." Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining the system's reward, Heaven Suppressing Seal. Ding! Player Lin Fei has triggered the continent's leader mission. Within a year, defeat the alien races and recover the continent. Rewards unknown. Chapter 701. Spiritual energy filled the air in the undulating mountain range. Large birds and demonic beasts gathered in groups, looking carefree and unfettered. In the middle of the mountain range, a huge mountain rose from the ground like a celestial sword, piercing through the clouds. It seemed like it was going to break through the clouds and penetrate deep into that faraway existence. On the mountain peak, there was a Jingguang hall that exuded a long history. At this moment, in the hall, a group of people were dumbfounded. They couldn't accept the news that had been sent back. No gentleman was like a stick to their heads, knocking them all out. They wouldn't be able to wake up for a while. No, Taoist gentleman wouldn't do that. He's the pride of the heavens, how could he do such a thing? I don't believe it, it must be fake. Taoist gentleman's spirit seemed to have been sucked out. In an instant, He aged dozens of years. He suffered a huge blow and couldn't accept this result. His disciple, Taoist gentleman, had lost. Not only did he lose, but he also destroyed 2 treasures. In the end, he joined the sword god demon, causing his own reputation to be ruined. Could Taoist gentleman believe it? No, of course not. Demon Lin was just a country bumpkin from a small city. He didn't have any backing or background. In the end, he shocked everyone on Dragon Island. Not only did he suppress the top 10 heroes, but he also defeated the sword god young master and took the position of the Supreme Alliance leader. Even if he was a super dark horse, he couldn't be so heaven-defying. In Taoist gentleman's eyes, what he was most satisfied with was that he had nurtured a peerless genius like Taoist gentleman. Everything went according to plan, and he had nurtured a sky realm expert. In the sect, Taoist gentleman was respected. Who knew how many geniuses tried to become his disciple? However, the news that came from Dragon Island was something that Taoist gentleman couldn't believe. In his mind, he kept telling himself that it was all fake. Taoist gentleman wouldn't lose, and Demon Lin was just lucky. The other elders' expressions were similar. They also couldn't digest this news, but they didn't suffer such a huge blow. Their Taoist gentleman, the most outstanding and the pride of the heavens, had not only lost miserably, but he had also damaged the sect's treasure. At the same time, he had ruined their reputation. The Taoist gentleman had suffered a huge blow. For Taoist gentlemen to do such a thing, he had pulled them to the opposite side of the alliance. Sovereign, what should we do? The sect master of the mystic sect, Zhong Yi, looked expressionless, but in fact, his heart was filled with anger. What do you want me to do? I'm the one asking you what to do. Originally, he should have gone to the Continental Alliance by himself. Since Taoist gentleman had advanced to the celestial immortal stage, he had been sent out to gain experience. In the end, he had made a mess of things. How could he not be angry? Headache, it was a real headache. Once the Continent Alliance was formed, everyone would gather together and become a powerful force. Even the Celestial Sect of Wonders would have to think twice. This time, I'm really dead because of you. Reverend Zhong Yi was more depressed than anyone else. Reverend Gentleman was a heaven immortal. How could he do such a thing? Reverend Regretless, as the master of Reverend Gentleman, you failed to discipline your disciple well enough to cause such a thing to happen. You will not be able to escape punishment. You will be punished to face the wall for 1,000 years as a warning to others. Taoist Master Zhong Yi sighed. He had no choice but to punish them. He was afraid that all the sects had their eyes on the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Then what about gentlemen? Reverend Regretless asked. Reverend Zhong Yi's face sank. Reverend Gentleman abandoned himself to become the lackey of the Sword God and almost caused a great disaster. A small place like the Celestial Sect of Wonders cannot tolerate a great deity like Reverend Gentleman. I will notify the continent and expel him from the Celestial Sect. Anyone can pursue and kill him. Sect Master, you can't do this. Reverend Gentleman is a member of our sect. Without waiting for Reverend Regretless to plead, Reverend Zhong Yi shouted, "Shut up. This is no place for you to speak. Take him away and execute him to face the wall." The sect master was truly angry this time. Everyone watched as Reverend Regretless was taken away. Reverend Gentleman had really caused a great disaster this time. Even he didn't dare to stand out and say anything good. This matter was truly too big. Whoever spoke out would be unlucky. Immediately send out the notice to the world. This sect master will personally make a trip to the Dragon Island to deal with the aftermath. Reverend Zhong Yi sighed again. This was truly a disaster that never came alone. 2 of the Celestial Sect's treasures had been destroyed, and a proud son of heaven was about to be expelled from the sect. The one who suffered the most was Reverend Zhong Yi, but he had no choice but to do so in the current situation. Demon Lin had already become Alliance Master Lin and was practically the hero of the continent. If he was alone, Reverend Zhong Yi wouldn't be so afraid. But behind Alliance Master Lin were the 11 representatives who had united all the powers that could be united. This was the most terrifying thing. Reverend Zhong Yi didn't want to be marginalized. Now that the Continent's alliance had been formed, all sorts of arrangements had begun to be made. Reverend Zhong Yi could only endure the pain and expel Reverend Gentleman from the Celestial Sect. He even had to announce the Celestial Sect's decision to the world. Even if his heart was bleeding, he could only endure this matter. Right now, the most important thing was to maintain his position as a representative. Once the foreign races were driven out of the continent, the alliance would play a decisive role. The Celestial Sect could not afford to lose this qualification. If they lost it, the Celestial Sect would be pushed back. The Celestial Sect had always been known as the righteous path. When they announced the matter to the world, it caused an uproar. Reverend Zhong Yi was truly capable. He immediately expelled Reverend Gentleman from the sect and even made Reverend Regretless face the wall for 1,000 years. Everyone thought about it. If the Celestial Sect didn't do anything, it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be affected in the future. The Celestial Sect was cutting off an arm to express their attitude. They definitely wouldn't go against the alliance just because of a Reverend Gentleman. At the same time, in another place, dark clouds covered the sky. Everyone was frowning. I already said that the Sword God wasn't reliable. Now look, how are we going to clean up this mess? In the depths of the void, the group of elders of the Celestial Sword Sect were no longer as indifferent as they were in the past. At this moment, everyone was frowning. The Sword God was too ambitious back then. That's why we suppressed him. I didn't expect him to be so daring and want to establish a supreme divine nation. This time, our Celestial Sword Sect is in big trouble. PH, who was the one who said that the Sword God would become the sect leader? Everyone can see it now. The Sword God has become the public enemy and his whereabouts are unknown. That demon Lin that we gave up on is now the Supreme Alliance leader. He has an honorable status. Our Celestial Sword Sect doesn't dare to do anything to him. It's really a case of a drink and a peck at the same time. It was destined long ago. The group of elders collectively fell silent. They were speechless. Right, at this moment, they really wanted to slap themselves. What kind of sin had they committed? Ever since they became a member of the group of elders, they had never felt as uncomfortable as they did today. It was very uncomfortable in their hearts, but they couldn't vent it out. That kind of feeling was very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Ever since the news from Dragon Island first came back, their first reaction was to not believe it. After asking 3 times in a row, they finally accepted this reality. The Celestial Sword young master that they thought highly of actually lost to the demon Lin that they gave up on. Not only that, but he also became the public enemy of the continent. All forces wanted to kill the Celestial Sword God. This kind of result was no less than a slap on their faces. It was a burning pain. How could they know that the demon Lin was so heaven-defying? He had secret techniques and supernatural powers. Without anyone knowing, he advanced to the celestial realm and became an immortal. If they didn't give up at that time, their Celestial Sword Sect would really be in the limelight. One sect produced 2 heroes, it was really heaven-defying. Among the 11 counselors, they occupied 2 seats. Apart from that, there was also the Supreme Alliance Master. The Celestial Sword Sect had never had such glory. At that time, the hall would be crowded with people from all sides coming to congratulate them. It was impossible for the Celestial Sword Sect not to become famous. But now, they had become the biggest joke of the continent. It was really like drawing water with a sieve. The person they thought highly of lost his prestige and was hated by everyone. The one they didn't think highly of, instead, advanced triumphantly and gave them a huge blow. He even sat on the position of the Supreme Alliance Master and became the leader of the continent's counterattack against the foreign races. What was this? Since things had come to this, the only thing they could do was to quickly repair this layer of relationship. The Celestial Sword Sect couldn't afford to be shaken. We have to repair our relationship. We can't let Alliance Master Lin hate us. Finally, they voiced their common thoughts. Expel the Celestial Sword young master. One of the elders brought it up. I agree. I agree too. Even if the Celestial Sword young master is unparalleled in the world, he has already brought our Celestial Sword Sect into the vortex. If this continues, We won't be able to keep our only qualification. At this time, the Celestial Sword sect also had to pull themselves out of it. They definitely couldn't continue. Then send out the notice. I will personally make a trip to Dragon Island and ask the Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal to come over. Back then, it was the Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal who brought Lin Fei into the sect. I believe that Lin Fei will remember our old friendship. The Great Elder was very helpless. The dignified Celestial Sword sect was now going to personally make such a big fuss for a disciple that they had given up on. This was really unexpected. If there was medicine for regret, they definitely wouldn't have deceived themselves because of the breakthrough of the Celestial Sword Young Master, resulting in this scene today. This bitter fruit could only be eaten by them. There was no other way. For the Celestial Sword sect, for the qualification of the counselor, no matter how helpless they were, they had to shamelessly pay a visit and apologize. Compared to the former two, the Myth City was filled with cheers and laughter. When the news of City Lord Lin becoming the Supreme Alliance Master spread, the entire Myth City was in an uproar. Everyone was cheering, they were indescribably happy. From today onwards, no one would have any ideas about the Myth City. Who would dare to make a move on the Supreme Alliance Master's base camp? Moreover, the Alliance Master had already advanced to become a celestial being. For a time, the three words Alliance Master Lin hung on the lips of everyone in the Myth City. At this time, various forces came to the Myth City one after another. Regardless of the consequences, they had to first build a good relationship before anything else. All kinds of congratulatory gifts were continuously sent over. The Myth City's entrance hall was crowded. The forces that usually wouldn't make a move all risked their lives to come over. No matter what, they had to leave an impression. All kinds of priceless treasures were innumerable. The happiest ones were the experts of the mythical palace. They had finally made a name for themselves. City Lord Lin had unknowingly become a celestial being and sat on the position of the Supreme Alliance Master. This result was something that they had never expected. Chapter 702. Lin Fei's position as the Alliance leader was very stable. Just Lin Fei's battle prowess alone was enough to make all the big shots admire him. With the title of Dragon King, who would dare to object? The dragon race was the one and only faction on the continent. Who wouldn't be envious of them? Who wouldn't want to be on good terms with them? Once they had them, they would have a huge backing. Lin Fei became the Dragon King of the Dragon Kings. His position was even higher than the Dragon Clan leaders. With the addition of Alliance leader Lin's position, he could command the entire dragon race. After becoming the Supreme Alliance leader, Lin Fei finally understood what trouble was. Immediately, Alliance leader Lin called for a meeting. It was still held on Dragon Island, which was heavily guarded. Since everyone has elected me to be the Alliance head, I must lead everyone to carve out a path for us to chase the outsiders out of the mainland. I believe everyone has heard what I said just now. If there are no objections, everyone can go back and make your preparations. Alliance head Lin sat on the main seat, looking superior to everyone else. He was full of mettle. For an entire day, everyone discussed the matter of attacking the mutated races. Finally, they came up with a plan. I have no objections. I agree with Alliance leader Lin. This was equivalent to a vote. Daoist He Tian, Tai Yi, and those who were on good terms with Alliance leader Lin were the first to raise their hands in agreement. In addition, Alliance leader Lin himself had 2 votes. Refute. How could they refute? There was no way to refute. Alliance leader Lin was very satisfied. It was indeed good to have a partner. He wasn't afraid of them allying together. After the battle a few days ago, all the big shots had recovered. Fighting and scheming against each other was unavoidable. Lin Fei had the upper hand and was in complete control of the internal affairs. "Oh right, I have something to discuss with everyone," Lin Fei said to everyone. The Celestial Sect, Celestial Sword Sect, and Luotian Sect all knew it wasn't something good. "Alliance leader, please speak. We are all listening." Lin Fei glanced around and said blandly, "Since our alliance was formed, we have to exercise our rights. For example, large and small forces, such as handing over a batch of members to join the war against the non-human kind. You can't just ask us to do that, Can you? As for those sects that have surrendered to the outsiders, I suggest that we carry out a beheading operation to make an example out of them, so that everyone knows. Demon Lin is preparing to establish his dominance. What a fast pace. Not only is Demon Lin unparalleled in terms of combat power, but he's also good at scheming. They would not reject this reason. All of them agreed. In that case, I suggest that this beheading operation be handed over to a group of outstanding talents. I believe that with their help, they will definitely be able to ruthlessly establish their might. Lin Fei made another suggestion. Everyone was slightly stunned. They thought that Demon Lin was going to personally go up to gain some reputation or something. This was really unexpected. The alliance was formed. They didn't want Demon Lin to become big and form a dictatorship. As long as Demon Lin didn't go personally, it wouldn't affect them too much. I agree. I agree as well. Those fence-sitters do need to be intimidated. This matter passed without a hitch. The various factions left one after another. At the same time, they made an announcement to spread the decision. Lin Fei, why aren't you personally leading the team? After the meeting ended, Tai Yi came looking for him. Unknowingly, he had already gotten closer to Lin Fei and they had a close relationship. Do you think that I'll miss a chance to show off? Lin Fei smiled. You and I are both people who are going to ascend. Everything else is fleeting. My only hope now is to chase the outsiders out of the continent and return it to peace. Tai Yi didn't believe that Lin Fei would arrange for them to be beheaded for no reason. The outsiders are a huge problem. They are all elites. If they don't listen to orders, it will be very troublesome. Lin Fei said the reason, the beheading operation is actually to restrict them. If they don't obey, hehe, alliance leader, you are so mighty. Tai Yi couldn't help but shiver. If anyone underestimated Lin Fei, they would definitely eat them up. Don't doubt him, he had the strength to do so. At that moment, the door outside rang. Come in. After becoming alliance leader Lin, he naturally had corresponding servants. They were all transferred from Mythical City. Lord, the Mystic Sect's sect leader wishes to see you. Invite him in. Lin Fei thought about it and didn't refuse. If the Mystic Sect didn't take the initiative to visit, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Then I'll leave first. Tai Yi knew the relationship between the two of them. It wasn't good for him to stay here. He still had some sense of propriety. Lin Fei didn't keep Tai Yi. He was thinking about how to get benefits from the Mystic Sect. He wasn't the alliance leader for nothing. If he didn't squeeze out some benefits, he would lose face. After becoming the Supreme Alliance leader, Lin Fei naturally had to make good arrangements for the rest of his time. Soon, the servant brought a middle-aged man in, closed the door, and left. Alliance leader Lin, I am Sage Zhongyi. I have long heard of the alliance leader's might. Today, I specially came to pay my respects. Sage Zhongyi lowered his head. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come personally. Who would have thought that the insignificant existence in their eyes would rise to become the Supreme Alliance leader and have the right to decide the outcome of 2 votes on his own? Who would have thought that the insignificant existence in their eyes would rise to become the Supreme Alliance leader? Sage Zhongyi, please sit. Lin Fei smiled, this is just a favor from others. It isn't worth mentioning. If Sage Zhongyi didn't know about Demon Lin's methods, he would have thought that he was a kind person. The two of them started to chat casually. They looked like old friends that hadn't seen each other in a long time. One couldn't see any anger, but in reality, Sage Zhongyi lowered his head. Alliance leader Lin was calm and not anxious at all. One couldn't see any resentment. Sage Zhongyi was depressed. As a sect leader, it was really hard for him to hold back his words. However, he couldn't say anything. Alliance leader Lin, a few days ago, a traitor like Sage Junzi appeared in the sect. Our sect has already punished him and expelled him from Xian sect. We have also issued a warrant to kill Sage Junzi. Enlightened Master Zhongyi glanced at Lin Fei, but he didn't see any change in Lin Fei, so he continued, I know that Enlightened Master Junzi's actions have caused a negative impact, and it's not something that can be resolved in a short period of time. As for the impact caused by Enlightened Master Junzi, our sect has discussed it, and this is our sect's compensation to Alliance leader Lin. Lin Fei's face darkened. Sage Zhongyi, what is the meaning of this? People who don't know might think that I accepted benefits. That would make people doubt my ability to do things. This was different from what he had imagined. Sage Zhongyi was about to vomit blood. He had come to apologize, but Lin Fan was so serious. It was obvious that he didn't give Xian sect any face. If it was a normal day, he would have brushed his sleeves and left. Sage Zhongyi laughed dryly. Alliance leader is thinking too much. Chapter 703. Zhongyi was chased out just like that. How embarrassing. Luckily no one saw it, otherwise, the news would have spread like wildfire. Lin Fei, I personally came to apologize and tried to compensate you. What else do you want? Do you really have to fall out with me? Xian sect isn't afraid of a battle. Daoist Zhongyi was a sect leader, the leader of one of the top powers in the continent. Usually, who wouldn't be respectful to him? For thousands of years, it had always been like this. But today, it was completely different. His face was no longer of any use. Daoist Zhongyi didn't even give a damn about him. With a single sentence, he was chased out. This time, he took the initiative to come to ease their relationship. He couldn't become enemies and be targeted. Thus, he brought rich compensation. In the end, he paid a lot of money. If they didn't ease their relationship now, once the alien race army was ready to counterattack, their relationship wouldn't be good. Once the war started, they would most likely be unlucky. If they charged up and became cannon fodder, the other factions would be eager to weaken Xian sect's strength. But Demon Lin didn't give him face and acted like he was doing things by the book. Zhongyi wouldn't accept this outcome even if he was beaten to death. Thicken his face and go again. Zhongyi couldn't bring himself to do that. He heard Demon Lin say that he didn't have a problem with him and that he didn't care about Taoist gentleman's matter. But he had targeted him before. Did he think that he was a saint? Could he really put everything down? This sect master's heart is filled with anger. Zhongyi was unwilling to go back just like that. Sect leader, I think we can start from another aspect. The elder at the side suggested. Why don't you say it? This concerns our Xian sect, so we just need a way. Zhongyi calmed himself down. Demon Lin doesn't take any benefits and looks like he's tough to deal with. But in reality, if we start from another aspect, we might be able to succeed. For example, his women. The elder said carefully. Demon Lin has 2 women and he is doing things by the book. We can start from the women. After all, women are soft. Moreover, Lin Jiqing, who is in charge of Myth City, is a knowledgeable woman. We can. Immortal Zhongyi was silent for a moment and made a decision. Then let's start with Lin Jiqing. It's better than starting with Lin Fei. He's just a stone in the latrine pit. It's a waste of time on him. Even though Reverend Zhongyi was filled with anger, he still had to make a trip to the Myth City for the sake of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Wife, if that Daoist Master Zhongyi isn't an idiot, he will definitely start with you. When the time comes, you must swindle him. That's right, tell Little Feng to swindle him as well. In any case, the Celestial Sect of Wonders is rich, so spitting blood is nothing. In the room, Lin Fei said this to his wife, Lin Jiqing. If Zhongyi heard this, he would probably scold. Demon Lin is just full of evil tricks. He's clearly trying to scam our Xian sect. In the room, the canopy unfurled, and the 2 of them started talking. Hubby, you're so bad. If Reverend Zhongyi comes, I will definitely make him bleed. If not, I would be letting you down for taking care of him. Lin Jiqing giggled. Lin Fei rejected Reverend Zhongyi in front of him. This was a show of strength, and he didn't want any benefits. Lin Fei wasn't an idiot. How could that be possible? Only an idiot would reject it. Moreover, the Celestial Sect of Wonders had a deep foundation that made people envious. After sitting in the position of alliance leader, Lin Fei naturally had to put on airs. Reverend Zhongyi apologizing and compensating was a matter of course. If he accepted it in front of him, he wouldn't be able to squeeze any benefits out of it. However, it would be much better if Lin Jiqing opened her mouth. If you don't want to give it to me, that's fine. I'll find a chance to make things difficult for you. Let's see if you vomit blood or not. In the eyes of Lin Fei, a colossus like the Celestial Sect of Wonders was just a big fat pig. If he didn't go up and slaughter it a few times, it would be really embarrassing. Reverend Zhong Yi came to visit. If he didn't slaughter it, it would be a waste. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another shop. Lin Fei chatted with Lin Jiqing for a while more. He looked at his daughter. She seemed to be changing every day. She was chubby and very cute. Lord, the people from the Sword God sect are here. Just as he ended the conversation, the servant knocked on the door again. There was another message. Who came? Lin Fei asked casually. Lin Fei was very conflicted about his feelings towards the Sword God sect. On one hand, the Sword God sect had done him a favor back then. This was something that Lin Fei would never forget. But on the other hand, they allowed the Sword God young master to deal with him and expelled him from the Sword God sect. This matter left a knot in Lin Fei's heart. There was a gap between them and it wasn't something that could be resolved in a short period of time. Everyone would have emotions. Lin Fei was the same. It wasn't any less than others. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the Sword God sect had come to visit. There seems to be a great elder or something. The servant thought for a while and said, "Oh yes, there seems to be a 9-fingered sword celestial." Lin Fei sighed softly and said, "Go and invite the 9-fingered sword celestial in. As for the others, arrange for them to rest." Lin Fei didn't want to meet the higher-ups of the Sword God sect. He knew that the higher-ups of the Sword God sect were a group of elders. Everything was decided by them. When you guys gave up on me back then, you knew that this day would come. Don't even think about it. Lin Fei still had emotions subconsciously. Even though he had become the Alliance Master, Lin Fei was still a young man. It was hard for him to change in a short period of time. "Lin Fei, should I call you Alliance Master Lin now, or?" The 9-fingered sword celestial was as carefree as before. He asked with a smile the moment he entered. "Uncle Master, aren't you making things difficult for me?" Lin Fei said with a smile. The 9-fingered sword celestial heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Lin Fei would become unreasonable. Back then, when he saved the best seed, he knew that the Sword God sect would have a glorious day in the future. With such a genius in swordsmanship, the Sword God sect's glorious day was no longer a dream. In fact, the 9-fingered sword celestial was right. Lin Fei's strength rose at a rocketing speed. In a short time, he went from being a nobody to becoming a celestial immortal. It could be said that everything was as expected. The only thing that didn't come true was that the Sword God sect didn't become famous because of this. Instead, it became a huge joke. It should be said that it became the joke of the whole continent. When he found out that the elders had given up on Lin Fei, the 9-fingered sword celestial knew that they would definitely regret it. Even though the sword god was the #1 genius of the sect at that time and was favored by the heavens, his undisguised ambition had always made people very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, the sect valued him so much that the 9-fingered sword celestial could do nothing about it. The only thing the 9-fingered sword celestial didn't expect was that they would give up on Lin Fei. The regret came so quickly that he couldn't get used to it. The sword god sect had lost all its face. The entire elders were filled with regret. "Lin Fei, there's something I've always wanted to say to you. That slap you gave them was really resounding. It was such a satisfying slap that those old antiques will finally regret it." Lin Fei blinked, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. "You're not angry? Why would I be angry? Those old antiques in the sect are all inflexible. From the beginning, I thought that indulging the sword god would lead to trouble sooner or later. I've always had good foresight." The 9-fingered sword celestial felt very satisfied. But they didn't listen. "Fortunately, you defeated the sword god and shattered his ambition. Otherwise, the continent might really become his peerless kingdom. When that time comes, who knows how many more people will die." Lin Fei knew that the Sword God sect had sent the 9-fingered sword celestial here to play the emotional card. He didn't expect to hear such words. "I'm very surprised. I thought you would advise me." The 9-fingered sword celestial laughed loudly. "Advise you? In fact, I can't even be happy enough. Over the years, The only thing I'm happy about is saving you and making you a disciple of the Sword God sect. You don't know this, but after you became the Supreme Alliance leader and became a celestial immortal, the Saber sect's sect master personally came to the Sword God sect. He was quite frightened. Also, the Mu clan empire that wanted to kill you back then is now in a state of panic. They're afraid that you'll destroy them. Ever since the Saber sect and the Mu clan had become celestial immortals, they were just ants in Lin Fei's eyes. There was no point in him making a move against them. Martial uncle, I heard that you like good wine. I have some good wine here. You have to taste it. Lin Fei smiled happily. He changed the topic. He really didn't want to talk about this. I heard that your myth city has good wine. You even took in the 4 great fiends. Of course, I have to taste this wine. The two started drinking in the room and chatted about all sorts of things. The 9-fingered sword celestial didn't seem to want to talk about the purpose of this trip at all. They just drank and drank. Martial uncle, go back and tell them that the Sword God sect is the Sword God sect, and the Sword God is the Sword God. These are 2 different things. I can forgive them. Towards the end, Lin Fei said to the 9-fingered sword celestial. Sigh. The 9-fingered sword celestial sighed. You're more benevolent than the Sword God. Unfortunately, they made the wrong choice. Originally, the Sword God sect could have been glorious, but now, it was all for naught. From this moment on, the 9-fingered sword celestial knew that Lin Fei no longer had anything to do with the Sword God sect. What the Sword God sect did and what they chose to do next was up to them. Martial uncle, in the future, if you get tired of living in the Sword God sect, you can come to Myth City. I believe that it will be a good place. Ha ha ha, aren't you afraid that I'll drink all your wine? Martial uncle, even if it's a bottomless pit, I can let you drink to your heart's content. He really said that. The 9-fingered sword celestial returned drunk and reeked of alcohol. Lin Fei is benevolent and has already forgiven us. What else do you want? He is already a celestial immortal and will ascend to the higher realms soon. The 9-fingered sword celestial poured cold water on them. Everyone immediately sobered up. Lin Fei was about to ascend. It was already too late for them to do anything. Chapter 704. The visit of the Celestial Mystic Sect and the Sword God Sect seemed to be a secret, but in reality, everyone had spies. When the news spread, everyone sighed. What was the meaning of shooting oneself in the foot? It was no different from the scene in front of them. Demon Lin couldn't be offended. Even the mighty Celestial Mystic Sect had to lower their heads and apologize. After the conscription order was passed down, the entire continent was in an uproar. When the mutated ones invaded the continent, every sect and every force suffered greatly. Their disciples died or were injured, and their vitality was greatly damaged. The continent's dynasties were overturned, and the debt of blood was piled up. Everyone on the continent wanted to resist the mutated ones, but it was a mess. They didn't know where to start. Instead, they were attacked by the mutated ones everywhere. As the conscription order was passed down, everyone was excited. The day to counterattack the mutated ones had finally arrived. The Supreme Alliance leader was still Demon Lin. That ruthless guy instantly gave them supreme confidence. 3 days later, another shocking news came out of the continent. The elites of the continent joined forces and attacked the mutated ones' branches. There were more than 10 of them, and they killed hundreds of thousands of mutated ones. At the same time, they beheaded the forces that had surrendered to the mutated ones. This news made everyone excited. It was as if they could see the day when the mutated ones were chased out of the continent and even attacked their savage world. The war to counterattack the mutated ones had begun. After the conscription order was passed down, warriors rushed to the strongholds in groups. Each stronghold was guarded by heaven immortals to prevent the mutated ones from attacking. In just half a month, an army of over 100 million warriors was assembled. No matter what force or sect they were, no one dared to hide anything in front of the conscription order. Everyone had seen what happened to the previous few sects. In front of the conscription order, everyone arranged for their disciples to participate. The influence of the continent's alliance began to spread across the continent. Gradually, they had a certain level of influence. The Supreme Alliance leader, Lin Fei, contributed the creation of Heaven and Earth Joint Attack Formation. Against the Mutated One's army, he couldn't fight them alone. He could only rely on the combination of formations. The Heaven-Splitting Earth Formation was a secret technique of the dragon race. Its might was astonishing, and with a Heaven Immortal leading the formation, it could unleash its strongest attack against the outsiders. An army of over 100 million warriors would be carefully selected. As for the rest, they would be left to clean up the remaining alien races in various regions. The warriors selected would be the strongest army on the continent. Lin Fei divided them into 10 great Pangu formations and appointed 10 Heaven Immortals to lead the 10 million strongest warriors. Everyone's more or less done with the Heaven-Splitting Earth-Splitting formation. Let's counterattack. Everyone, I believe that everyone has already familiarized themselves with the Heaven-Splitting Earth-Splitting formation and is able to display 80 to 90% of its power. Myth City, City Lord Mansion. After Lin Fei returned from the Dragon Island, he held the last meeting before the counterattack. After half a month of preparation, Lin Fei felt that it was about time. He should have more or less mastered the Big Bang technique. If he continued, it would easily destroy the morale of the martial artists, which would be disadvantageous to the war. The demons are ready, Tai Yi was the first to speak. With the Heaven-Splitting Earth-Splitting formation, I can control Pangu and display 90% of its power. The Oceanids can use 80% of their power. No one would hold back on such matters. It seems that everyone has more or less mastered it. Lin Fei was very satisfied. With a wave of his hand, 10 immortal treasures appeared in front of him. These are immortal treasures that I have specially prepared for everyone. They can increase your attack power and allow you to unleash 100% of your power. In order to complete this mission of peace on the continent, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. 100% of his power? Everyone was shocked. They knew that Demon Lin was extremely mysterious and had an endless supply of treasures. It was not easy to make Pangu, who was summoned by the Big Bang technique, unleash 100% of his power. Everyone present knew that the Big Bang technique was an astonishing joint attack formation. Due to the lack of time, it had not been mastered perfectly. Naturally, it could not unleash 100% of its power. Someone like Tai Yi, who could unleash 90% of his power, was a pretty awesome existence. The others were temporarily unable to reach Tai Yi's level. The army of 10 million martial artists, from half-step sky immortals to itinerant immortals, had been strictly divided. Over the past half a month, they had formed the perfect formation to unleash the strongest attack. That's right. This is the heaven-cleaving sword. It has an amplifying effect. Lin Fei nodded. In a while, I will pass on the technique to you. Once you refine the heaven-cleaving sword and activate the Big Bang technique, you will be able to unleash 100% of your power. Alliance leader Lin is so benevolent. If we can unleash 100% of our power, our chances of defeating the alien army will increase by a few percent. Lin Fei gave out the heaven-cleaving sword and passed on the technique to all of you so that you can quickly refine it and perfectly control Pangu. Boom. Outside the Myth City, the formation covered everything. But even so, Pangu's aura was still soaring into the sky. Haha, I can finally unleash 100% of my power. Black Heaven Priest controlled Pangu and unleashed 100% of his power. The shocking power shocked everyone. How many treasures does Demon Lin have on him? He is giving them away just like that. This was what all the big shots were thinking. Why don't all of you give it a try? Lin Fei naturally knew what they were thinking. I have plenty of treasures. Let's see what you choose. With the heaven-cleaving sword in hand, Pangu could unleash powerful combat power and reach a perfect state. Alliance leader, when are we going to attack? My celestial sword is already thirsty. Everyone looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei had a plan. We need to start reclaiming our territory and gather the alien races together. Then, it will be our final battle. Right now, we need to attack from 10 different directions. The outsiders had occupied every corner of the continent, forming many strongholds. If they weren't uprooted, their counterattack would be nothing more than a joke. Only when the outsiders were forced into a corner would they truly start a decisive battle to decide the outcome of the battle. Everyone was in favor of Lin Fei's plan. They would attack from the strongholds and force them to gather together. This was a good idea. As for the remaining alien races, they could rely on the martial artist army to clear them out. Let's go at midnight. Lin Fei arranged the 10 locations and decided to attack in the afternoon. No one objected to this decision. Everyone was extremely excited. The alien race army had wreaked havoc on the continent for many years. Everyone was holding their breaths. From midnight onwards, the counterattack would officially begin. At midnight, the moon hung high in the sky. Lin Fei changed into a black armor. He was filled with killing intent like a god had descended. Everyone, let's go. Chapter 705. Tianyi Empire. This place, which had long been occupied by the alien tribe, became an important stronghold of the alien tribe on the continent, with millions of alien tribe soldiers. They were extremely powerful. Through this stronghold, they controlled a large area, which was hundreds of millions of miles wide. In the entire area, the human tribe became slaves, and they worked as miners. In the Tianyi Imperial Palace. When the alien tribe army attacked, the Tianyi Empire was the first to surrender. All the forces in the city resisted, so the alien tribe massacred the human tribe. Blood flowed like a river, and millions of people died. Only then did they completely control the Tianyi Empire. At this time, the Tianyi Imperial Palace was full of singing and dancing. The leaders of the alien tribe were drinking merrily, and they regarded themselves as nobles, looking down on the weak human tribe. When they were dissatisfied, they would kill the human tribe to vent their anger. Not bad, not bad, the human tribe women are beautiful, and they dance well. Sitting at the head of the table was a three-eyed outsider. His entire body was dark green, and he was called the three-eyed outsider. According to legends, the three-eyed outsider's 3 eyes could see through heaven and earth, and the vertical eye in the middle had a destructive light that could destroy everything. Your Majesty, we have recently captured a group of human tribe rebels, and there are many beautiful girls among them. Shall I send them to your room tonight? A three-eyed alien sitting next to the throne said. Most like those human women from last time. This king likes to torture them to death and then slowly eat them. Human girls are very delicious. Satsuma grinned from his seat of honor. His eyes emitted a ruthless aura. The surrounding humans were so scared that they began to tremble. They were the royal family of the Tianyi Empire, who had surrendered to the three-eyed outsider, and continued to enjoy their luxuries. However, they were terrified by the three-eyed outsider's behavior. The emperor of the human tribe treated the beauties like treasures, but in the eyes of the three-eyed outsider, he was a demon who enjoyed torturing beauties and then eating them alive. Your Majesty, this time we have specially prepared them for you. These human tribe rebels are reckless. We will kill them every time they come. Satsuma nodded in satisfaction. Right, pass down my orders to all strongholds to be on guard against the human race's sneak attack. The higher-ups have already given the order. That damned Continental Alliance has been formed, and they're preparing to counterattack our foreign races. I really don't know where they get their courage from. This king really hopes that they'll attack us. That way, we'll have more meat to eat, ha ha ha. Great king pressure. Great king pressure. The outsiders on the left and right said in unison. Alliance leader, the largest stronghold of the Tianyi Empire is right below us. Once we get rid of this stronghold, we'll be able to liberate the hundreds of millions of miles of territory, the scout reported. The humans launched an all-out counterattack. Lin Fei wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. The Tianyi Empire would be the first target, and it would be a huge blow to the alien races. With the help of the divine fire space, Lin Fei broke through the periphery and arrived at the Tianyi Empire. His powerful divine sense covered the whole Tianyi Empire. He knew that the Tianyi Empire was the largest stronghold. There were no less than 500,000 individual immortals and 30 half-step celestial immortals. With such a strong force, ordinary counterattacks would not be able to break their defense. Let's start from here tonight. Lin Fei released 10 million itinerant immortal experts to form the genesis of Heaven and Earth array formation to summon Emperor Pangu. In reality, Lin Fei was Emperor Pangu. With the battle strength of a heaven immortal, Pangu the Great became even stronger, his aura soaring into the sky. Open! Lin Fei, who was 10,000 feet tall, slashed down with the heaven-splitting sword. Boom tilde tilde. The array formation above the Qiani Empire shook violently. Oh no, the humans are here. Fight back. The alien races in the imperial capital were in a panic. Emperor Pangu the Great's aura was too strong. With one slash, the array formation began to shake, which scared them. Even when the human army attacked last time, the array formation did not show any signs of collapse. Not bad, the array formation of the alien races can block 30% of my battle strength. Lin Fei's attack just now was a test. Break. Lin Fei mobilized his strength. He had to admire the dragon race for having such a powerful array formation. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. The sword light slashed on the array formation. With this slash, Lin Fei used 50% of his battle strength. The array formation of the Qiani Empire suddenly broke and turned into thousands of light spots. A large number of alien races were killed on the spot. Blood flowed like a river. Ha ha ha, you humans are finally here. Just in time to kill you all. Samo rushed out of the ruins of the imperial palace. His blood-red eyes flashed with excitement. He was like a bloodthirsty animal staring at its prey. Behind him was a group of half-step celestial immortals. Kill. Lin Fei slashed out with his sword. The sword light swept across the area with 90% of his battle strength. The alien races had always been cunning. As soon as they attacked, Lin Fei used all his strength, not giving them any chance. Divine Light of Destruction, the most powerful sword strike. Satsuma roared as he sensed the danger. He had never thought that this person would be so powerful. A single sword strike could cause such danger. The half-step heaven immortals behind him opened their third eye at the same time. A destructive aura spread out as a golden screen appeared in front of them, dyeing the night sky golden. Such a terrifying aura of destruction could only be displayed by the alien races. Under the Jingguang's canopy, the surroundings quickly melted and turned into ruins. The aura of destruction lingered in the ruins. Unfortunately, they had neglected Lin Fei. He was not an ordinary celestial immortal, and this array was not an ordinary array either. The invincible sword will rushed over and tore a huge hole in the Jingguang's canopy, breaking the three-eyed alien race's Jingguang's canopy. The Jingguang's canopy shattered like glass. The invincible sword will swept across them. The leading half-step celestial triops were cut in half at the waist and killed on the spot. Too strong. Run. He's a celestial immortal. Out of the 30 half-step celestial immortals, 10 were killed in the blink of an eye. The rest fled in panic. As for the king's Samo, he bore the brunt of the attack and was killed by Lin Fei. Just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Lin Fei sneered. He swung his sword and killed the remaining half-step celestial immortals one by one. Lin Fei's combat strength was too strong to control the Big Bang formation. If it was someone else, they might have felt some pressure when facing the divine light of destruction. After losing the three-eyed aliens, the rest of the loose immortals were out of control. They were no longer a threat. Lin Fei took out the heaven and earth furnace and suppressed them in it. These were a large number of points and junchi. Plunder. Plunder. Inform the extermination army to clean up this area. I want them to be killed in the same way they killed the human clan. Lin Fei ordered the spy. He tore open the void and rushed to the next stronghold, uprooting all the alien strongholds in the Qiani Empire. Lin Fei uprooted the first big stronghold. In another place, the Greater One spiritual master had transformed into Pangu the Great, holding the heaven-splitting sword against the alien general. They were engaged in a fierce battle. He took advantage of the opponent's weakness and killed him with one sword strike. Ha 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 ha, this is so cool. The Greater One spiritual master threw his head back and laughed. The alien general is just SOSO. I'll kill you all. He brandished his sword and rushed into the alien army, starting a crazy massacre. There were wails everywhere and blood flowed like a river. Similar situations occurred in many strongholds. With the divine power of Pangu the Great, he almost wiped out all the strongholds. The pressure was reduced and the sects also began to attack the remaining defeated alien races. Overnight, the situation began to change greatly. The next day, the news spread throughout the continent. Although the strongholds that were uprooted were only a part of the continent, they saw hope. The hope of defeating the alien army. 10 days. It was not a long time, nor was it a short time. The rebel army was in a good situation. They gradually recovered their territory. The alien army continued to collapse. One stronghold after another was uprooted. A large number of alien race loose immortals and half-step celestial immortals were killed. Blood flowed like a river and the sky changed color. The 10 great generals became famous in the continent. Each of them became an existence that people worshipped. Among them, Lin Fei was the most worshipped. His reputation became even more resounding. As for the previous title of Demon Lin, it was directly ignored and replaced by Alliance leader Lin. As the strongholds continued to crumble, the Alliance army's numbers kept increasing. They wiped out the alien races everywhere. At first, they surrounded the human race. Now, it was the human race's turn. Life really had its ups and downs. The alien races suffered great losses. The divine kings could not sit still anymore. They began to recall the alien races outside to prevent further attacks. At the same time, they formed a blockade. Temporary encampment, in a huge senfu. Outside the senfu, the loose immortals and half-step celestial immortals formed a defensive formation. The alien races have started to withdraw their forces. Our plan is working. They can't afford such losses. This is more in line with our fighting style. Lin Fei was in a good mood. He had been raiding the alien race's strongholds day and night. He had finally succeeded. The people present were all representatives. They naturally understood what it meant when the alien races started to withdraw their forces. This was an important step forward for them. The alien races could no longer accept losses. In 10 days, the 10 great generals swept through one stronghold after another. As long as it wasn't a divine king, with great Emperor Pangu's power, they were invincible. Alliance leader, in a few days, we can fight them. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Tai Yi was the one with the most murderous intent in the past few days. His body exuded a terrifying killing intent. Without a divine king guarding the strongholds, Tai Yi practically swept through them. Even when he encountered a powerful divine king, he was still killed. Such rapid progress was actually beyond their imagination. Actually, the Genesis splitter formation was too strong. Plus, it could use 100% of its power. It was truly invincible. All of this was just the beginning. The real battle was coming. Chapter 706. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. The human alliance relied on the might of Pangu the Great Emperor to continuously reclaim the occupied territories. During this period of time, the divine kings of the foreign races led the foreign races and both sides engaged in several fierce battles. Both sides suffered losses and were testing each other's strength. The 10 generals of the human race were temporarily the strongest force on the continent. This force could not be concealed and had already become the stabilizing force of the human race. The 10 generals had already fought with the 10 great divine kings. For the time being, both sides could not do anything to each other. At the same time, the battle lines of both sides quickly gathered together. The 10 great divine kings occupied an empire in the south of the continent and became the last base camp of the continent. They controlled the southern region of the continent. On the human alliance's side, they controlled the north of the continent and temporarily formed a situation of north and south facing each other. Alliance leader, aren't you letting them off easy by coming out personally? In the endless void, a warship flew past. On the warship, the scarlet refined heavenly demon could not help but say. In his opinion, it was better to stay in the base camp and command the battle. He should not take the risk and come out. The foreign races are holed up in the south. With the 10 great divine kings holding down the fort, victory seems to be one-sided. If you really think that way, you will definitely regret it. Lin Fei sat on the seat and said with a smile. I almost forgot. The foreign races could dominate for a period of time in the past. They are not as simple as they appear on the surface. The scarlet refined heavenly demon quivered and seemed to have thought of something. Are you talking about the Holy Mother? In the cabin, there were only a few people who understood the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother is a special race. The 10 great divine kings are all nurtured by them. It is not wrong to nurture another 10 great divine kings. Lin Fei said with a smile. Have you all noticed that the territories we reclaimed have a sharp decline in population? In addition, the foreign races have changed their behavior and are wantonly attacking and plundering the population. It might be for the Holy Mother. Lin Fei stopped there and did not continue. Everyone's face turned solemn. City Lord, we have arrived at the Fire Beacon continent. It is one of the worlds that have been occupied by the foreign races. A scout quickly ran in and reported the situation. Everyone, prepare for battle. Lin Fei stood up. When the battle line between the north and the south was opened, Lin Fei found an opportunity to go to the land outside and cut off the non-humankind army's retreat. With the previous victories, Lin Fei didn't think that they could keep suppressing the foreign races. Especially after the 10 great god kings came out to fight a few times and chose to turtle up, he realized that something was going to happen. The first thing that came to Lin Fei's mind was the mother insect. The system had recorded that it was a powerful existence. If Lin Fei was still able to see through it, then he could forget about being the leader of the alliance. The battleship entered the Fire Beacon continent. The sky was filled with flames. It was a red nation. Lin Fei's divine sense swept outwards and everything within a radius of 5 million kilometers appeared before his eyes. After advancing to the heavenly immortal stage, his divine sense was able to extend to a full 5 million kilometers. Don't kill us. We're not going, let us go. You strange races, someone will come and kill you sooner or later. In the blood-colored underground world, miserable, despairing, and angry voices filled the air. In front of the gigantic blood-colored whirlpool, a large group of suppressed humans were chased up and forced into the blood-colored whirlpool. Behind them, there was an endless stream of human figures. There were at least billions of them, tens of billions of people. Above the blood-colored whirlpool, there were tall and ugly foreign races standing guard along the way. They chased the humans into the whirlpool. Anyone who moved would be killed. Corpses were strewn all over the place. That blood-colored whirlpool was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the human race without stopping. Above the whirlpool, on a high platform, there was a tall figure wearing blood-colored battle armor. The aura around him turned into blood-colored lotuses that bloomed repeatedly. When can the other passage be opened? If this continues, the speed is too slow. The god kings can't wait any longer and will fly into a rage. Blood Devil retracted his gaze and asked the person beside him with an anxious expression. Replying to the king, our people are working hard. I believe we can open the other passage tomorrow and increase the speed of the delivery. No, it's too slow. Tell them to speed up. I want to see the passage open in half a day. These humans are the best flesh and blood nourishment. There cannot be any mistakes. Neither you nor I can bear this crime. Blood Devil coldly said. This lowly one will arrange it immediately. Only Blood Devil was left on the high platform. Fire Beacon continent has plundered 100 billion people. With my contribution, I can probably become a god king by then. Blood Devil squinted his eyes as he was intoxicated. Whoever dares to stop me from becoming a god king, this daddy will kill them. Ha 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 tilde 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 City Lord, the population of Fire Beacon continent seems to have been plundered. The warship stealthily entered the continent. Everywhere it passed, there were no signs of human habitation. Ruins were faintly visible. The once prosperous Fire Beacon continent had become a dead world. It seems like we were right to come this time. Lin Fei also realized the severity of the problem. The population is very important to the foreign races. We need to find out why they need so many people. Lin Fei constantly released his divine senses to check Fire Beacon continent. Even though Fire Beacon continent wasn't big, the current Lin Fei couldn't quickly scan the entire continent. He could only search inch by inch. Found it. 1 hour later, Lin Fei used his powerful divine senses to find the base camp of the foreign races. Human race. the human race of Fire Beacon Continent and a large number of demonic beast. Looking down from above, they could see everything clearly. On the blood plains, the black army of the foreign races was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. The entire plains were guarded, and below them were countless humans. They were constantly rushing towards the passages and killing those that didn't go. There were more than 10 blood passages, just like the gates of hell. What do the foreign races want? Lin Fei frowned as this was unexpected. He couldn't figure it out, but from the looks of it, there were at least tens of billions of people. City Lord, let's just kill our way out and save them first. The scarlet refining heavenly devil's strength had increased. He was now a half-step heaven immortal. His desire for battle was even stronger. Even though he didn't know what was going on, he had to save them first. Let's start from here. Lin Fei flew out from the warship and activated the formation. Emperor Pangu appeared in the sky and swung his divine sword, sending out endless sword chi. Defensive formation? None at all. Lin Fei's sword swept across like a storm, crushing a large number of the foreign races into dust. Not good, the human race is here. With one slash, the foreign race's iron fortress was torn open. The foreign races were in chaos. They quickly formed their first wave of attack. The suppressed humans below all stopped. Their pale faces couldn't help but reveal a smile. They finally saw hope. They're here to save us. The human race from the other great worlds are here to save us. This news was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone. Emperor Pangu's Lin Fei looked down on everyone. Even though the foreign race's rogue immortals were strong, with the divine sword in hand, it was like chopping vegetables. Chapter 707. Savage Wilderness Great World. This base camp of the foreign races was filled with a black mass of army with no end in sight. Under a huge volcano crater, scorching magma tumbled continuously. Bubbles flew out and collided with the rocks. Scorching air waves spread everywhere, and huge pits appeared on the hard rocks. The 10 great divine kings were gathered below. The scorching air waves were dispersed by them. All of them had solemn expressions, and a smile flashed across their faces as they looked ahead. It was no small matter for the 10 great divine kings to gather here. On the boiling magma, a blood-colored tree was rooted in the magma. It was 30,000 feet tall. The blood-colored tree wasn't a true tree. It didn't have any branches or leaves. Instead, it was covered with blood vessels as thick as an arm. There were hundreds and thousands of blood vessels like this. 30,000 feet high, a huge white cocoon of light was giving off sacred light. In less than half a year, Lord Holy Mother should be able to recover. Divine King Hao Tian looked at the cocoon of light and said, "Unfortunately, we underestimated Demon Lin, causing the continent to be reclaimed by them. If we had known, we would have killed Demon Lin back then. This day wouldn't have come." Transformation Divine King said in frustration. "What's wrong with that? We can take back our lost territory." Crimson Light Divine King sneered. "They would never have thought that we didn't attack the continent for resources, but for a large number of people. The large number of people of the human race is our goal." On the blood-colored tree, blood flowed rapidly through the blood vessels and into the cocoon of light. The cocoon of light shone brightly, and multicolored light filled the sky. More than half of the population of Shentian continent has been taken in by us. Even if the human race knows, it's useless. They can't attack our savage wilderness great world, Heavenly Wings Divine King said. "You did well, you didn't disappoint me." Suddenly, a huge human face appeared on the cocoon of light. It was extremely ugly, but in the eyes of the divine kings, it was an incomparably familiar aura. Holy Mother! The 10 great divine kings knelt down, and the magma couldn't invade them. So, inside the cocoon of light was their Holy Mother of the foreign races. At this moment, Holy Mother had revealed herself. Back then, Holy Mother had been heavily injured and couldn't recover. That was why the foreign races kept attacking the various great worlds and plundering their population to recover Holy Mother's injuries. Since the Holy Mother had set a deadline of 1 year, they naturally did not dare to be negligent. They immediately attacked with their full strength. Coupled with the appearance of the starry sky-shaking beast, they were able to suppress the sects of the continent. "This is what we should do." Godly King Hao Tian was overwhelmed by the favor. However, this is not enough. I need a large amount of flesh and blood. The Holy Mother said, I've seen all of your recent battles. Therefore, in a while, I will activate my power and nurture a intergenerational God King to reverse the current situation for you. Great. The 10 great divine kings' faces revealed delighted looks. The outsiders had a huge population, but in terms of God Kings, they were extremely lacking. They were inferior to the human race, but with their powerful human armies, they eventually conquered the various worlds one by one. If they had enough God Kings, they wouldn't have to worry about the human race. At the same time, I will pass on a spell formation to fight against the humans. I want you to take over the mysterious heaven great world and capture those powerful flesh and blood. Everyone understood that even if a large number of people were to recover, they would still be inferior to powerful celestial immortals. The Holy Mother continued. Multicolored light filled the sky, enveloping the interior of the volcano. The Holy Mother disappeared, and the cocoon of light dimmed as if it had consumed a huge amount of energy. Even the brilliance it released was not as bright as before. 3 days later, God Kings will be born in the cocoon. Although their strength is inferior to yours, they can lend you a hand. Do not disappoint me. The Holy Mother's voice faded. Looking at the huge tree that was 100,000 feet tall, there were dozens of cocoons of light hanging. A God King roughly counted, a total of 67 cocoons. These cocoons were completely black and 100 feet wide. They hung on the tree as if they were growing on it. If the human race knew that the outsiders had produced 67 God Kings in 3 days, even though their strength was inferior to the 10 great divine kings, a God King was still a God King with the combat strength of a celestial immortal. With their help, we can crush the human race alliance. We, the outsiders, have many itinerant immortals. This time, we must teach the human race a lesson. Every God King finally had a smile on their faces. Godly King Hao Tian opened his eyes. Lord Holy Mother, the energy consumption is too great. For the time being, she can't pay attention to us. This king has already obtained the secret technique. Bang! Before Godly King Hao Tian finished speaking, a huge blood vessel on the tree suddenly exploded, withered, and disappeared. The God Kings were enraged. A large blood vessel ruptured. It was equivalent to a great world losing its supply. Something happened to the Fire Beacon continent. Godly King Heavenly Wings took a look and said in a deep voice. At this time, something happened to the Fire Beacon continent. The consequences of losing a supply were undoubtedly very serious. Immediately bring people over. You must find the culprit. Godly King Hao Tian was enraged. Just now, he had guaranteed in front of the Holy Mother that nothing would happen. In the blink of an eye, one of the branches had ruptured. How could he not be enraged? I'll go immediately. Godly King Heavenly Wings said. The remaining God Kings, guard here and wait for the God King to be nurtured. There must be no more problems, Godly King Hao Tian ordered. Even though this was the savage Great World, their headquarters, they had to be careful when faced with a situation. Especially when the Holy Mother expended her energy to produce white cocoons and nurture God Kings. Apart from a limited number of God Kings, the rest stayed under this volcano, waiting for the God King to be born. Apart from that, they studied the secret technique that the Holy Mother had passed down. Fire Beacon Continent, Lin Fei went straight for the root of the problem, killing his way down from the surface. Under Great Emperor Pangu's array formation, unless a God King appeared, it was nearly impossible. The foreign races did not expect that someone would appear on the Fire Beacon Continent. This was a mid-level world. The arrangements left behind by the foreign races were very powerful. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Fei. Lin Fei killed his way down from the surface. When he encountered a leader-like existence, he immediately killed him. When he saw the huge vortex below, he destroyed it with one sword strike. After killing the foreign race experts of the Fire Beacon Continent, Lin Fei stopped. He left the rest to them to handle. What exactly is this blood-colored vortex? Even though he destroyed the blood-colored vortex with one sword strike, Lin Fei did not know the origins of this blood-colored vortex. Subconsciously, This blood-colored vortex was related to the disappearance of a large number of humans. Back then, when Lin Fei saw the blood-colored vortex, he felt that it was not something good, so he directly destroyed it. City Lord, this is a member of the original royal family of the Fire Beacon continent, a subordinate with a few noble auras. There were a few people with noble temperaments. Although they had temporarily declined, one could still see the temperament of the royal family on their faces. You are members of the royal family? Lin Fei's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man. His face was rather pale, clearly having been interrogated. Now that his strength had recovered, his complexion had changed quite a bit. I am Adept Tianchen of the Fire Beacon continent. I was once the master of the Fire Beacon continent, Adept Tianchen said. I thank you for saving us. Otherwise, all of us on the Fire Beacon continent would have been completely annihilated. Adept Tianchen thought that they were dead for sure. His power had been sealed, making it impossible for him to break out. The foreign army had tried to break out of the encirclement several times but were unable to. Instead, a large number of them had died. In the end, Adept Tianchen had given up. Just as he was about to lose all hope, a giant descended from the heavens and destroyed the formation, killing their experts. Adept Tianchen knew that they were saved. My lord is the leader of the Shentian Continent Alliance. The members of the royal family behind Adept Tianchen revealed surprised expressions. So it is the leader of the Shentian Continent. This old man greets the leader. The Fire Beacon Continent was very powerful, but compared to the Shentian Continent, it was nothing. The Shentian Continent was the true major world. It was more than 100 times the size of the Fire Beacon Continent. Experts were as common as the clouds, not something that the Fire Beacon Continent could compare to. Although he didn't know the leader's background, Adept Tianchen knew that no one would dare to say such a thing. It's just an empty title. Lin Fei smiled. I'll have to trouble Adept Tianchen to take care of the people below. Adept Tianchen was surprised. This young man was much more broad-minded than he had imagined. He had thought that the young man would control them, but after hearing this, he realized that he had been thinking too much. He felt quite ashamed. Go help them. Take care of the order and arrange for them to stay here for now, Adept Tianchen said to the clansmen behind him. There were so many people on the Fire Beacon continent. Lin Fei wasn't interested in taking care of them. Coincidentally, he had discovered the secret of the outsiders. The outsiders were quickly defeated. Unfortunately, Lin Fei didn't bring many people with him. The outsiders fled in all directions, causing quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, the people of the Fire Beacon continent recovered their strength and joined in the chase. They had been holding back for far too long. The entire Fire Beacon continent was captured in one fell swoop. After being rescued, they immediately attacked and hunted down the outsiders, wanting nothing more than to kill them all. Sage Tianchen, I wonder if you know the origin of this crimson vortex. Lin Fei pointed at the crimson vortex that had been destroyed. Adept Tianchen gritted his teeth. This is a nourishment formation set up by the outsiders. Supposedly, it teleports to the outsiders' main camp, the Savage World. Nourishment formation? Lin Fei was a bit confused. Adept Tianchen explained. The outsiders suppressed all of the humans on the Fire Beacon continent and sent them into this blood vortex. Our flesh and blood are turned into nourishment and teleported there. As for who they teleport to, I'm not too sure. Could it be the Holy Mother? A thought emerged in Lin Fei's mind, and then it went out of control. It must be the Holy Mother. The system said that the Holy Mother needs a large amount of nourishment. Damn it, this is the outsiders' goal. Lin Fei finally understood the real goal of the outsiders. Before, he always thought that they had an aggressive nature, but now, it seemed that they were doing this for the Holy Mother. Chapter 708. P.S. Thank you to Lee7894563321* for the tip. In the boundless void, a black battleship flew across the sky, and behind it, many battleships followed. There was no end in sight, and there were at least tens of thousands of battleships. These battleships were the human race's battleships. Ever since Alliance leader Lin showed off his invincible might, killing the god king of the foreign races and cutting off their main force. The foreign races lost their leader and started to collapse. The martial artists of the continent gathered together and attacked the foreign races' lone warriors. On the southern battlefront, the foreign races' main camps fell one after another, and the foreign races' warriors turned into ashes. The death of the god king caused the human race's morale to soar. They were like a hot knife cutting through butter, sweeping through everything in their path. The foreign races' armies, which had already lost their morale, continued to crumble and be destroyed. Only those who managed to return to their major worlds were lucky enough to survive. After half a month of cleansing, there were no more foreign races left on the continent. All the passageways leading to the foreign major worlds had been destroyed by the foreign races, which meant that they had lost their chance to return to the continent. The Sentient continent, which had been in chaos for so long, finally regained its peace. The black clouds dispersed, and the sun shone brightly. It was a long-awaited peace. To the continent, the foreign races had caused great damage to the continent. Who knew how many sects had lost their legacies because of this? How many sects had been annihilated because of this? How many sects had made the wrong choice because of this? How many powers had risen to power because of this? After the continent regained its peace, the Sentient continent joined forces with the other major worlds and began to liberate the suppressed worlds. A month later, they stepped onto the final battlefield, the Savage World. Although the foreign armies had retreated and their god kings had been slain, to the people of the various worlds, the foreign races would forever be a dangerous existence. This was especially true of the peerless Holy Mother. As long as she wasn't eliminated, it was possible that she would repeat the same disastrous mistakes. As for whether or not a great hero would appear by then, no one knew. The Holy Mother had to be killed. A Holy Mother who could produce a God King at any time. Without question, this was an extremely dangerous thing. Thus, the scene of the warships traversing through the void towards the savage world came about. Only after the foreign races lost their Holy Mother would they be able to truly relax. They wouldn't have to worry about her any longer. Boom, boom, boom. One warship after another charged into a brown planet. After entering this world, an aura of desolation washed over them. Everywhere they passed, there was nothing but desolation. Yellow sand danced in the air, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere, creating a whistling sound. Alliance Master, we've arrived. This is the savage world. Countless warships hovered in the sky like a dark cloud, blocking out the sun and sky. The savage great world is truly barren. Lin Fei stood at the bow of the warship. Everywhere he looked, there was nothing but desolation. There was no aura of life. No wonder they keep invading. A single world really can't satisfy them. Lin Fei had to personally oversee the Holy Mother's nest. Subconsciously, the Supreme Holy Mother was the strongest existence of the foreign races. Unfortunately, when he killed the God King back then, he had forgotten to leave one alive so that he could interrogate her for details. This was the first time they had come to the savage world. In their imaginations, the foreign races would go all out to stop them from invading the savage world. Once they conquered the savage world, the foreign races would be completely wiped out. However, the scene before them was very different from what they had imagined. The foreign races did not attack. In fact, there was no aura at all as far as the eye could see. It looks like the foreign races are planning to fight a decisive battle with us. Tell them to fan out. Once they see the foreign races' army, fire the divine martial cannons. Don't give them any chances. Lin Fei smiled as he gave the order. The eyes of the people behind him twitched. They really wanted to say, Alliance Master, why do we need to use the divine martial cannons against these cannon fodder? It's too wasteful. Each of the elite warships was equipped with a divine martial cannon. In Lin Fei's words, since they were allies, he was willing to sell them such a powerful weapon at a low price. Others could forget about it. Lin Fei naturally earned a lot of money. Unfortunately, they were still worrying about how to obtain more resources. The divine martial cannon was a bottomless pit. No matter how rich they were, they might not be able to support it. The warships continued to fan out. As they continued to head deeper, they did not see any foreign races appear. It was as though they had completely disappeared, giving up on the savage wilderness world. The savage wilderness world was very large, even larger than the Sentien continent. However, it was extremely desolate. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and there was no sign of life at all. The commonly seen plants and trees were completely extinct in the savage wilderness world. There was no trace of them at all. The system's words were correct. The foreign races are innately the locusts. Wherever they go, they empty out everything. The savage wilderness world really does suit the characteristics of the foreign races, Lin Fei silently thought to himself. Half a day later, an enormous golden castle suddenly appeared at the end of the horizon, as well as a black mass of foreign races. A desolate aura surged towards them. So the foreign races had long since made preparations for a major battle. They had been standing guard at their headquarters. So many foreign races formed a black mass. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a desolate aura surged towards the heavens. Upon seeing such a large number of foreign races, everyone finally understood why Lin Fei had suggested to bombard the foreign races with cannons. At the very least, it would save them trouble and reduce unnecessary casualties. We can only win this battle. We cannot lose. Lin Fei's gaze was resolute. I'll leave the matters outside to you. Lin Fei had come for this battle for the sake of the Holy Mother. Of everyone present, only he could fight against the Holy Mother. If this scourge wasn't eliminated, it would be hard for the continent to find peace. Ever since he had obtained the bloodline of this world, Lin Fei had viewed himself as a person of this world. Those distant memories were now buried deep within his mind, and he truly viewed himself as a part of the Sentien continent. Alliance Master, don't worry. We'll definitely annihilate everything that happens outside. The Fiend Lord's killing intent surged. This time, their Devil Gate had suffered heavy losses. Attack! Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear, and it exploded in the skies like thunder. What followed was the sound of the outsiders attacking as well. The outsiders swarmed forward like a tidal wave. Divine Martial Cannon, fire! In the face of so many outsiders, the Divine Martial Cannon showed its might. Boom, 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 brilliant beams of light tore through the skies and exploded within the outsiders' army, causing huge shockwaves to sweep out. One outsider's body after another was torn apart by the shockwaves. Blood rained down from the sky, landing on the dried yellow sand. The Divine Martial Cannon is so powerful. Tai Yi cheered loudly. Its power was unparalleled, but it used up so much energy that even he felt pained. For the sake of the outsiders, it was all worth it. Chapter 709. What? The outsiders are plundering so many people for the sake of the outsiders' Holy Mother. To heal the wounds left behind by that battle? When this news reached the Sentien continent, the entire human race alliance was completely shocked. They were truly frightened by this news. Ever since they had reclaimed the northern part of the continent, they had discovered an important problem. A large number of the human race had disappeared. Aside from a limited number of major factions that had managed to preserve their population, almost all other places had been wiped out. Everyone had been guessing where the human population had gone. Most people believed that the human race had been plundered by the outsiders and had become their slaves to mine resources. They hadn't thought about the other reasons. When they heard the news from Lin Fei, they were all shocked. This news was world-shaking. There was no way they could relate it to the disappearance of the human race. Thus, they had their previous doubts. Despicable. This is too despicable. No wonder the outsiders are constantly invading other worlds. If we had known this would happen, we would have intervened long ago to stop them. That's why things have come to this. Our Sentien continent is a major world. A large number of people have disappeared. Mid-level worlds and minor worlds can't compare to us. Right now, the only thing we need to know is how much the outsider's Holy Mother has recovered. That's right. The outsider's most powerful being is the Holy Mother. Even the divine kings were created by the Holy Mother's power. If the Holy Mother's injuries have fully recovered, it will be very disadvantageous for us. I suggest we send troops to liberate the other worlds and stop the outsiders from continuing. Their understanding of the outsider's Holy Mother was limited to rumors. It had happened so long ago that they had almost forgotten about the Holy Mother. 100,000 years. 1,000,000 years. It had been too long. They couldn't remember clearly. It had been passed down from generation to generation. The news about the Holy Mother had been passed down from a long, long time ago. Back then, the Holy Mother's divine might had reached the heavens. She had countless experts under her command. She had established a peerless outsider's divine kingdom and enslaved the human race. The outsiders called themselves nobles. After that, the cruelty of the outsiders incited the resistance of the human race. They united the various worlds and fought a long war. In the end, the heaven realm sent down many immortal clones to fight against the outsider's Holy Mother. The outsider race's Holy Mother was extremely powerful. Even when the heaven realm immortals descended to the mortal world, they were still killed by the outsider race's Holy Mother. It was difficult for them to resist and they suffered heavy losses. In the end, a supreme expert sent down his will and forced the outsider race's Holy Mother into the endless void. Only then did he manage to injure her. Unfortunately, the outsider race's Holy Mother used a peerless divine ability to escape. From then on, the outsiders completely retreated, and the peerless outsider's divine kingdom fell apart. The human race once again became the masters of the continent. For generations, it was passed down that when the Holy Mother appeared, she had to be killed. They knew how powerful the Holy Mother was. Unmatched experts attacked, yet they couldn't kill her. Even though afterwards, the unmatched experts used great divine abilities to search for the Holy Mother, in the end, they still failed, having no choice but to return dejectedly. After that battle, most of the alien race's experts were killed, and the alien race's strength was greatly reduced. They were no longer as powerful as before, and the Holy Mother of the alien race had disappeared. Back then, they had at most heard of the Holy Mother's strength, but they had never seen it for themselves. The news that Lin Fei sent back really moved them. They finally understood why their ancestors had left behind the ancient instruction to kill the Holy Mother. Unfortunately, they had never taken it seriously. In addition, the various forces on the continent weren't as united as they used to be. They were fighting for themselves against the alien race, and in addition to the competition for benefits, who would go and kill the Holy Mother of the alien race? If it wasn't for the fact that the continent was about to be conquered by the alien race, this alliance meeting might not have happened. They would probably still be fighting for themselves, resulting in a large number of sects being destroyed by the alien race. Lin Fei's news was too important. Thus, after some discussion, the human alliance reached an agreement to liberate the other worlds. One reason was to stop the population from disappearing, and the other was to build an anti-alien army. Every world had experts. Even though the worlds had been conquered, it didn't mean that all the human experts had been killed. Liberating the large worlds was a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. In the endless void, the Heavenly Wings Divine King brought a group of experts and rushed to the Fire Beacon World to find the culprit. The Fire Beacon World was a place to transport nourishment. It happened to be under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Wings Divine King. He was full of anger. In his opinion, it was definitely the work of the human resistance army. He regretted not completely killing them back then, resulting in such a thing happening. He was truly unwilling. I've arrived at the Fire Beacon World. The Heavenly Wings Divine King broke through the barrier and once again arrived at the Fire Beacon World. Damned humans, all of you deserve to die. Once he entered the Fire Beacon World, the Heavenly Wings Divine King sensed that his subordinates of the alien race were constantly being killed. Blood flowed like a river, and the horizon was one color. How dare you? You killed our people from the outsiders and still dare to swagger around. This time, we'll definitely annihilate all of you to vent our anger. The Holy Mother's revival was imminent, and such a thing happened. The Heavenly Wings Divine King could not remain calm. If he was punished by the Holy Mother, he would lose all his face. Even if the Heavenly Wings Divine King did not let him come, the Heavenly Wings Divine King would take the initiative to ask to come. Let's go. The Heavenly Wings Divine King led the experts and flew to the Imperial Palace that was originally controlled by the alien race. He wanted to kill them all to vent his anger. Within the Imperial Palace, Sage Qianchen was inviting Lin Fei to a banquet. Through his acquaintances, he learned that Lin Fei was a monstrous rising genius of the Shentian continent. Alliance leader Lin, we will build an army as soon as possible and join the human alliance. We will do our part to fight against the alien army. Sage Qianchen picked up his wine cup and took the initiative to drink. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Sage Qianchen's actions. The alien army was enormous. The human race had to constantly work together in order to defeat the enemy. Fighting against the alien army is everyone's responsibility. I'll drink this cup. Lin Fei also picked up his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth shook. The imperial palace was not spared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone flew out of the imperial palace and stopped in midair. They saw a group of experts with alien auras charging in. Everywhere they passed, corpses were everywhere. Sage Qianchen's eyes were bloodshot. It's you damned alien race again. I will kill you all. Kill us all. Just you. An arrogant voice resounded in the sky. The Heavenly Wings Divine King strode forward. His enormous heavenly wings flapped, and an arrow flew out. No one could block it. Heavenly Wings Divine King. Sage Qianchen gritted his teeth and stared at the Heavenly Wings Divine King. That day, I could suppress you once. Today, I can still kill you. The Heavenly Wings Divine King's eyes were as sharp as swords, and they exploded with killing intent. Heavenly Wings Divine King, you talk big. Have you forgotten the loss last time? Just as the Heavenly Wings Divine King was about to kill Sage Qianchen, a sudden voice shook his heart. It was familiar. He turned and saw a smiling face, and his face darkened. Chapter 710. It's you, Demon Lin. Just a few words contained God King Heavenly Wings' endless resentment. He understood why Fire Beacon World would fall and why Demon Lin would be here. Anyway, if Demon Lin was here, then it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. The truth proved that God King Heavenly Wings' guess was right. Demon Lin definitely had something to do with the Fire Beacon World going out of control. God King Heavenly Wings hated himself. Why did he meet Demon Lin here? Before Lin Fan became a Sky Immortal, he had suffered at his hands. Moreover, after becoming a Sky Immortal, he felt uneasy. Why? Are you surprised? Lin Fei smiled and said to God King Heavenly Wings. Were you the one who did this? God King Heavenly Wings suppressed his anger. Lin Fei curled his lips and found it funny. Wasn't he asking the obvious? Since you are so sincere, I might as well tell you directly. I was passing by and saw the alien race here, so I casually cleaned it up. Are you satisfied with this answer? God King Heavenly Wings stared. So, you destroyed the blood-colored whirlpool? Why? There was an accident. I thought it was too little and was prepared to search. Do you still want to find trouble with me? Lin Fei smiled. I am here to find trouble with you. God King Heavenly Wings really wanted to say that, but he couldn't. He held his breath and felt really pained. You are going against the alien race. God King Heavenly Wings laughed coldly. You will pay the price for your stupidity sooner or later. I guarantee it. Perfected Qianchen, who was standing behind Lin Fei, heard it and was shocked. He thought to himself, this alliance leader Lin is really not simple. With just a few words, he managed to suppress a God King. Are the rumors on the continent true? Before this, Perfected Qianchen had his doubts. No matter how monstrous a person was, he couldn't sit in the position of alliance leader. One's reputation could be bragged about. But after seeing the scene in front of him, he was completely convinced. As expected, he was a monster. God King Heavenly Wings was furious and looked like he would attack at any moment. Perfected Qianchen could clearly see that God King Heavenly Wings was suppressing his anger and didn't want to attack. This meant that God King Heavenly Wings was afraid of alliance leader Lin. Apart from this reason, what else could there be? Awesome. Your guarantee is useless, but I can guarantee that you won't be able to leave this place today. Lin Fei took a step forward. Who asked you to be so lucky to run into me? Today, Lin Fei was prepared to kill a God King, Sky Split Tower, suppress. With this attack, The Heavenly Wings Divine King's enormous body moved, riding the wind and traveling hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Heavenly Wings Divine King had long been on guard. Once Demon Lin attacked, he immediately activated it and broke through the void, appearing hundreds of thousands of miles away. Demon Lin, just you wait. I will beat you up sooner or later. The Heavenly Wings Divine King really could not muster up any desire to fight. That demonic Lin was too monstrous. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible, in case he failed miserably. With a flap of his wings, he was hundreds of thousands of miles away. After all, the Heavenly Wings Divine King was good at speed. In a few breaths, he was millions of miles away. He could escape immediately. Humph, I'll show you the true power of a godly aura. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. The sky-split divine tower expanded infinitely. Treasure light shone brightly, illuminating half of the fire beacon continent. Crack 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 tilde. The Heavenly Wings Divine King, who was fleeing, suddenly felt a mountain-like pressure. His body was pressed down, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Then, he saw a divine tower fly out and press down on his enormous body. It fell out of the void and smashed into the ground, forming a huge crater. The Heavenly Wings Divine King was smashed so hard that he saw stars. His internal organs seemed to have shifted, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. What the hell? What kind of celestial artifact is this? I've already fled millions of miles away. The Heavenly Wings Divine King was covered in cold sweat. He struggled to fly away, but the sky-split divine tower was like an existence that could not be moved. It pressed down on him, making him unable to move. How is it? My sky-split divine tower tastes good, right? Activating the sky-split with the combat power of a celestial immortal was truly an unparalleled celestial artifact. It could easily sweep through all directions. Even though it could not kill him, Lin Fei could still suppress him. The Heavenly Wings Divine King revealed a gloomy expression. Do you think you can trap me like this? You think too highly of yourself. Transform. A glint of unwillingness flashed across the Heavenly Wings Divine King's eyes. His enormous body suddenly exploded, and the sky-split divine tower missed and smashed into the ground. Within 10,000 miles, it instantly sank and turned into a huge crater. Hundreds and thousands of the Heavenly Wings Divine King fled in all directions. It was hard to tell which of them was real and which was fake. Divine fire filling the sky, seal the void. The Heavenly Wings Divine King was fast, but Lin Fei was even faster. The sea of fire filled the sky, and heaven and earth formed a line, forming a huge fire cage. Divine sword unsheathing. A jingguang flew out, and the divine sword turned into a golden dragon that swept out. Bang, 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 bang tilde. With the divine sword activated, it crushed all the clones. The Heavenly Wings Divine King's clones were continuously crushed into powder. How can he be so strong? The clones kept losing, and the Heavenly Wings Divine King kept coughing up blood. This life-saving divine ability had always been successful, and it had never failed before. Run, run, run. The Heavenly Wings Divine King really couldn't believe it. Kai, Kai, Kai tilde. The scorching flames burned, and the clones were burned. I can't go up, but I can go down to the ground, right? The Heavenly Wings Divine King changed his direction. He couldn't go up, but he could lock down the ground. Just as he charged down from the sky, the flames on the ground filled the sky, forming an inescapable net. Even though he knew that Demon Lin's strange fire was very domineering, he didn't expect it to be even more domineering than before. Since the divine sword was out, the Heavenly Wings Divine King was the one suffering. His clones kept being killed. His combat power had increased greatly, and he also had 2 supreme swords. Lin Fei really didn't have to worry about dealing with a single Heavenly Wings Divine King. Path to heaven. Lin Fei once again took out the heaven-reaching divine tower. Don't you like clones? I'll destroy all of them. The path to heaven was even more domineering. It carried with it the might of the heavens, and as it pressed down, the clones were defeated even faster. The loss of each clone made the Heavenly Wings Divine King feel so much pain that he wanted to die. The Heavenly Wings Divine King might have used his clones to escape, but in reality, each clone was a part of him. Now that he was continuously being slaughtered, The one who suffered losses was the Heavenly Wings Divine King himself. He was continuously killed by Demon Lin, and the Heavenly Wings Divine King really regretted using his divine ability. This wasn't a good thing that came knocking on his door. Demon Lin, you are so vicious. The Heavenly Wings Divine King didn't dodge anymore. His essence, energy, and spirit were greatly damaged. Vicious? Lin Fei shook his head. Compared to your alien race's viciousness, I am much kinder. Who asked you to be so lucky to meet me today? Outside, Perfected Tian Chen and the others were fighting with the experts that the Heavenly Wings Divine King had brought, but when they saw Alliance leader Lin gain the upper hand so quickly, they were completely stunned. They were all heaven immortals, but the difference was huge. Lin Fei put away his divine sword and the divine tower. Tell me everything about the Holy Mother, as well as your future plans, and I can spare your life. Lin Fei wanted to know about the Holy Mother the most. Ha ha ha, dream on. The Heavenly Wings Divine King charged forward with a hideous smile. You will never be able to defeat our alien race. Long live the Holy Mother. The Heavenly Wings Divine King self-destructed. The huge explosive power formed a black tornado that headed straight for Lin Fei. He wanted to kill Lin Fei and perish together with him. God-fiend body. The huge commotion made the people who were originally fighting stop. They stared blankly at the center of the storm. The terrifying power that spread from the center could tear them apart countless times. The Divine King self-destructed. Perfected Tian Chen was speechless. It was hard to imagine that the Divine King, who was synonymous with ferocity and strength, would choose to self-destruct. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have thought that such a day would come. Alliance leader Lin will be fine, right? Perfected Tian Chen was worried. It was unbelievable to make a Divine King self-destruct. It was to the extent that a Divine King would be so desperate that he had no choice but to self-destruct. Unfortunately, your self-destruction can't kill me. Lin Fei stood in the sky, completely unharmed as he muttered to himself. Come out. Heavenly Wings Divine King. The divine sword transformed into a stream of light and slashed at the void, forcing out a person. Heavenly Wings Divine King appeared in front of Lin Fei with a pale face. He roared, even my self-destruction could not kill you. Could it be that you were born to be the nemesis of us alien races? The Heavenly Wings Divine King was completely in despair. The current Heavenly Wings Divine King was just a true spirit, an existence similar to an essence soul. He could no longer calm down and began to despair. Heavenly Wings Divine King, you are really powerful. I was almost fooled by you. Lin Fei said, unfortunately, I was so close. You alien race, especially your divine kings, are all afraid of death. Do you think it's possible for you to self-destruct with me? Please don't be so flashy next time. Aren't you telling me that there's something wrong with you? Lin Fei exposed Heavenly Wings Divine King's goal. Heavenly Wings Divine King had to admit that he had underestimated this demon Lin. If he had been ruthless and fought to the death, there wouldn't have been such a scene today. Just as Lin Fei had said, Heavenly Wings Divine King was afraid of death. If not, he wouldn't have run so quickly. He had wanted to self-destruct to kill Demon Lin. Even though he would be greatly injured afterwards, once Holy Mother revived, he would recover completely. However, Demon Lin had still seen through him. I admit defeat. It's too late. Lin Fei sneered, your Holy Mother is about to recover her strength. It's not like I don't know that. Your Holy Mother even used energy to give birth to a powerful existence. She gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. What? How did you know that Holy Mother would give birth to a divine king? The moment Heavenly Wings Divine King spoke, he immediately knew that he had been fooled. It was too late. You lied to me. Lin Fei's heart sank. So what if I lied to you? So, you want to give birth to a divine king. No wonder you need so many humans. However, you can die now. Divine sword slash. Lin Fei didn't need to ask anything else. I can't accept this. Heavenly Wings Divine King roared before he died. Chapter 7:11. The Skywings God King was actually killed. The people below did not know what words to use to describe the opponent's divine might. The black-haired youth in the sky had become an invincible god of war in their eyes. He looked down upon the world, an ancient, invincible existence. They all knew how powerful the Skywings God King was. When the Skywings God King had come personally, he had easily defeated Adept Chen Chen and reduced him to a prisoner. Today, the Skywings God King had been utterly defeated. The Xiantian continent truly had many geniuses. Adept Chen Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart. There were many geniuses in the Fire Beacon continent, but none of them could compare to Alliance leader Lin. But for Lin Fei, killing a God King gave him a large amount of experience and an enormous amount of energy. While he was happy and excited, he also felt a certain amount of pressure. This Holy Mother is truly incredible. I'm afraid that soon, she will no longer be one of the 10 great God Kings, Lin Fei said to himself. It looks like I have to finish this quickly. After flying down from the sky, Lin Fei briefly explained the situation. The Fire Beacon continent seemed safe, but after he killed the Skywings God King, Lin Fei believed that the 10 great God Kings would come in person. By then, Adept Chen Chen and the others would be the unlucky ones. Alliance leader Lin, the people of the Fire Beacon continent are willing to join the Xiantian continent. Spiritual Master Chen Chen couldn't even defeat a single Heavenly Wings Divine King, let alone the rest of the Divine Kings. If they all attacked at the same time, the Fire Beacon continent would truly become a river of blood. It was time to find a backer for himself. The Fire Beacon continent had very few alliances, and Adept Chen Chen had always been low-key and focused on managing his own continent. In the end, when the alien races landed, they tore through the defense line like a hot knife through butter. Adept Chen Chen realized what they lacked. They lacked a powerful ally. Lin Fei accepted without hesitation. Although they had lost more than half of their enormous population, there were still quite a few elites left. Lin Fei took himself into the Skyreach God Tower and became an additional source of strength. With the artifact refining art, Lin Fei easily mastered the Skyreach God Tower and began to explore its internal space. This immortal artifact could be activated by other martial artists as well. After Lin Fei explained the reason, Spiritual Master Chen Chen did not refuse. He activated the Heavenly Divine Tower and provided Lin Fei with great help. After taking the people away, Lin Fei didn't stay any longer and headed to the next location. At the same time, he sent news back and told the Alliance to pay attention to the Outlander race's reaction. Heavenly Wings Divine King has perished. The one who knew this news was God King Haotian. His expression was also stiff. As the offspring of the Holy Mother, Divine King Haotian and the others could not be said to be telepathic. However, they were connected by blood. The moment something happened to Divine King Heavenly Wings, he immediately sensed it. It's you again, Demon Lin. After checking it out, God King Haotian gritted his teeth. Fiend Lin, you've obstructed us time and time again. I really regret not paying the price back then to destroy you. After learning that the Heavenly Wings God King had perished, all the God Kings flew into a rage and roared non-stop. They were truly agitated by Demon Lin's actions. They, the 10 great Divine Kings, had been through a huge battle and lived until now. Now that one of them was killed, it was equivalent to giving them a slap on the face. How could they not be angry now? Divine King Haotian, let me lead the army to Fire Beacon Continent and slaughter those people to take revenge for Heavenly Wings God King. Crimson Light God King had a good relationship with Heavenly Wings God King, so he stood out with a murderous expression. Demon Lin slaughtered his way to Fire Beacon Continent. He definitely knows about the blood-colored whirlpool. He might be able to guess our objective. Transformation God King had a grave expression. Bang 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 tilde 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 on the huge blood-colored tree, the blood vessels burst in an instant. Arth, it's that Demon Lin again. At this moment, they didn't need to guess to know that other than Demon Lin, no one else could do such a thing. Even Heavenly Wings God King had died in his hands, let alone the other continents. They were practically no match for him, so the blood-colored whirlpool would naturally be destroyed. Divine King Haotian was also anxious. If this situation continued, there would be a huge problem with the transportation. They definitely couldn't continue like this. Giant Eye God King, Crimson Light God King, Transformation God King, Mermaid God King, the four of you lead the army to seal the void and chase after Demon Lin. We mustn't let him stop and continue to destroy. Divine King Haotian was filled with murderous intent. As long as we can hold on for 3 days, let the Divine Kings breed first. In a middle-grade world, Lin Fei used Great Emperor Pangu to sweep the foreign race army. The heaven and earth smelt continuously refined tens of thousands of foreign races, and his strength was continuously increasing. Boom tilde tilde the 4 great Divine Kings led the army into the middle-grade world. Demon Lin, die. Once the 4 great Divine Kings entered the world, their consciousness found traces of Demon Lin. When they saw that Demon Lin was slaughtering, under their rage, 4 powerful forces tore open the void and blasted towards Demon Lin. Their speed is so fast. Lin Fei stopped his massacre. After taking a look, he knew that they were in a state of rage. It seems like they can't take the damage from the blood-colored whirlpool and are furious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chased after me. Unfortunately, they discovered it too late. Now, they destroy everything they see. Lin Fei thought to himself. Let's go. Lin Fei didn't plan to fight them. Space lock. The 4 great godly kings gave the order, and the huge outsiders used the space-locking formation. With a whoosh, the entire world was locked down. This ability could only be perfectly executed by the foreign races who had the numbers advantage. Lin Fei was blocked back and the void was completely locked. Under the rage of the 4 great divine kings, they executed supreme divine arts and attacked him. They wanted to make him stay here forever. Lin Fei didn't panic. He executed his strength and slashed at the void with all his might. After refining large amounts of foreign races, Lin Fei gave off a powerful aura. With one move of the divine sword, he broke the lock. Sorry, I'll be leaving first. Chase. The faces of the 4 great divine kings turned black. After setting up the space lock formation, Demon Lin still escaped. That was just too despicable. The only thing worth being happy about was that Demon Lin wasn't strong enough to fight against the 4 of them. They didn't have to worry about him. Since they couldn't trap Demon Lin, the only thing they could do was to chase and kill him. They couldn't let him continue to destroy and affect the foreign race's plan. It seems like they really want to waste time with me. Lin Fei turned his head and looked at the 4 great divine kings. I'll let you be smug for a while longer. When the time comes, you will all cry. Another middle-grade world. Lin Fei charged in and headed straight for the foreign race's base. The sword formation struck. First, he broke the blood-colored whirlpool and cut off the connection. Then, he activated the heaven and earth furnace to crazily plunder people. Chapter 7:12. The fact that the 4 great god kings were working together to kill Demon Lin could not be concealed. The people of the Shentian continent immediately knew. What greeted them was madness. Even though the human alliance had reclaimed their territory, everyone still felt as though something was missing. In fact, they were lacking a piece of exciting news. The fall of the Heavenly Wings Divine King was undoubtedly a heavy bomb on the path of anti-foreign races. Everyone was excited. Lin Fei did not know that killing the Heavenly Wings God King had not only brought excitement to the continent, but also morale. It had swept away the morale of the alien races. When Lin Fei became the alliance leader, it caused people to change their views. Then, when he killed Heavenly Wings God King, it caused people to worship him endlessly. Even the higher-ups of the alliance didn't know how much of a reaction alliance leader Lin had brought to the continent. It could be said that the morale of the human race's side was high, sweeping away the previous low morale. If they were to launch an all-out attack now, their combat strength would increase by 20 to 30%. Tai Yi and the others wanted to help Lin Fei, but Lin Fei refused. He told them to be on guard against the alien races and not to worry about him. The 4 god kings could not hurt him for now. The 4 great god kings chased after Demon Lin but were unable to succeed. One had to say that it was a headache. What does Demon Lin want to do? Wild great world. Divine King Haotian analyzed the news that came back. It was okay if Demon Lin specialized in destroying the blood-colored whirlpool. However, Demon Lin had a celestial artifact that plundered the alien race's population. Increase my strength. God King Haotian didn't think that Demon Lin had such terrifying strength to complete it. Wasn't he afraid that he would explode? He had never heard of a person who could continuously steal people to increase his strength. Did he think that he was a bottomless pit? If that was the case, Demon Lin would have been invincible and wouldn't have been chased. Continue to pursue him. It would be best if you can get him as far away from the Shentian continent as possible. It would be best if he doesn't return during this period of time. Godly King Haotian reminded, he doesn't like to liberate the Great Thousand Worlds. Let him go. Your mission is to not let him return. Even if he couldn't kill Demon Lin, God King Haotian wasn't anxious. If he couldn't return, it would be a great merit. It would prevent him from spoiling his plans. It wouldn't be too late to deal with Demon Lin after the dust settled. In a few days, Divine King Haotian would launch an all-out counterattack. Under the crater of the volcano, Divine King Haotian tore open the void and arrived. On the blood-colored tree, the light cocoons were almost transparent. One could see many godly kings inside. They were of all shapes and sizes, and not a single one of them was the same. Not long after, the godly kings would be successfully reproduced, and the outsiders would gain a great helping hand. It would be enough to turn the situation around, and break through the defense of the human clan in a crushing manner. God King. The guardian God King came forward to greet them. God King Haotian's gaze landed on the cocoon of light. Luckily, we plundered a large number of people back then. Otherwise, if Demon Lin really affected our progress, all of this would become a thing of the past. The God King is coming out. Tilde. The translucent light cocoons on the blood-colored tree exploded one after another. One after another, the godly kings of the alien races descended from them. As they opened their eyes, the aura of sky immortals filled the mouth of the volcano. One by one, the god kings stood on the lava. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, 6 to 7 god kings stood on the lava together. God King Clear Sky laughed out loud. Welcome, God Kings. From this day forth, we are all brothers and sisters, and we will serve the Holy Mother together. Serve the Holy Mother. Serve the Holy Mother, the 6 to 7 godly kings said in unison. Their voices reverberated through the vast savage world. Large swathes of the alien race army knelt down one after another. Demon Lin should have died outside. There's no justice in the world if he didn't die. The Mystic Gate was in charge of a stronghold on the northern front. On the northern and southern battlefronts, every position had a general guarding it. The Mystic Gate happened to be one of them. When he heard that Demon Lin was being hunted, the sect leader of the Mystic Gate, Zhong Yi, couldn't calm his heart. If it wasn't for Demon Lin, he wouldn't have had to bleed so much and get extorted by the Myth City. Why would he have come to such a place where he had power but no fame? Reverend Zhong Yi was the happiest one when the 4 godly kings chased after Demon Lin. From the bottom of his heart, he looked down on this country bumpkin Lin Fei. He felt that Lin Fei was lucky, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in this position. Although Reverend Zhong Yi was in charge of a stronghold, in reality, his power was suppressed. The person in charge of controlling the generals wasn't from the Mystic Gate either. What else could Reverend Zhong Yi say? He could only endure it. Demon Lin had won over everyone. In addition, he had killed the Heavenly Wings godly king, causing his reputation to soar. All the young people worshipped him. It wasn't appropriate for him to go against him now. If Reverend Gentleman had become the Supreme Alliance leader, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Reverend Zhong Yi shook his head. He really couldn't accept it. In order to get Demon Lin's forgiveness, he had personally gone to the Myth City and been extorted by that B*TCH. He had been suppressing this anger in his heart. As a sect leader, he had to compromise. Even if he died, he wouldn't have the face to meet the old ancestor. Of all the past sect leaders, he was probably the most tragic one. In the room, there was a wave of energy and then a person appeared. Sect leader, it's me, Reverend Bu Hui. Reverend Zhong Yi waved his hand and set up a formation. When he saw that Reverend Bu Hui had broken his rules and come out on his own, he was filled with anger. Reverend Bu Hui, who allowed you to come out? Don't you know the impact this will have on the sect? Are you trying to harm the sect? Today, the power of the celestial sect was greatly affected, especially with the addition of the Human Race Alliance. One could imagine what would happen if Reverend Bu Hui, who had ordered him to face the wall and not come out, appeared here. Boom. Another aura descended, and a person appeared beside Reverend Bu Hui. Senior brother, I was the one who asked Master to come out. A bright and clear voice came from the scholarly young man. Reverend gentleman. Reverend Zhong Yi was shocked. He didn't expect that his junior brother, Reverend Gentleman, would dare to come here. Didn't he know that the people of the continent were chasing him? That's right, I'm back, Reverend Gentleman said calmly. As for the matter that senior brother is worried about, there's no need to worry. Demon Lin has only increased his strength after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for long. Sect leader, our celestial sect is one of the superpowers. How can we be restrained by a continent alliance? Reverend Bu Hui said, now that junior brother Reverend Gentleman has returned, Demon Lin won't be able to jump around for long. At first, Reverend Zhong Yi was worried about being noticed because of Reverend Bu Hui's appearance. After a moment, he understood. Junior brother, could it be that something has changed? Reverend Gentleman smiled. Senior brother, Demon Lin is forcing you and oppressing our celestial sect. I'm not willing to accept this before I ascend, so I'm here to give you an idea. As long as you control the generals outside, the Human Race Alliance will collapse on its own. Reverend Zhong Yi immediately understood. You and young Master Divine Sword are siding with the foreign races? No. Reverend Gentleman shook his head. We're just working with the foreign races. They're not worthy of our allegiance. Moreover, junior brother is about to ascend. Is there a need for that? There's no harm in telling senior brother that the foreign races have more than 70 celestial immortals. Do you think there's any hope for the human race? What? More than 70 celestial immortals? Reverend Zhong Yi was stunned. Senior brother, you don't need to worry about the generals outside. As long as you lure them in, there's nothing to fear. Reverend Gentleman smiled. Reverend Zhong Yi was silent for a moment. For the sake of the celestial sect, what harm is there in temporarily cooperating with the foreign races? When do we make our move? Over 70 God Kings was simply a one-sided situation. The Human Race Alliance simply couldn't stop them. I'll have to trouble senior brother to lure them in now. Reverend Gentleman smiled. Trust me. I have a way. Junior brother, don't worry. I'll arrange for someone to invite them in. I believe we still have to give them some face. After all, our celestial sect is one of the 11 representative. As expected, Daoist Master Zhong Yi used his words and reputation to trick the general in charge of guarding the place. The three of them took action and suppressed the general. I'll have to trouble senior brother to personally oversee things. After Reverend Gentleman gave some instructions, he tore open the void and entered it, sending out a message. The celestial sect has succeeded. Reverend Gentleman's eyes were filled with boundless resentment as he looked in the direction of Mythology City. Just you wait. Your position as the Alliance Master is about to arrive. Northern Front Headquarters. On this day, at noon, in the sky above the vast continent, dark clouds covered the continent, following which a huge face appeared. Foolish humans, don't think that you've already won. In the eyes of our foreign races, you're just a joke. The deafening rumble echoed across the entire continent like a clap of thunder, striking the hearts of the crowd. It's godly King Hao Tian, Tai Yi, the Demon Lord, and the Sea God Emperor flew out from the headquarters. When they saw the huge face in the sky, they revealed looks of surprise. What were the foreign races going to do now? Godly King Hao Tian, don't play any tricks. If you have the ability, let's go all out. The Demon Lord raised his head and sneered. We've already arranged for people to attack the worlds you control. Don't even think about reviving the Holy Mother's hope. Insignificant humans, so what if you know? Godly King Hao Tian was expressionless and unmoved. I'll give you half a day. After half a day, if you don't surrender, our foreign races will start a massacre. That's all I have to say. Think about it. Godly King Hao Tian's face exploded in the sky above the Shentian continent. The world returned to normal. The foreign races are attacking. The demon lord frowned. A few days ago, they were so timid. Now that they've made it public, could it be that they have some help? Chapter 7:13. The human alliance moved. The foreign races were going to fight a decisive battle. What did the humans have to fear? Their morale was high now. Who was afraid of who? On the northern battlefront, the defending generals were on guard, waiting for the foreign races to appear and give them an unforgettable memory. At every stronghold, the human morale was high. Alliance Chief Lin could even kill a godly king, let alone the other godly kings. Without the Alliance Chief, they had inherited the spirit of charging forward and could still defeat the foreign races. Time flew. Half a day passed. On the vast southern continent, a black army appeared, covering the entire sky. It was as if the night had come, just as godly King Hao Tian had said. Attack! The loud rumbling was like a thunderclap on a sunny day. The black army covered the sky, covering the entire south. It looked as if they had come out in full force. The terrifying aura was like the waves of the sea, coming wave after wave. Formation. At the stronghold, the general summoned Great Emperor Pangu. He stared at the foreign race army in the distance, revealing a rare solemn expression. Foolish humans, let me show you the true power of the foreign races. Godly King Hao Tian's godly king voice came again. Boom 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 tilde tilde celestial immortal auras surged into the sky, one after another. In front of the black army, godly kings appeared, their auras rippling. So many godly kings. How is this possible? How did the foreign races produce so many godly kings? There are at least 50 godly kings. The godly kings appeared together, their auras joined together, and their killing intent soared. The expressions of everyone on the human alliance's side changed drastically due to the sudden change in events. They stared at the god kings who had appeared as they doubted their eyes. 67 godly kings. The final number was like a blow to the head, shattering the morale that they had worked so hard to raise. Unknowingly, their hearts sank. They had underestimated the foreign race's ability. Without batting an eyelid, they had created a grand array of 67 godly kings. Even if they were not as strong as the 10 great godly kings, they were still genuine godly kings. On the side of the human race, there was no way they could produce so many celestial immortals. Humans, today will be your doomsday. Pass on my order. Mobilize the army and attack. Godly King Hao Tian waved his hand, his voice reverberating in the southern continent. Kill. Their orderly voices shook the heavens and the earth, as if they were going to blast a huge hole in the sky. Formation tilde tilde the dense black army transformed into 67 giants. Each giant was no weaker than a general. Their terrifying auras once again caused the hearts of the humans to sink. The strange races also found a joint attack formation, and their momentum was shocking. Fight. The generals on the battlefront charged out with the sky-splitting swords in their hands, fighting against the non-human generals. The energy ripples in the sky tore open the void, and the entire sky was incomplete. Let's go too. The Fiend Lord and the others all made their moves at this moment. The outsiders were too domineering. Dozens of generals attacked at once, catching them off guard. They had underestimated the outsiders and suppressed them in terms of overall strength. If they didn't kill their godly kings now, once they fell into a disadvantageous position, they would be at a disadvantage in this battle. They knew that this battle would be extremely difficult, and there might even be casualties. A world of ice and snow. The Ice Palace's Ice Fairy had a frosty expression as she slashed out with her sword. She trapped a God King battle general in a world of ice and snow and started to fight with him. Star-chasing arrow tilde Tai transformed into a giant, holding a demon bow. His divine arrows shocked the heavens, and the heavens and earth lost color at this moment. He unleashed all his mystiques and began to fight with his life on the line. He couldn't let the outsiders break through the battlefront. Ha ha ha, you humans, today is your doomsday. Godly King Hao Tian flew up and stared straight at the Fiend Lord. Fiend Lord, rumor has it that your demonic arts are monstrous. Today, I will kill you. As you wish. The Fiend Lord stepped through the air, his eyes filled with murderous intent that pierced through the void. Supreme Demon Kingdom, lock the heavens and earth. A supreme demon kingdom with demonic soldiers and generals appeared behind the Fiend Lord. At this moment, the Fiend Lord transformed into a supreme demon king and trapped godly King Hao Tian in the supreme demon kingdom. Saint's divine fist breaks kingdom. Godly King Hao Tian's aura surged, and the millions of kingdoms behind him shattered. On the north-south battlefield, the situation was one-sided. There were too many godly king battle generals. Zhongyi Zhenren, come and kill this godly king with me, Ice Palace's elder called out to Zhongyi Zhenren. She was suppressing a godly king battle general, and with the battle general's help, she only needed one more helper to kill the godly king battle general. Godly king battle general, die. Zhongyi Zhenren took out the last treasure of the Daoist sect, the righteous sword, and stabbed at the godly king battle general. With that, the godly king battle general would definitely die. Just when everyone thought that the god king battle emperor was about to die, Reverend Zhongyi smiled strangely. His sword stance changed, slashing down on the Ice Palace elder's body. The Ice Palace elder's body exploded, and he was heavily injured. Zhongyi Zhenren, you actually sided with the outsiders. The Ice Palace elder was shocked. At this critical moment, Zhongyi Zhenren betrayed them. You talk too much. Stupid woman, you can die now. Zhongyi Zhenren slashed out again. Righteous energy surged, and the godly king battle general was gone. He also slashed out, and with the power of two experts, the Ice Palace elder was killed on the spot. Elder. The Ice Fairy, who had been fighting the godly king battle general, saw the Ice Palace elder die. Her eyes spat out blood, and she felt cold all over. She gave up on the godly king battle general and turned to attack Zhongyi Zhenren. At this moment, a sky immortal from the human alliance had fallen. Boom tilde tilde, a human battle general was killed by one of Zhongyi Zhenren's subordinates at the critical moment. Then, Reverend No Regret's figure was revealed. Zhongyi Zhenren, you shameless bastard. The human alliance saw that Zhongyi Zhenren had betrayed them at the critical moment, and all of them vomited blood. They wanted to kill Zhongyi Zhenren on the spot. Dang dang dang. Zhongyi Zhenren's righteous energy protected him and blocked the Ice Fairy's sword move. Ha ha ha, all of you have been blinded by greed. Is Demon Lin worth listening to? Let's see what he can do today. Zhongyi Zhenren was having too much fun killing. Fart. Zhongyi Zhenren was an experienced sky immortal. Even though the Ice Fairy was also a sky immortal, her battle power was far from his. He saw through her weakness and she was injured. Your Ice Palace elder is dead. You can die too. You'll have a companion on the road to hell. Zhongyi Zhenren teamed up with Reverend No Regret to kill the Ice Fairy. Bastard, how dare you? Whoosh 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 tilde. At the critical moment, Tai shot out a godly arrow, suppressing Zhongyi Zhenren and Reverend No Regret. Tai's godly archery was unparalleled. Even the two of them didn't dare to take it head-on. They could only watch as they missed the chance to kill the Ice Fairy. Thank you, Tai. Chapter 714. In the boundless void. A black shadow turned into a stream of light and rushed out of a world. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a few more figures caught up. They were not in a hurry and were very calm. Demon Lin runs really fast. Is his zodiac a rabbit? Why did it sound so weird? That Devil Lin probably doesn't know that Divine King Hao Tian has already brought people to counterattack. Crimson Light God King said proudly. When he finds out, it should be very interesting. Chiming, you're wrong. The Mermaid God King said, Demon Lin is currently advancing according to the route. Do you think we'll have a chance to see him? Ha ha ha, how could I have forgotten about this? Crimson Light God King came to a realization. This time, we must make it hard for Devil Lin to escape. The situation over there should be ready. We're just waiting for Demon Lin to take the bait. Giant Eye God King's killing intent surged. We didn't chase for so long in vain. What's important is that the result is worthy of us. We will hang behind and threaten Demon King Lin in case he sees any flaws. If nothing goes wrong, we will soon see Demon King Lin's expression when he can't smile. Transformation God King smiled. The four great God Kings chatted and laughed as they increased their speed, catching up. Give me a little more time. Sooner or later, I will deal with these 4 god kings. Up in the void, Lin Fei was activating the heaven and earth smelt continuously. However, there were way too many of them. It wasn't something that could be smelted out within a short period of time. City Lord, don't you feel that the 4 great divine kings are too calm? It doesn't conform to their normal state. On the warship, the Kai Lian heavenly demon said. With that said, Lin Fei noticed that their attitude towards him seemed to be a little different. Something seems to be missing. Less anger. Kai Lian heavenly demon said, even though they have been chasing behind, City Lord doesn't feel it. They purposely slowed down a bit so that City Lord can plunder those foreign races. At the start, Lin Fei didn't feel anything. But after hearing what the Kai Lian heavenly demon said, his speed slowed down. At the start, when they caught up, he had to break the formation. Later on, when he left the world, they caught up. Could they be plotting something? Lin Fei guessed. However, Xiao Chen was currently in the void and his whereabouts were uncertain. He was not heading in a fixed direction. It seemed impossible for the Divine King to play any tricks. But why? Lin Fei couldn't think of anything for a moment. City Lord, you might as well wait for them to appear in the next world. You should be able to see some clues then. The Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon reminded. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he decided to do it and see what tricks they had up their sleeves. Maple World. Lin Fei showed no mercy as he mobilized the heaven and earth smelt right away. Those beneath the heavenly immortal stage were simply incapable of resisting against such a plunder and were all sucked into the heaven and earth smelt. Even though Lin Fei was plundering non-stop, the heaven and earth smelt was like a bottomless pit that would never be satisfied. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei waited until the 4 great god kings arrived. When the 4 great god kings saw that Lin Fan was waiting for them, they were shocked. Could it be that he had discovered something? They signaled with their eyes and charged towards Lin Fan without any regard for the consequences. Just as I expected. Lin Fei saw the clues and didn't fight with them. He just left Maple World. They are not in a hurry and have been following behind me. It seems like they want to threaten me. Lin Fei's thoughts spread out. Could it be that they don't want me to go back? Suddenly, Lin Fei thought of a possibility. Apart from this reason, the alien race god kings wouldn't be so calm and allow him to continue plundering the alien race population. This wasn't something a god king should do. They should be itching to kill him. Lin Fei hurriedly contacted Lin Jiqing in Myth City. There was a communication tool in the system store. Lin Fei brought it with him so no matter where he was, he could connect in the shortest time possible. The moment the communication was opened, Lin Fei saw a slightly panicked Lin Jiqing. Wife, did something happen in the continent? Lin Jiqing saw the human race alliance's defeat and she was anxious. Myth City activated all the formations and received Lin Fei's message. Hubby, come back quickly. Our side has been defeated. Lin Jiqing said hurriedly. Lin Fei frowned. He couldn't accept this outcome. How can we be defeated? That shouldn't be. Tell me the details. Lin Jiqing explained the situation and emphasized on the alien race god kings, Xian Men's betrayal and the fall of the heaven immortals on their side. Xian Men are so bold. It must be Taoist gentleman who is causing trouble. Lin Fei didn't expect that in the few days that he had been out, the alien race god kings would attack. They even sent out dozens of god kings. The situation was completely one-sided. Lin Fei calmed himself down. The human race had been defeated. Even if he rushed back now, he might not be able to kill them all. Activate all the formations and put the entire Myth City under martial law. Use all the resources to support the formations. Then, inform the dragon race to guard the Myth City and hold on until I return. Lin Fei wished he could fly back in one breath. You have to be careful outside. The Myth City has formations. They won't be able to take down the Myth City in a short time. Lin Jiqing was relieved. I'll be careful. Hold on for a few days. I'll be back. After hanging up, Lin Fei slapped his forehead. I'm so stupid. If I knew that the Holy Mother was going to create powerful existences, why didn't I take it seriously? Lin Fei had found out from Heavenly Wings God King that the Holy Mother was creating powerful existences. However, he didn't expect that the Holy Mother would create God Kings. She created more than 60 God Kings in one go, so much so that she suppressed the overall strength of the human race. The actions of the alien races were too fast. They were so fast that there was no time to stop them. In reality, even though Lin Fei knew that the Holy Mother was very powerful, he didn't expect that the Holy Mother's ability was even more terrifying than he imagined. In the blink of an eye, she had created such a huge force. City Lord, let's go back immediately. The Myth City has formations. We can definitely hold on until we return. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was also shocked. The change in the situation was too great. He couldn't accept it in time. Go back. Lin Fei didn't plan to go to the next world. His woman and daughter were in the Myth City. He was very clear that the human race had been defeated. With the God King's temperament, they would definitely attack the Myth City. Seal tilde in the boundless void, a 6-point star flashed, and a strange force locked the void in an instant. The warship collided with the invisible force and was sent flying on the spot. Lin Fei cried out in his heart, "Oh no." He suddenly realized that the 4 great divine kings were chasing him because of this, luring him into a trap. At this moment, he understood everything. Flying out of the warship, Lin Fei activated the Tongtian God Pagoda and smashed it against the invisible force. He tried to open a gap. The Tongtian God Pagoda went down. On the invisible force, a strange light flashed. It was like an invisible wall that blocked all the attacks. The power of the wall was boundless. How is this possible? Lin Fei was shocked. He activated the Tongtian God Pagoda. Just a mere force was easy to deal with. I don't believe it. The Divine Sword and the Tongtian God Pagoda attacked together. They attacked this mysterious force. The powerful force seemed to want to tear the entire starry sky apart. It still doesn't work. Lin Fei attacked with all his strength, but he still couldn't break this force. City Lord, we have encountered a big problem. Suddenly, the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon flew out with a sunken face. If I didn't guess wrong, this should be the Starry Sky Teleportation Formation. It is an absolute formation from the upper realm. This young master thought that no one in this world knows this formation. It turns out that someone knows it. In the void, the astral wind whistled. The Sword God Prince crossed the void and stood outside the formation. He couldn't hide the pride on his face. It's you. Lin Fei knew that not being able to kill the Sword God Prince last time would bring trouble. He didn't expect this premonition to come true so soon. Isn't it strange? The Sword God Prince said indifferently. In order to set up this Starry Sky Teleportation Formation, I spent more than half of my wealth. You should be satisfied. I'm afraid you still don't know the power of this formation. You might as well let your subordinate tell you. Rise tilde the hexagram rotated. A divine tower appeared in the void, enveloping Lin Fei and the others. Blue light flashed. The aura of the starry sky was vast and boundless. Lin Fei suddenly felt that he had fallen into the vast starry sky. He was lost in that distant place. What a strange feeling. City Lord, the Sword God Prince wants to banish us to the starry sky. We will never be able to return to the Shentian continent. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon's face was solemn. He even wants to banish us to the endless danger land. The Sword God Prince smiled. That's right. In this young master's opinion, killing you is really meaningless. It's better to banish you to the endless danger lands. As long as you go in, you won't be able to come out. Sinister. This was definitely a sinister action. This formation is too mysterious. Am I really going to be banished? Lin Fei's heart sank. This formation had already surpassed the level of this world. He couldn't break it at all. Lin Fei knew about the Starry Sky Danger Lands. Once he was teleported to that place, he would really be trapped inside. The Sword God Prince's plan was really sinister. That kind of danger land blinded the heavenly Tao and sealed everything. Even if Lin Fei wanted to ascend, he would be completely isolated and unable to ascend to the upper realm. Sinister and sinister action. You are really sinister. Lin Fei activated his Yuan Qi. Barely. We are about the same. The sword god prince smiled proudly. Heaven-splitting finger. Lin Fei circulated his essence energy and used his essence energy skill in an attempt to break the array formation. This time, Lin Fei was still disappointed. That boundless power attacked again and blocked this attack. Ha ha ha, Alliance Master Lin, are you very disappointed? I forgot to tell you. This starry sky teleportation uses the power of the starry sky. Do you think your attack can go against the starry sky? The sword god prince laughed sinisterly. Back then, I suffered from your mysterious power and was long prepared against you. At this moment, the 4 great divine kings flew up. Devil Lin, to think you would have such a day. Crimson Light God King seemed to have let out a sigh of relief. We didn't waste our time chasing you. We can finally banish you. Giant Eye God King had a deep hatred for Devil Lin. Goodbye, Devil Lin. Chapter 7:15. The hatred he had for Lin Fei was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. At this very moment, he could finally banish the other party to the depths of the starry sky, never to return for the rest of his life. In the end, he would die in the depths of the starry sky. The sword god young master felt that his thoughts were clear. In that battle on the Dragon Island, the sword god prince was thoroughly defeated. Not only did he lose 2 of his treasures, he was also knocked down from his pedestal. After that, he became the target of scorn on the continent. This was a shadow that the sword god young master could never erase from his life. He constantly reminded himself to take revenge. He had to take revenge. Killing a person was satisfying, but it was far less satisfying than banishing the other party to the depths of the starry sky. Even if he couldn't kill Lin Fei, the price he had to pay was the sword god young master. He was most willing to see her. With a flash of light, the starry sky teleportation was activated. Everything within the divine tower was instantly teleported out. As for where they would be teleported to, nobody knew. However, one thing would not change, and that was that Lin Fei would definitely enter the depths of the starry sky. He would enter a desperate situation, a truly desperate situation. He would experience what it meant to be called the heavens. If the heavens did not respond, then the earth did not respond. Young Master Sword God, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, as long as Devil Lin isn't eliminated, our foreign races will have a headache. Crimson Light God King said to young Master Sword God. We are working together. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If it wasn't for all of you changing his route, Demon Lin, who has always been careful, wouldn't have fallen for it. Sword God young Master said calmly. Young Master Sword God is right. Devil Lin has already been removed. Even if it's us divine kings, we will also fall in the dangerous land in the depths of the starry sky. If Devil Lin goes there, it'll be hard for him not to die. Crimson Light God King continued, our mission is completed, it's time for us to return and explain. They had always been worried that Demon Lin would see through them and cause all their efforts to go to waste. Only when they saw Demon Lin being exiled to the depths of the starry sky with their own eyes did they truly heave a sigh of relief. It was impossible for a miracle to happen with the starry sky teleportation. The number 1 enemy of the non-human kind, the supreme leader of the human alliance, was banished to the depths of the starry sky just like that. Once the news spread, the morale of the human race would be affected, and it would be the perfect time to conquer the continent. With the leadership of Divine King Hao Tian, it has always been easy for you guys to conquer the continent. The revival of the Holy Mother is imminent. Sword God young Master smiled. Let's go back to the continent. With Demon Lin gone, the 4 godly kings felt like a huge rock had been lifted off their chests. They could almost see the shocked faces of the humans. They could finally hold their heads high. Everyone, it wasn't easy for us to get here. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Don't you think it's too rude? At this moment, a voice that they could not be more familiar with came from the void. Demon Lin? The 4 god kings, including the sword god young master, were in shock. They suspected that they had heard wrongly. Why was Demon Lin's voice still here? Was there a mistake? You must have heard wrongly. Devil Lin has already been teleported out. It's impossible for him to be here. Crimson Light God King shook his head, and the smile on his face froze. What replaced it was darkness. We must have heard wrongly. There's no way Demon Lin has the ability to predict the future, the Mermaid God King said seriously. We saw him being teleported away with our own eyes. Demon Lin, if you want to use such tricks to scare us, come out if you have the ability, Transformation God King said. He released his consciousness to search for suspicious existences. Sword God Young Master had suffered a blow. This time, to deal with Lin Fei, he spent most of his fortune to execute the supreme formation of the upper world to banish him to the depths of the starry sky. Lin Fei couldn't still be here. I thought that you God Kings had a strong ability to accept things. It seems like you are all the same. You can't take a shock. The mocking voice rang out once more. Scram out. Giant Eye God King opened his god eye and the light of destruction shot into the void. He roared angrily. Is he trying to mislead us? Sword God Young Master frowned. His joy of victory was instantly shattered by Lin Fei's voice. Giant Eye God King, don't be angry. Don't you know that anger is bad for your body? From another direction, Lin Fei's voice rang out once more. Xiao tilde Giant Eye God King had suffered too many losses in the hands of Demon Lin. At this moment, Demon Lin's words opened up his scars, and he was furious. Boom 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 tilde under the divine light of destruction, all the suspicious places exploded and gave rise to an aura of destruction. Not good, leave quickly. Suddenly, Sword God Young Master frowned. He took out a small boat and flew outside. Too late. Before the four great god kings could come back to their senses, a country of flames suddenly appeared in the void. There were majestic mountains and flaming plains that were vivid and lifelike. Clang tilde Sword God Young Master, who had the fastest reaction, tried to rush out of this country, but he was still a step too late. Scorching flames and merciless fire waves swept over. The small boat that was made of special materials was actually damaged. Sword God, welcome to my country. In the sky above the country, Lin Fei stood on a red high platform and appeared alive in front of them. Why weren't you teleported away? Crimson Light God King tried his best to calm himself down. I was indeed teleported away. Lin Fei said with a smile, however, my true body is still here. Impossible, we are very clear about the true body and clone. It was clearly not a clone that was teleported away. Mermaid God King shook his head and didn't believe it. I don't care if you guys believe it or not, it was my clone anyway. Lin Fei looked at the four great God Kings. Speaking of which, I have to thank you guys. If it wasn't for you guys following behind me, I would have almost fallen for it. How did you discover that we were going to deal with you? Giant Eye God King's face was black. Wrong, it wasn't that I discovered you guys. It was your actions that made me suspicious. I still remember that in one of the worlds, you guys were clearly having fun and not killing people out of anger. From that moment onwards, I started to suspect you guys. Lin Fei also felt lucky. If Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil had warned him, he would have been severely injured this time. The four great god kings stared with their eyes wide open. They couldn't believe that they were the ones who had revealed a flaw that was discovered by Devil Lin. In the end, they were the ones who fell into Devil Lin's country of flames. It was no different from being slapped on the face and still having to stretch out the other side. Devil Lin, you are indeed the nemesis of us foreign races. You can even see through such a flaw. Crimson Light God King's face was dark. However, it doesn't matter. Since we can't banish you to the forbidden lands of the starry sky, the five of us can still kill you. They were clearer than anyone about Devil Lin's country of flames. Unless they killed the other party, it would be extremely difficult to break it by force. Sword God, count yourself lucky that you managed to escape last time. Accept your fate this time. Lin Fei stared at Sword God Young Master. The speed of your small boat is fast. You have nowhere to run in the heaven and earth smelt. Chapter 716. Sword Control Technique. After losing the divine sword, another immortal sword unsheathed behind the young master sword god. Multicolored light filled the sky. Even though it was not as powerful as the previous divine sword, it was still a supreme grade immortal artifact. With a flash of red light, the entire world was dyed in the color of blood as the immortal sword blasted towards Lin Fei. Since he couldn't banish Lin Fei, the young master had the thought of killing Lin Fei and snatching the two treasures back. Sword God, let me tell you, the one who has the last laugh is not you, but me. Lin Fei's body trembled. Demonic chi soared into the sky, covering the blood-red sky. At this moment, he unleashed his strongest celestial demon body and transformed into a giant. Dang 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 tilde, the top-grade immortal weapon stabbed the godfiend body. Every sword that could heavily injure a heaven immortal was like stabbing a hard boulder, unable to hurt him at all. Your sword control technique is only SOSO. Lin Fei struck out with his palm and hit the top-grade immortal sword, sending it flying. The young master was shocked. The sword control technique just now was several times more powerful than the last time, but he didn't expect Lin Fei to block it. It seemed very easy, which was beyond his expectations. Impossible. Even the body of an immortal won't be able to block my sword control technique. The young master's strongest skill was the sword control technique. After losing the divine sword, its power was still top-notch. He had always been proud of it. Now, he was disrespectful again. Last time, Lin Fei was surrounded by danger. How could he block it this time? Ha ha ha, others can't, but it doesn't mean I can't. Lin Fei said casually. I don't believe that you can withstand my imperial sword technique forever. Another wave of colorful swords flew out from behind the young master. A total of 49 swords flew out. All of them were top-grade immortal swords, forming a sword formation. Kill. The 10,000-mile-long sword arrived with a loud rumble. The sword river was vast and mighty, instantly enveloping Lin Fei within it. The sword will was like a storm, constantly strangling him. When the four god kings saw this scene, they could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. This young master, the sword god, was much stronger than they had imagined. His moves were so ferocious, and it was said that before this, he even had a divine sword in his hand. His battle prowess was unparalleled. Demon Lin should be about to take out his treasure. This river of swords contains the boundless killing intent of the divine swordsman. Even the body of an immortal might not be able to withstand it. The astral winds in the void were torn apart. Within the vast river of swords, sword insight interweaved together, and anyone that was within it would surely be unable to escape death. The sword was a supreme weapon. 49 immortal swords, in addition to a supreme-grade immortal sword, took the lead. In the hands of young Master Sword God, this sword kinesis flight technique displayed supreme sword might. This feels so good, so good. It feels so much better than refining it myself. Lin Fei, who was in the river of swords, shouted in his heart. The supreme sword will crushed over and transformed into a supreme attack. A large number of foreign races were refined one after another, and it was even faster than Lin Fei refining them himself. If this continues, I will be able to finish refining all the foreign races very soon, Lin Fei thought. In the big and small worlds, the foreign races that Lin Fei had plundered had been unable to be refined. Their numbers were too large, and now with the help of Sword God's attack, there was finally a change. Bam 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 tilde 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 wounds cracked open on Lin Fei's body, and fresh blood flowed out. Young Master Sword God's heart relaxed. He was really worried that this body could block the attack of the sword kinesis flight technique, but now it seemed that it was nothing much. He actually didn't use the divine sword and heaven-reaching God Tower. Crimson Light God King, you guys go too. Such a good chance, don't let Lin Fei make a comeback. Young Master Sword God saw that his opponent's corporeal body was starting to be injured, so he naturally wanted to kill him here. How could he give Lin Fei the chance to breathe? Attack. The four great god kings didn't want to care about what Demon Lin wanted to do. They just wanted to use this chance to kill him first. Crimson Light Divine Fist. Crimson Light God King summoned a great emperor that looked down on the world. His fist skills were divine, and the shadows of his fists overlapped. Giant Eye God King wasn't afraid of exhaustion. He activated the Destruction God Light and swore to shoot Demon Lin to death in this void. The Black Destruction God Light exploded continuously on the Sword River. Mermaid God King returned to his original body, an ugly fish that was thousands of yards long. He spat out green divine light, and this was the unique divine art of mermaid god king. The corrosion god light would definitely kill anyone who came into contact with it. Even the primordial spirit would be corroded. No one could block it, and countless immortals had been killed by it back then. He had suffered under the hands of Demon Lin previously, and he couldn't forget this grudge. Transformation God King split into black shadows that entered the Sword River and started a close combat attack. As it turned out, Transformation God King could transform into a myriad of forms. Lin Fei, who was in the center of the storm, was getting stronger and stronger. His god-devil body collapsed when facing the strong attacks. He recovered once more, and Lin Fei's expression was much uglier than before. Everyone knew that Demon Lin wouldn't be able to last much longer. Could the five of them really not be able to deal with Demon Lin? Could it be that he still had heaven-defying abilities that could block the five of them? After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Sword God Young Master had a bad feeling. Lin Fei, who was in the Sword River, looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. They could win at any time, but Lin Fei just held on like that. Just now, Sword God Young Master was bent on killing Lin Fei. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he started to calm down. Facing such an attack, no one would be able to survive. Even if Lin Fei's divine arts were unparalleled, he still wouldn't be able to escape. Other than that, Lin Fei still didn't take out his divine sword or heavenly reaching divine tower. There was something strange about this. Stop, we have been tricked. Sword God Young Master planned to remove the sword formation. The uneasiness in his heart grew heavier and heavier as if there was a layer of dark clouds covering his head. Sword God, your celestial sword is not bad, I want it. Lin Fei, who was in the Sword River, opened his eyes and gave off a powerful aura. The wounds on his body instantly healed. He grabbed forward with his left hand and a huge black hand tried to control all the celestial swords. Don't even think about it. The 50 celestial swords gathered together and roared non-stop. They stabbed forward and tried to break this sky-covering hand. Devil God hand is here, come to my hand. The sky-covering hand made a fishing action. The celestial swords with shocking attacks were hugged together and truly landed in the huge hand. Lin Fei's body shook and the celestial power around him rippled. His powerful aura transformed into a hurricane that sliced through everything. Everyone's attacks were instantly disintegrated. At this moment, Lin Fei was truly like a heavenly god. He was impervious to all techniques and looked down on the world. How can your aura be so strong? Even Crimson Light God King Great Emperor was suppressed. That hurricane condensed from his aura actually shattered him. Crimson Light Great Emperor was also shocked by this powerful aura. In his eyes, that Demon Lin was like a boundless mountain that he could only raise his head to look at, a height that he couldn't cross. I know, you are using us again. Giant Eye God King jumped up and recalled the scene in Myth City. Didn't they do the same? In the end, they helped Demon Lin and returned in defeat, almost dying outside the city. How is that possible? Last time, their god kings were used to help Lin Fei, allowing him to advance to half-step heaven immortal and have the strength to fight them one-on-one. They would never forget it in their entire lives. But just now, they helped Lin Fei? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Giant Eye God King is right, you have indeed helped me, Lin Fei said. As a repayment, I will use my strongest attack to welcome you. Whoosh tilde the divine sword appeared and landed in Lin Fei's hand. Sword God, haven't you always wanted me to use my divine sword? In that case, take my sword. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold. The divine sword slashed out, turning into a stream of light that shot towards Sword God Young Master. It was a very ordinary move that was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. But from this sword, everyone felt a strong and dangerous aura. Their scalps turned numb. Sword control technique, one with the sword. Sword God Young Master also felt a supreme sense of danger. This sword was too strong and it was filled with Lin Fei's will. If he was not careful, he might die here today. He didn't believe that Lin Fei's strength could reach such a level. No matter what, he had to go all out, otherwise, he wouldn't be satisfied. Ka tilde tilde the divine sword's waist shook and a golden dragon smashed into Sword God Young Master's body. The four god kings saw Sword God Young Master's corporeal body explode inch by inch. A terrifying aura exploded from his body. Demon Lin's sword tore open the body of a heaven immortal. It heavily injured Sword God Young Master. I didn't expect you to be so strong. In the entire Shentian continent, there probably isn't a second person like you. I admit my defeat. However, when you go to the heaven realm, you will know the consequences of killing me. This is just the beginning. Ha 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 tilde 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 Sword God's body in the void exploded, turning into fragments that filled the sky. Under the flames, he was instantly burned into nothingness. Lin Fei activated the divine sword and used his immense strength to destroy all of Sword God Young Master's vitality. Rumble tilde tilde the moment Sword God died, the treasures also exploded and fell into the endless void. One of the statues, with a vast and distant aura, locked onto Lin Fei's body. Boom tilde tilde at the end of the void, a supreme power descended. It was an aura that made everyone tremble. It was a finger that reached the sky, and it was coming to kill Lin Fei. Damn, the guy behind me has made his move. Lin Fei wasn't happy. The power of the higher realms had arrived and wanted to kill him completely. What was the background of this sword god for the higher realms to make a move? The terrifying power suppressed Lin Fei to the point that he couldn't move. It was a power that he couldn't resist at all. Boom tilde tilde this finger that reached the sky could dominate the world. It could already be described as an adjective. The violent power spread in all directions. The four great god kings were blown away on the spot and coughed out blood continuously. As for the Flame Kingdom, it was also torn apart. This supreme power came quickly and disappeared just as quickly as it came. It was as though it had never appeared. Is this the attack of the higher realms? Crimson Light God King's face was pale. He flew out from a planet and stopped in the sky. He felt his heart palpitate from the scene just now. Too terrifying. Just the aftershock alone heavily injured us and almost killed us. It's even more terrifying than the decree last time. Giant Eye God King's body exploded, and he was very weak. Chapter 7:17. The four godly kings still had lingering fears. The last time they were attacked by the law decree, it was hard for them to forget. Today, they were almost killed by the attack of a supreme being. If the opponent was just a little stronger, they might have really died. They did not dare to think about it. Do you think Demon Lin can survive? The Giant Eyes godly king asked a question that he should not have asked. The four godly kings had almost died from the aftermath of the supreme being's attack, not to mention Demon Lin. He's dead for sure. There's no justice in this world if he doesn't die. Even the heavens want to kill Demon Lin. If Demon Lin doesn't die, I'm afraid we'll have to hide every time we see him in the future. The Supreme Being's power had crossed the realm and attacked with less than 1/10,000th of the original body's strength. It should be more than enough to kill a mere human. Otherwise, it would not be the power of the upper realm. Previously, they were happy for nothing, thinking that Demon Lin had been exiled to the depths of the starry skies. This time, with the Supreme Being's attack, Demon Lin should be completely dead. Let's go and take a look. Although they thought that Demon Lin was dead, they subconsciously wanted to see the corpse before they were satisfied. Otherwise, there would always be a shadow in their hearts. Demon Lin had performed miracles time and time again. Subconsciously, they were afraid that Demon Lin would perform another miracle. There's no need to look. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you again. In the sky above the planet, Lin Fei appeared in front of the four godly kings in a sorry state. His powerful godly demon body was covered in wounds. It was a shocking sight. His face was abnormally pale. It was obvious how terrifying the Supreme Being's attack was. Damn it, why aren't you dead? The four godly kings and 3 corpses jumped. They could not believe that Demon Lin was still alive. That was a Supreme Being from the upper realm, a powerful force that could wipe out everything. If it were them, they would have died many times over. Now, Demon Lin appeared in front of them just like that, almost making them vomit blood. There was no justice in this world if he did not die. I told you, you're destined to be disappointed. Lin Fei coughed up blood. His injuries were serious. I'm sure you're not having a good time. Just treat it as my tonic. Kill him. He's been attacked by the upper realm's mighty figures. He doesn't have much strength left. He's like an arrow at the end of its flight. The Crimson Bright God King was the first to make a move. Even though his injuries weren't light, he firmly believed that Demon Lord Lin was heavily injured and it was impossible for him to create another miracle. Do you think you are a pushover when a major character from the higher realms makes a move? Sky-piercing divine pagoda, suppress everything. Lin Fei brought out the heavenly connecting divine pagoda. The 10,000 li tall mountain smashed onto their bodies with a rumble. The 4 great divine kings were smashed onto the planet, causing a crater of 1,000,000 li. On the uninhabited planet, the mountains and earth were razed to the ground in an instant. I forgot to tell you guys, even if I'm heavily injured, you 4 great divine kings can forget about killing me. Lin Fei flew down from the sky, coughing out blood. He unsheathed his divine sword, and with the most ordinary sword strike, he slashed towards the 4 great divine kings. Jingguang was like thunder, he exploded with a rumble. The 4 great divine kings' injuries were not light, and they were affected by the power of the higher realms. How could they resist Lin Fei's all-out attack? Peng 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 tilde the bodies of the 4 great divine kings exploded, their injuries worsening. Heaven and earth furnace, come in. After the divine sword had heavily injured them, Lin Fei brought out the heaven and earth furnace. The 4 great divine kings, who were heavily injured, had no ability to resist and were sucked into the heaven and earth furnace. Pu tilde Lin Fei fell from the starry sky, smashing into the starry sky and coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The higher realms experts are too strong, I was almost done for. After struggling to open his eyes, Lin Fei was still recalling the scene when the higher realms experts attacked. That was a sword intent, a power that crossed over. If he had not cultivated the god-demon body and had treasures to protect him, he would have definitely died under that finger. Fortunately, only one of that supreme sword intent could descend. If another one were to descend, he might really be in trouble. Lin Fei bought some healing pills from the system store and swallowed them in large mouthfuls, trying to recover from his injuries. After a few hours, Lin Fei's injuries recovered slightly. He activated the heaven and earth furnace and started to refine the 4 great divine kings. His injuries healed continuously, and his strength rose sharply once again. A day later, Lin Fei opened his eyes once again. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he cut open the void, causing astral winds to sweep across. This was the extent of his strength reaching the limit. Lin Fei stood up once again. A boundless aura was released from his body, like an ancient well with no end in sight. Immortal Lord, right? When I go up there in the future, I will definitely annihilate your sect. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at the endless void, as if he wanted to see the end of the starry sky, that supreme place. He was almost killed. How could Lin Fei not be angry? This was equivalent to an adult bullying a child. If not for the fact that Lin Fei had his own treasures, it would have been difficult for him to survive. Right now, my strength has increased greatly, and with the help of the unparalleled Almighty, I should have the strength of 10 immortals. The strength of 10 immortals. Lin Fei's strength was already extremely terrifying. That was why he could suppress the 4 great divine kings and refine them. Now, it's time to end everything. If you guys dare to touch my wife and daughter, I will definitely consign you to eternal damnation. Lin Fei's face was filled with endless killing intent. At this moment, he had a stomach full of anger that he had nowhere to vent. Mysterious heavenly mainland. With the appearance of the immortal kings of the foreign races, the situation was one-sided. The northern battlefront was torn apart rapidly. Coupled with the internal rebellion, the collapse was even faster. The human race alliance suffered heavy losses. The immortal kings of the foreign races led the army and swept over. 6 to 7 immortal kings worked together to form a formation. Their combat strength soared and suppressed the human race. Everywhere they passed, there was no sect that could withstand the attack of the foreign races. The human race was in despair. The mysterious heavenly mainland was going to fall into the hands of the foreign races. The army led by the foreign race's immortal kings tore through the northern battlefront like a hot knife through butter. No one could stop them. The half-step immortal kings were killed, and a few immortals fell. The mysterious heavenly mainland seemed to have fallen into a dark day. Myth City is just ahead, the nest of the Supreme Alliance's leader. It doesn't look like much. Millions of miles away from Myth City, a black army swept over like the prelude to a storm. Fellow immortal kings, don't underestimate Demon Lin. Since his rise, we have been harassed by him. Today, we must seize the opportunity when he is not around to take down his nest and force the immortal king behind him to show himself, the Water Demon King said to the other immortal kings. He was a veteran immortal king, one of the 10 great divine kings. Naturally, he had the right to say so. In order to take down Myth City, a total of 15 immortal kings came. In addition to the veteran Water Demon King, there was also an army of millions. They were going to wipe out Myth City. Chapter 7:18. Myth City. On this continent, the most eye-catching city became the target of the alien race's army with a single order from the God King. The Dark Army swarmed towards Myth City like a swarm of locusts. It was as if they wanted to drown the alien race army in numbers. Boom, boom, boom! Pillars of fire and stone shot into the sky, hitting the alien race army. Countless alien race members died on the spot. They were soon trapped in the level 9 array outside. Mountains of blades and seas of fire swarmed over. The first wave turned countless alien race members into ashes. Even so, the alien race did not stop. They kept attacking the array, using their numbers to break it. One of the races even fused into the array, trying to destroy it. "Chmph, it's just a level 9 array. Let's see how long you can last." The Water Demon God King sneered. This time, he had to take down Myth City. He had not volunteered to come in vain. Myth City's Demon Lin was currently being hunted by the God King and could not return for the time being. As long as he took down Myth City, one of the human race's beliefs would immediately collapse. The human race's morale would be gone, and there would be no need to talk about fighting them. Arrange for the array-breaking insects to break the array as soon as possible. Also, seal off the area within 1,000,000 miles. I will not allow anyone to escape from here. The Water Demon God King ordered again. He was very confident, as if he had the other party in his grasp. There were a total of 15 God Kings. How could the Water Demon not be confident? Even if a pig was leading them, they could still take down Myth City. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! One by one, the ugly outsiders exploded, turning into golden bugs that attached themselves to the spell formation. This was one of the outsiders that knew how to break formations. Their battle prowess wasn't high, but they could break formations. The level 9 array looked strong, but it could be broken over time. In addition, the alien race army was constantly attacking the array. If there were no accidents, it would not take long to break it. The Water Demon God King wanted to take down Myth City's defenses like clothes. He wanted to take them off piece by piece so that everyone in Myth City would live in fear. The alien race is really going all out this time. In order to deal with our Myth City, they arranged for 16 God Kings. In the City Lord's residence, a huge sky screen showed everything that was happening outside. The movement of 16 God Kings still shocked the Myth City. Before this, everyone heard that the foreign races only had 10 great divine kings. Now that so many divine kings appeared in one go, it indeed had a certain impact on the Myth City's morale. The City Lord is already on his way back. Everyone, don't worry. Just be prepared. As the first madam of the City Lord's mansion, Lin Jiqing took over the command. Like a Valkyrie, she comforted everyone. Don't worry, First Madam. We've already used our secret weapons according to your request. As long as they come up, we don't mind taking down a God King. Everyone, get into position. The formation outside won't be able to hold on for too long, Lin Jiqing ordered. Also, pay attention to the bounty hunters. Kill anyone who dares to cause trouble at this time. At this moment, Lin Jiqing was as decisive as the Valkyrie in the past. I definitely won't let Myth City fall from my hand. Lin Jiqing told herself in her heart that whoever dared to make trouble at this time would be killed without mercy. She would not be soft-hearted anymore. Myth City. After Lin Fei became the Supreme Alliance leader, Myth City was expanded. It was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The previous Myth City was naturally the inner city. The outer city was built later and occupied a large area. The formation left behind by the city lord is indeed very powerful. The foreign races die really quickly. Good kill. If the foreign races dare to attack, we'll kill them all. Kill those foreign races. Regardless of whether it was on the streets or on the roofs, there were martial artists rubbing their fists and palms. They couldn't wait to bathe in blood and kill. Even though they knew that they were just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood, if they could kill a foreign race, it would be considered a contribution. In a short period of time, they had already treated themselves as a part of Myth City. They definitely wouldn't allow anyone to destroy this place. It was because of Myth City that they were able to settle down and increase their strength. They were able to take a step that they might not be able to take in their entire lives. They even obtained battle armors that they didn't dare to imagine and everything that was helpful to their cultivation. It allowed them to stand up again and show off their abilities. It could be said that everyone had received a favor. All of this was given to them by the Myth City. They were proud of the Myth City. This was especially so after City Lord Lin became the alliance leader. As a member of the Myth City, no matter where they went, they would always be filled with envy and jealousy. This was something they had never experienced before. Today, as long as they were here, the foreign races could forget about taking down Myth City. They would use their blood to protect it. On the walls of the outer city, a middle-aged man led a group of people and stood on one of the city walls. He looked at the foreign races that were like locusts and constantly attacked the formation. His grip on the weapon in his hand tightened. "Old Wang, are you afraid?" The person called Old Wang had a token hanging on his chest. It shone with 4 stars. He was a 4-star bounty hunter. Isn't it just killing the foreign races? What's there to be afraid of? If it wasn't for City Lord Lin's favor, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to take the step to Mystic Venerable rank. The person called Old Wang said agitatedly, "As long as I have a breath left in me, I will kill the foreign races. Leader, if there wasn't a bounty hunter guild, there wouldn't be me." Another young man said excitedly, "In my family, my talents were poor. I never thought that I could become a king-level martial artist. If the foreign races dare to destroy Myth City, it means that they are destroying our home. In order to protect Myth City, what harm is there in sacrificing one's life?" These martial artists with the Bounty Hunter Guild's insignia were all bounty hunters of Myth City. If there wasn't a bounty hunter guild, they would probably still be wandering around the continent. They were very grateful for the appearance of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Without the Bounty Hunter Guild, they wouldn't be able to see any hope in the future. No matter who it was, they were all united and wanted to fight the foreign races to the end. It wasn't just for Myth City, it was also for them. 2 hours later, along with a loud rumbling sound, the level 9 array formation was broken. In order to break the array, the foreign races suffered heavy losses. So what harm was there in taking down Myth City? The second level 9 array formation appeared. Thick energy supported the level 9 array formation and blocked in front of the foreign races. Attack! The foreign races started fighting again. At the same time, the foreign races' army continued to replenish their numbers. There seemed to be no end in sight. 1 day later, the foreign races used the human wave tactic to crush their way over and destroy the array formation one after another. Now, there was only 1 array formation left. The foreign races' god kings that came along agreed with the water demon god king's words. Myth City was really a tough bone to chew. They laid down array formation after array formation and it seemed like they wouldn't stop until they tormented them to death. Even a Myth City was set up like this, let alone Demon Lin himself. No wonder the 10 great god kings were so resentful. He was really a headache. Other than the layers of array formations, the massive energy pillars made them go crazy. No wonder the Lord God King wanted to plunder Myth City. The resources were too rich. "Lord, in less than an hour, we will be able to break the array formation." Water Demon God King couldn't help but sigh. This Demon Lin was really a good-for-nothing. Other big sects only had a few formations, but Myth City had set up so many. He finally understood why Heavenly Wings God King, Crimson Light God King, and the other two had killed their way to Myth City previously and returned with hatred. Demon Lin was a B** starred. He was a piece of **T. Speed up and break this array formation. The Water Demon God King couldn't wait anymore. He was prepared to charge into Myth City and personally kill Demon Lin's wife and daughter to vent the anger in his heart. Just as he said that, the Water Demon God King's expression suddenly changed. His face turned sinister and incomparably terrifying. Damn it. At that moment, the Water Demon God King sensed that the auras of the 4 God Kings had disappeared. As the 10 great God Kings, they were connected. But at that moment, he realized that the 4 auras had disappeared. The disappearance of their auras meant that the 4 God Kings had met with misfortune. Impossible. With the 4 God Kings attacking and young Master Sword God, no matter how powerful Demon Lin is, he can't kill the 4 God Kings. The Water Demon God King couldn't believe this outcome. From his point of view, Demon Lin had either been banished to the depths of the starry sky or surrounded and killed. Not long later, the Water Demon God King received a message from God King Hao Tian, proving that his senses weren't wrong. The 4 God Kings that had gone out to kill Demon Lin had already died. All the God Kings of the foreign races were shocked. The 4 old God Kings had died just like that. They couldn't believe that the 5 God Kings had all died in the hands of one person. Break the array, break the array. I want to wipe out Myth City. The Water Demon God King's face was sinister. Do it yourself. In such a short time, 5 God Kings had died consecutively. This was a huge blow to the foreign races. God King Hao Tian also gave the order to destroy Myth City. Even though they didn't know who killed the 4 great divine kings for the time being, in their hearts, there was an 80 to 90% certainty that it was definitely Demon Lin who did it. What happened? On the city wall, everyone was shocked when they saw the God Kings take action. They didn't expect that the God Kings of the foreign races would take action personally. Big Madam is here. At that moment, everyone saw Big Madam Lin Jiqing walk up the city wall surrounded by people. Little Purple, get them ready. Once the array is broken, the secret weapon will be aimed at the God Kings. Lin Jiqing frowned. The God Kings of the foreign races had taken action ahead of time. This was beyond her expectations. Could something have happened? Little Purple, who was beside her, was that demon immortal. When Lin Fei wasn't around, he was her bodyguard. At the same time, he oversaw Myth City. Chapter 719. P.S. Thank you, He Zhangxiong, for the tip. The death of the 4 God Kings infuriated the alien race God Kings. They personally attacked and their destructive power increased. The level 9 array formation, which had been struggling to defend, was on the verge of collapse. Light flowed rapidly and it could be broken at any moment. The alien race God Kings attacked together and their methods were amazing. The people in Myth City felt as though mountains had appeared above their heads and were crushing down on them. Break the city. When the last attack landed above the array formation, it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. The light in the sky above the level 9 array formation was gone. Ripples spread out like water and covered the entire array formation. Crack 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 tilde at this moment, the level 9 array formation finally couldn't hold on anymore. More than 10 alien race God Kings attacked and their attacks were beyond their limits. Kill, destroy the city. The Water Demon God King laughed sinisterly. If you don't kill our God Kings, we will attack your Myth City. The alien race army charged down like locusts. That woman on the city wall must be Demon Lin's woman. I will take her down first. A God King laughed loudly and charged down from the sky. He opened his hand and wanted to grab the woman. Die, alien race God King. On the city wall, facing the incoming God Kings, a blood-colored cannon appeared in front of Lin Jiqing. The black muzzle seemed to carry a dangerous aura. Boom tilde tilde, a red beam shot out from the cannon. The terrifying aura shocked everyone. The world seemed to stop at this moment. The red beam hit the God King and blew him up on the spot. He turned into blood that floated down from the sky. Boom 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 tilde tilde tilde, the God Kings were all dumbfounded. A cannon killed one of their god kings? Was this a joke? Before they could react, red beams shot out from the city wall and hit the alien race army one by one. Myth City launched its first counterattack. In the sky, a huge hole was torn open in the black mass of alien race army. Blood turned into rain and floated down, landing on the ground. God knew how many cannons were shot out and how many alien race soldiers were killed. Ha ha ha, another god king has fallen. Myth City is mighty. Kill these alien race soldiers. On the city wall, everyone cheered when they saw a god king fall. A high and mighty god king could be shot down and killed with one cannon shot. This was already shocking enough. Boom 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 tilde tilde, the red beams of light formed an inescapable net, sweeping out and tearing apart a large portion of the outsiders' army. The outside of the city was already covered in blood. One could see how many outsiders had died. Retreat, retreat, retreat tilde, the water demon deity king's eyes were bloodshot. He had suffered a crushing defeat in his first attack against the outsiders and had no choice but to retreat. He only stopped after retreating 5 million miles away. Damn Myth City, we lost a total of 6 divine kings, a divine king said furiously. All the god kings had ugly expressions on their faces. They simply couldn't believe it. In just a short period of time, 6 of their race's god kings had fallen. Even if word got out, no one would believe it. The first godly monarch was killed by the cannon, catching them off guard. From their point of view, after losing the protection of the level 9 array formation, the Myth City was like a naked woman in front of their godly monarchs. They could do whatever they wanted. Was there a need to worry? God 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 King. God King, God King. King God God, they, God, God, King, and. It wasn't easy for the Holy Mother to breed god kings, but 6 of them had died one after another. What kind of concept was this? The one who felt the most depressed was the water demon godly king. He had personally led the team here. Just to break the formation, they had lost a large number of foreign races. When they broke the level 9 formation, they were prepared to make a huge contribution. But in the blink of an eye, their side had lost 6 godly kings. Their hearts were bleeding. Even if they took down the Myth City, they wouldn't feel any pride. Who can tell me what's in that stinky woman's hand? The water demon god king roared. A huge mountain behind him exploded, sending rocks flying everywhere. At this moment, his mind was still blank. When did such a sharp weapon appear on the continent that could kill a god king with a single blow? All the god kings lowered their heads, unable to say a single word. How would they know if they were asked? The Holy Mother had created them for the sake of conquering cities and territories. Now, before they could do anything, 6 of their godly monarchs had been killed. They could not even raise their heads. Get ready, we're going to launch the second attack. Even though the water demon deity king was pained by the loss of a deity king, now that things had come to this, he had to take down the Myth City no matter what. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to go out and meet people. How's the consumption? On the city walls, everyone was cheering. A god king was a sky immortal. They had never seen anyone kill a god king or sky immortal with a huge cannon in their lives. First Madame Lin Jiqing frowned slightly. She looked at the retreating foreign races with a worried expression. We've consumed 40% of our resources, Little Violet said. If they attack again, we will lose the support of our resources. Moreover, we only managed to kill 6 of their god kings by catching them off guard. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to kill them the next time they attack. As a demon immortal, Little Violet knew how strong a sky immortal was. Similarly, she had never imagined that a huge cannon could kill a god king or sky immortal. While it was inconceivable, she was even more grateful for her choice. It's a pity that the divine martial cannon consumes too many resources. Lin Jiqing was worried but also excited. A total of 6 god kings had died under her command. Even though it was somewhat dishonorable, no one would say anything. Hubby is right. This divine martial cannon can only be used as a deterrent. It might not work the second time. Back when Lin Fei took out the divine martial cannon, Lin Jiqing did not believe it. Who would have thought that it would kill 6 god kings just like that? Yeah. Little Purple also nodded. Even if it's an empire, I'm afraid the empire will be destroyed. Little Violet was in charge. She knew better than anyone the power of the divine martial cannon. It was like a trump card. Anyone hit by it would die without a doubt. On the city walls, the half-step sky immortals and itinerant immortals were also stunned by the result. With the appearance of the divine martial cannon, it seemed that from now on, god kings and sky immortals would no longer be high and mighty. The mountain gate array was powerful, but it was far from being as powerful as the divine martial cannon. Look at how much the god kings had to pay. The foreign races are gathering again. After the first attack, they were battered and exhausted. The second attack had begun. This time, the god kings seemed to be smarter. They no longer charged and allowed the foreign races to attack, attempting to use cannon fodder to tear apart their defense line. It's time to get serious. The divine martial cannon's killing power was shocking, but it consumed too much energy. It could only deter the god kings, preventing them from acting rashly. Roar! Suddenly, a huge black vortex formed in the sky above the myth city. Then, one giant dragon after another flew out of the vortex. At this moment, the dragon race had arrived. With a single movement of its body, the gigantic dragon tore apart countless foreign races or crushed them into powder. Chapter 720. Damn it, Demon Lin actually set up a large-scale teleportation formation and lured the dragon race over. Seeing the dragon race's giant dragon appear, the water demon god king was dealt a huge blow. Once the dragon race appeared, the gap between them would be shortened rapidly. This would affect the battle. The situation was bad. If it was any other time, they might not care too much about it. However, the losses just now were too heavy. 6 god kings had died, and the impact was huge. In addition to the pitch-black cannons, it was really too dangerous. The moment they were distracted, it would be very bad for them. The giant dragon had come at the wrong time. The blood cannon's attack speed was too fast. Once it attacked, they didn't think they could block it. It was like having a huge blade above their heads. They didn't know when it would slash down, and they would be one of the unlucky ones. The alien race god kings had misgivings and didn't dare to act rashly. Previously, they wanted the alien race army to exhaust Myth City's strength and take down the blood cannon so they could remove this bomb. But now that the dragon race had appeared, it was even more difficult. If they had attacked with all their strength, they wouldn't have missed such a good opportunity. But they didn't dare to take the risk. The 6 god kings had died as an example. They felt a chill in their hearts. Retreat. The water demon god king gave the order bitterly. He could only swallow this bitter pill. At this moment, he regretted not attacking. If he had attacked and destroyed the blood cannon, he wouldn't have been so afraid now. For now, the water demon god king could only retreat. With just 10 god kings, taking down Myth City wasn't easy. They also had to be careful of the blood cannon at all times. If they were distracted, their combat strength would be affected. We can only support them. On the city wall, the retreat of the alien race surprised Long Batian. Huh! Why are there only 10 god kings left? Didn't they say that there were 16? Long Batian had obviously heard that the alien race had sent god kings to attack Myth City. He didn't believe that the god kings would leave midway. There were indeed fewer god kings now. No, there's the aura of fallen god kings. Long Batian's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Jiqing in shock. You killed 6 god kings? Dragon race leader, you have good eyes. You even saw through this. Lin Jiqing heaved a sigh of relief. With the dragon race's help, the pressure was reduced. How is that possible? Long Batian was very surprised. There were only 2 heavenly immortals in Myth City. Moreover, both of them were Yarrow beasts. How could they possibly kill off 6 divine kings? That was simply too unrealistic. Even their dragon race would need to spend a very long time and effort in order to kill off 6 divine kings. Dragon tribe leader, please look at this. Lin Jiqing generously displayed the Shunwu cannon. You're saying that the cannon was used to kill the god king? Long Batian was shocked. Using a cannon to kill the god king? He suddenly frowned as he sensed a terrifying aura from within. What a terrifying aura. Is this a cannon powered by resources? That's right. We relied on this to catch a god king off guard. Enchanting didn't want to hide the fact that the divine martial cannon had been revealed. She might as well say it openly. Sooner or later, everyone would know about it. Long Batian was shocked. Even though they thought highly of Lin Fei, they didn't expect him to have such a heaven-defying weapon. He could imagine that the God King would definitely be caught off guard by these cannons. This Shenwu cannon could only be used as a deterrent. Even if it worked the first time, it might not work the second time. No wonder the foreign races' God Kings didn't attack. They were scared off by the Shenwu cannon. Long Batian finally understood, this is a good name. It killed 6 God Kings in one go. The name of the Shenwu cannon will spread throughout the continent. If you guys didn't come, there would have been a bloody battle. Enchanting was very grateful. The foreign race's army swept through the various sects. Our dragon race has the marine race to block them. They won't be able to attack for a short period of time. However, there are still some small problems. Long Batian said, with our dragon race here, the foreign race's god kings won't dare to attack for a short period of time. Moreover, with such a heaven-defying weapon like yours, you have unknowingly frightened them. On the other side, God King Hao Tian was leading an army to attack a sect. He was nearing the end and was about to take it down. What? We lost another 6 God Kings. A piece of bad news spread over. God King Hao Tian twitched and was about to spit out blood. In a short period of time, God Kings died one after another. He couldn't even vent his anger anymore. Originally, God King Hao Tian would be in a good mood after taking down a sect. But when he heard this news, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured on his head. After hearing the entire story, God King Hao Tian cursed Lin Fan to his ancestors. He was practically their nemesis. Therefore, he was even more vicious in his attacks, killing 6 of their God Kings in one go. Did he really think that the God Kings of the foreign races were like cabbages that could be found anywhere and could be killed as he pleased? Such a thing not only made God King Hao Tian even angrier, but at the same time, he wanted to take down Myth City. If he didn't, who knew what would happen? More importantly, he was worried that once Lin Fan returned, such cannons would appear and affect them even more. He had to be careful. Take down the sect quickly. God King Hao Tian couldn't wait to charge over. He couldn't stay here any longer. From his point of view, the Myth City was the #1 enemy. If the might of the heaven-defying cannons were to spread out, the major sects would have to hold back for fear of harming the innocent. If the sects set up these cannons, they would definitely be a threat and wouldn't dare to be as unbridled as they were now. Under the command of Godly King Hao Tian, the work that originally required a few hours was completed in 2 hours. He left behind a godly king and led the rest of the godly kings towards the Myth City with surging killing intent. After Water Demon God King retracted his troops, he didn't send out any more. The appearance of the dragon race and the presence of the God Martial Cannon made him wary. If he was held back and used the God Martial Cannon, they might lose a few God Kings. It wasn't worth it at all. Even if he lost face, Water Demon God King still sent out a distress signal and waited for the army to arrive. In the evening, God King Hao Tian brought people over. His face was really dark and everyone could sense a suppressed aura. They didn't dare to say a single word. You have disappointed me, God King Hao Tian said disappointedly. Godly King Hao Tian said in disappointment. In order to take down the Myth City, he specially transferred 15 godly kings over, hoping that it would be easy to successfully take down the Myth City. But in the end, you came and went, and 6 godly kings were killed. What face do you have to come and see me? Water Demon God King lowered his head. He no longer had the high spirits from before. Under Myth City's attack, he was mostly gone. I underestimated Myth City. Water Demon God King lowered his head. I will take responsibility for this. Now that things have come to this, it's useless to say anything else. God King Hao Tian was very angry. Things had come to this. What else could he do? I brought 5 God Kings. This is my limit. Otherwise, it will affect the next attack. Myth City's thing that worries us the most is their God Martial Cannon. Water Demon God King's eyes were filled with killing intent. According to my calculations, they can only use the cannon once. Myth City doesn't have that many resources to use. After retreating, the Water Demon God King continued to research, and he finally managed to figure out something. TMPH, they don't dare to use the God Martial Cannon. We will force them to use it. God King Hao Tian looked at Myth City. Pass my order. Let the self-destructing bats go up. Water Demon God King slapped his head. He had indeed been frightened. Myth City only had so many people. If they used up all of them, they had to use the God Martial Cannon. The God Kings are going to attack. On the city wall, the people didn't relax. The God Kings of the alien races wouldn't take this lying down. Swish, swish, swish. Black shadows filled the sky. They were 2 to 3 meters in size. Before they even got close to the city wall, they exploded, creating a storm that sent the martial artists on the city wall flying. Be careful. These are the bats of the alien races. They are good at self-destruction. Someone recognized them immediately. Kill. The martial artists on the city wall weren't stupid. They took out their immortal artifacts and killed these self-destructing bats. Even so, the martial artists were still heavily injured. The bats covered the sky and the ground. There were so many of them that no one knew how many there were. They are going to use up all of our people. Lin Jiqing hit the nail on the head and saw through the King of Gods conspiracy. Myth City had a limited population. Once all the martial artists died, it would be an empty city. Races like the alien races were numerous. They didn't have to worry about their numbers being used up. Their God Kings don't want to fight us, but we want to fight them. Long Baishan's eyes were sharp. He was ready to fight and force them to fight. Kill. Over 100 gigantic dragons rushed out of the Myth City in a grandiose manner. They were like a magnificent army, and wherever their powerful dragon breath passed by, a large portion of the self-destructing bat race would be annihilated. They tore open a gap and charged toward the God Kings that were millions of miles away. The army doesn't move. Let's go fight the strongest race in the continent. This battle was unavoidable. The dragon race was already here. Kill. 16 God Kings attacked together and attacked the dragon race. Genesis Splitter. Although the hundreds of giant dragons weren't sky immortals, they were still very strong. At this moment, all of them worked together. With Long Batian as the leader, their terrifying aura swept through the bats. Slash. Emperor Pangu's giant axe chopped down. The night was as bright as day. Formation. God King Hao Tian wasn't afraid. The 16 God Kings got into formation as well. Their auras surged into the sky. All of their strength was condensed into one. A rainbow pierced through the sky and punched over. Boom tilde, a terrifying hurricane swept in all directions. Everything within 1,000,000 miles was razed to the ground. 8 divisional pagoda, dragon god blessing. Long Batian took out the 8 divisional pagoda. In the horizon, there seemed to be a long roar that soared into the sky. Under the vortex, a giant dragon swooped down. The domineering aura shot towards the Haotian God King. Chapter 721. P.S. Thank you to Wind Demon of the Middle Demon for the tip. Ha ha ha, Long Batian is only SOSO. The battle between Long Batian and Divine King Hao Tian could be said to be earth-shattering. The sky changed color and the vast sky was in tatters. Boundless void was torn apart and astral winds blew past. As Long Batian was sent flying, godly King Hao Tian seized the opportunity and executed a supreme divine art in an attempt to kill him on the spot. The dragon race was known as the #1 race in the continent. They were born strong but their cultivation speed was too slow. Hundreds of giant dragons worked together to cast Genesis but still couldn't stop Hao Tian. A total of 16 God Kings with extraordinary combat strength. Boom. After Hao Tian destroyed Long Baishan's formation, he followed up. Lin Jiqing decisively gave the order to attack. The cannon landed on Hao Tian's body. At this moment, something strange happened. Hao Tian's body was covered in a layer of light. The Shunwu cannon's attack was reflected and landed on the sky above Myth City. In an instant, Myth City suffered countless casualties and wails. HMPH, surprised, right? I expected it, but you only used one cannon. Hao Tian was prepared. He shook his head regretfully. Holy Mother Fist. Hao Tian ignored him. His aura surged into the sky as he punched. A giant Holy Mother, with her will, sent Long Batian flying again. The heaven-splitting, earth-splitting array collapse. The God Kings worked together. They were all God Kings and Sky Immortals. In terms of combat strength, the dragon race couldn't compare to them. At the start, they were evenly matched. But as time went on, their disadvantage was revealed and they were defeated. Unfortunately, I didn't kill you on the spot. Hao Tian swept his gaze over and was somewhat disappointed. The number one race in the continent wasn't so easy to kill. He summoned the Holy Mother's will and still couldn't kill him, only heavily injuring him. The only relief was that Long Batian couldn't be an obstacle anymore. That punch just now had injured Long Batian and the other dragons. It was no longer a threat to them. Hao Tian is too strong. He can even receive the Holy Mother's will. Long Batian was heavily injured and couldn't activate the formation. First Madam, I will protect you. Long Batian had underestimated God King Hao Tian and the formation in their hands. If not for that, they wouldn't have lost so quickly. Just because Long Batian couldn't stop them didn't mean he couldn't take them away. No. Lin Jiqing rejected. My husband has handed the Myth City to me, and I will guard it until the very last moment. I definitely won't disappoint him. First Madam, where there's life, there's hope. Long Batian added. You don't have to persuade me anymore. I've made up my mind. Lin Jiqing showed an unprecedented firmness. Long Batian did not expect First Madam Lin Jiqing to be so resolute. If First Madam doesn't leave, the Dragon Clan won't leave either. The Dragon King has ordered us to protect you. Even if we die, we will persevere. Kill. Long Batian activated the 8-divisional pagoda and charged forward again. At the same time, demonic immortal Little Purple and the flaming lizard rushed up to resist godly King Hao Tian. Divine King Hao Tian, who was using his secret technique, was simply too strong. Even Long Batian, who was in the formation, was not a match for him, let alone now that the formation was not present. Bang, bang, bang! 3 figures flew out and crashed into the Myth City, turning it into a pile of ruins. Godly King Hao Tian was not in a hurry. TMPH, today, no one can stop this king's determination to destroy your Myth City. Paying such a huge price for a Myth City was unacceptable to godly King Hao Tian. It would be hard to explain to the Holy Mother. Losing 11 godly kings was too great a loss. At this moment, godly King Hao Tian was invincible. Attack with a command, the foreign race army swarmed over. First Madam, they are forcing us to use the divine martial cannon. The foreign race army came from all directions. It was obvious that they wanted to force Lin Jiqing to make a decision. Attack. Lin Jiqing was decisive. They had to fight sooner or later, so she had no choice but to use it. Swish, swish, swish. On the city wall, terrifying light beams exploded among the foreign race army, engulfing a large number of them and turning them into ashes. Godly King Hao Tian looked at the unremarkable divine martial cannon and a strange look flashed in his eyes. When they destroyed the Myth City, such a sharp weapon would definitely belong to the foreign race. At that time, they would use the divine martial cannon to attack the human sects. Ha ha ha. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Godly King Hao Tian delayed Long Batian and the others, allowing the army to sweep over like a flood and completely destroy the Myth City. Without the threat of the divine martial cannon, the Myth City no longer had anything to fear. The most serious moment was about to begin. Kill. Lin Jiqing wore a set of red battle armor and was the first to attack with an immortal sword in hand. Her strength was at the 9 tribulation scattered immortal level. Coupled with her equipment, her combat strength was at the half-step heaven immortal level. Bang, bang, bang. With a slash of her sword light shredded hundreds of foreign race soldiers. The foreign race soldiers surged over and landed on the Myth City. Be it the streets, the inner city, or the outer city, there were foreign race soldiers everywhere as they started a bloody battle. Weak humans, in front of our foreign race army, you are just a bunch of helpless lambs. Godly King Hao Tian shook them off once again. Looking at the one-sided situation, he said, after killing Demon Lin's woman, I think Demon Lin must be in so much pain that he would rather die. I am really looking forward to it. Godly King Hao Tian's eyes landed on Lin Jiqing. He raised his hand and slapped down. It covered the sky and covered the sun. The martial artists and foreign race soldiers below were all crushed into pieces. This palm was enough to kill Demon Lin's woman. You demonic immortal, how dare you spoil my plans? The fatal palm was blocked by demonic immortal Little Violet, who returned to her original body. Big Madam, let's go. Little Violet's huge body was torn apart. Half of her body was gone and she was on the verge of collapsing. Purple flames burned and filled the sky. The flames tore apart the foreign race's blockade and flew out. You want to escape from my hands? Do you think that you are Demon Lin? Godly King Hao Tian was unnatural. He reached out with his giant hand and appeared in the sky above Little Violet. He smiled and slapped down, "Go to hell." Madam. When they saw those scenes, everyone cried out in despair. No one could block Godly King Hao Tian's palm and no one could block it. He used all of his strength and wanted to kill Demon Lin's woman along with the demon immortal. Just as Madam was about to die, a giant whirlpool appeared and swallowed both of them, causing Godly King Hao Tian's attack to miss. Who is going against me? Scram out. Godly King Hao Tian's gaze was cold. He wanted to grab the person and smash him into pieces. Behind the whirlpool was a small monster which caused everyone's jaws to drop. Hairball, City Lord Lin's hairball. Someone exclaimed. Die. Godly King Hao Tian's expression changed. He failed consecutively and his rage turned into embarrassment. He slapped towards Hairball who was in the air. Godly King, to think that you would bully a small fellow. The cold voice was like a nightmare, ringing in the air above everyone. After that, a figure appeared in front of Hairy Ball, forcefully blocking an attack from Hao Tian God King. Chapter 722. The moment he said that, there was silence. The alien race warriors were all stunned. Someone dared to say such things to the God King? That person must be tired of living. Demon Lin is back. One of the alien race warriors shouted in a trembling voice. The alien race warriors who were mocking Lin Fan for overestimating himself instantly revealed expressions of fear and unease. Demon Lin's name had become a taboo amongst the alien race. Usually, no one was willing to mention it. Anyone who dared to do so would definitely suffer. Today, the death of 6 God Kings was no different from boosting Demon Lin's prestige. Who didn't know that the Divine Martial Cannon was created by Demon Lin? They had personally witnessed the Divine Martial Cannon shoot down God Kings like they were mosquitoes. How could the alien race warriors not be shocked when they saw Demon Lin appear? At this moment, Demon Lin's name was like a nightmare in their hearts. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to attack. He could even block one attack from the God King. His physical defense was just too strong. They were humans after all. Compared to the alien race's disappointment and unease, the humans exploded with joy. The sky above Myth City was one. In their hearts, City Lord Lin was like a god to them. No matter where or when, as long as City Lord Lin appeared, they believed that there was no threshold they couldn't cross. They were instantly filled with boundless fighting spirit. Kill. Kill all the alien races. The alien race warriors were in a daze. This gave the human race a chance to explode with unprecedented confidence. Once the human race exploded, they were a cohesive force. On one side, they were united because of Lin Fei's appearance. On the other side, they were frightened by a single name. At least 20% of their combat strength was gone and they didn't have the will to fight anymore. God King Hao Tian's face froze. Although the alien race warriors below had yet to fully collapse, there were already signs. If this dragged on, things wouldn't be good. Lin Fei, not killing you back then is the last thing I regret. God King Hao Tian looked at Lin Fei and said regretfully, your alien race didn't come to the continent and used the human race as resources to restore your holy mother. You might not regret it today. Lin Fei stared at God King Hao Tian, but you shouldn't have attacked my woman. Today, all of you shall stay here. Heaven Connecting Divine Tower. From the moment he learned that the outsiders had begun their counterattack, Lin Fei hadn't stopped at all. He had raised his strength to the limit, and out of fear of danger, he had asked Hairball to return first. It was fortunate that he had made such a decision, or else he would regret it for the rest of his life. As soon as the heavenly divine pagoda appeared, the sky darkened as if it was night and day. Bang, bang, bang ~~ countless non-humankind warriors died in an instant. It's still not certain who will kill who. Godly King Hao Tian was ready to risk it all. He did not believe that a single Lin Fei would be stronger than all of them combined. Today, only one of them would survive. Holy Mother Divine Fist. At this moment, Godly King Hao Tian unleashed his strongest fist technique. He summoned an unparalleled will and smashed it onto the heaven-reaching God Tower. The Tongtian Divine Pagoda was a supreme treasure, but when faced with such a powerful attack, it swayed for a moment. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on Godly King Hao Tian, and his movements were greatly restricted. A divine sword flew out from behind Lin Fei. With a slash, the Jingguang danced in the air and transformed into a huge golden scissors, cutting towards Heavenly King Hao Tian. Crack! Heavenly King Hao Tian's formation collapse. This scissor landed right on the floor of the formation, using force to break force, breaking the secret technique that Divine King Hao Tian had formed. How did you know the flaw of this secret technique? Demon Lin had broken their formation. The one who found it the hardest to accept was Heavenly King Hao Tian. Even Long Batian was unable to break the formation, but Demon Lin did it just like that. I said that none of you can leave today. Lin Fei stepped forward and waved his divine sword. The river of swords swept over, vast and boundless. Everywhere it passed, the sword will would surge and the sword light would shoot out. When the sword light landed on the bodies of the warriors of the foreign races, their bodies were shredded into pieces. There was no chance of survival. It was unknown how many warriors of the foreign races were killed. Just like that, the 10,000-foot sword river crushed towards them with an invincible might. The suppression of the Heaven Ascension Divine Pagoda caused their movements to be greatly restricted. They were unable to leave the area of suppression in an instant. The Sword Chi River gushed over, the God Kings fell into the Sword River one after another. Just like that, those powerful existences of the foreign races were swept away and torn into pieces, falling into the Sword River. One godly king died. 2 godly kings died. The extremely strong godly kings were killed just like that in the Sword River. At that moment, Lin Fei was like an invincible god of war. His gaze was cold and it sent shivers down the godly king's spines. Heavenly King Hao Tian, you are one of them. I mean what I say. Heavenly King Hao Tian had always felt that the 4 godly kings were killed because of Lin Fei's sneak attack. He had never expected that Lin Fei's combat strength would exceed the limit and wipe them out with one move. Impossible. You are a heaven immortal and so am I. How can your combat strength be so strong? Seeing the godly kings die one after another, Heavenly King Hao Tian was furious. The godly kings nurtured by the Holy Mother weren't as strong as the 10 godly kings, but they were still godly kings and heaven immortals. When did they become so weak that they could be killed? Heavenly King Hao Tian, run! The water demon godly king was scared out of his wits. The golden sword river swept over with a sharp aura that wanted to kill everything. No matter what, he couldn't block it. His mind was blank. They didn't notice that the essence of the godly kings who were killed by the golden sword intent kept entering Lin Fei's body. The golden sword river became even more resplendent. Water elemental world. The water demon godly king swept up Heavenly King Hao Tian and turned into a black river. He ignored the Tongtian Divine Pagoda's suppression and escaped. He appeared millions of miles away and fled in a panic. How could Lin Fei let a godly king escape? Heaven-splitting finger. A finger that was tens of thousands of feet long shot out of the void and stabbed into the Black River. Above the Black River, the water demon godly king appeared. He struggled and exploded. I won't die. His voice stopped. Swish, swish, swish. The golden river swept towards the alien army. The black army fell into the Sword River. Almost all of them died in the Sword River. Only a few alien soldiers survived. Cough, cough. Long Batian swallowed his saliva, his eyes wide open. Too awesome. He killed a godly king with one sword. He can be called the number one in the continent. Long Batian knew that he had bet on the right treasure. Whoosh! A wave of energy descended from the sky and landed on Long Batian. He felt like he was bathing in the spring wind. He felt refreshed, and all the injuries he had suffered before were instantly healed. "Thank you, Dragon King, for your gift," Long Batian said sincerely. "Stay here and guard the Myth City." Lin Fei tore open the void and entered. "I didn't expect Lord Dragon King's strength to increase so much at such a critical moment. I'm afraid the war between the alien races is about to come to an end." Long Batian looked at Lin Fei's back. "As long as those godly kings don't get into a formation, none of them are Lord Dragon King's match. Fortunately, they made the best of it. Otherwise, the dragon race, wife, you've suffered." In the void, Lin Fei said with heartache. Lin Jiqing was wearing her battle armor. She looked valiant and heroic. Her face was filled with a happy smile. "It's my duty." Lin Fei hugged Lin Jiqing in his arms. "It's all over. The alien races are proud of their godly kings. I'll kill them all and kill my way to their lair. I'll destroy the Holy Mother and bring peace to the continent." After his overall strength increased, the difference between Lin Fei and celestial immortals kept increasing. It was already one-sided. The only thing that Lin Fei was afraid of was the Holy Mother of the alien races. She was the real boss. Lin Fei didn't believe that the Holy Mother still had the battle power to end the war between the alien races and restore peace to the continent after devouring those godly kings. Really? Really? It's more real than real gold. When the time comes, we'll roam the world. Don't lie. Enlightened Zhongyi, you traitor. I'll get rid of you first. In the sky above the Divine Sword School, the battle continued. The alien warriors and the disciples of the Divine Sword School fought fiercely. The elders of the Elder Council suffered heavy casualties. The Divine Sword School was in a sea of fire. Corpses were strewn everywhere. The battle was still going on. Enlightened Zhong Yi was covered in blood. He blocked the Great Elder's sword. There's nothing wrong with cooperating with the alien races. The continent will fall into their hands sooner or later anyway. Isn't it suitable? It's better than your sect being destroyed. Senior brother, let's kill him first. Let's completely destroy the Divine Sword School. Enlightened gentleman killed an elder and rushed forward. He laughed loudly as he attacked the Great Elder. Only by destroying the Divine Sword School can we have a foothold among the alien races. No matter how one looked at it, the Divine Sword School was already an arrow at the end of its flight. They wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The experts and elders were dead. In addition, the 5 godly kings had joined forces. They practically swept through the entire Divine Sword School. Is the Divine Sword School really going to be destroyed by my hands today? The Great Elder's injuries weren't light. Call the Sword God out. I know he's definitely here. The Great Elder knew better than anyone that the disaster today was actually instigated by the Sword God. Even before he died, the Great Elder wanted to get rid of the Sword God, this scourge. You don't have to call. I don't mind telling you that young Master Sword God has already gone to kill Lin Fei. Enlightened gentleman said proudly. I'm afraid he's already killed Lin Fei. It's a pity that you won't be able to see him. Cough tilde tilde the Great Elder coughed up a mouthful of blood. That's impossible. Alliance Master Lin's strength is tyrannical. Sword God is but a defeated opponent under his sword. How can he be a match for him? Ha ha ha, you're quite smart. However, what do you think young Master Sword God and the 4 godly kings will do? Enlightened gentleman's sword art was sharp. He kept attacking the Great Elder. Pfff tilde tilde the Great Elder lost his composure. How despicable. You won't have a good ending. Wrong. It should be your Divine Sword School. You've heard so much. You can accompany them now. Enlightened Zhongyi's sword light was resplendent. Chapter 723. Grand Elder is right. You won't have a good ending. I can guarantee that. As the cold voice fell, a tyrannical force descended from the sky and tore apart enlightened Master Zhongyi's sword, disintegrating the attack. The terrifying aura sent the two of them flying. They crashed into a mountain in the Divine Sword School. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. Rocks flew everywhere. Countless foreign race warriors met with misfortune. Grand Elder, are you all right? A man and a woman appeared near the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder knew that he couldn't stop the two of them. He wanted to drag them down with him. He was shocked when he heard the voice. Alliance leader Lin Lin, you're back. The Grand Elder realized that he had called her wrongly. He quickly corrected himself. Weren't you killed by the Divine Sword School? We'll talk about this later. I'll go clean them up first. When did the Divine Sword School let them run wild here? They all deserve to die. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He went straight to the 5 foreign race godly kings who were fighting not far away. First Madam, how can this be? The 5 godly kings joined hands and defeated our elders. The Grand Elder exclaimed. He wanted to help. How could Lin Fei fight against 5 godly kings alone? He should at least help. Lin Jiqing stopped him and smiled. Grand Elder, don't worry. The foreign race godly kings are nothing in his hands. Grand Elder probably doesn't know that godly King Hao Tian and the other godly kings have already died in the hands of the alliance leader. The first elder's body trembled, and he cried out involuntarily, how is this possible? The Grand Elder couldn't accept this news. A moment later, his eyes widened. He saw that wherever Lin Fei passed, sword intent pervaded the air. The foreign race warriors exploded one after another. No one could stop him. The foreign race itinerant immortals and foreign race half-step celestial immortals died one after another. The 5 god kings of the foreign races were sent flying by Lin Fei's sword. The tough bodies of the foreign races exploded one after another. This was the unparalleled sword intent. Their tough defenses were nothing but a joke right now. Bang 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 tilde tilde another sword strike. The violent sword intent cut the God King in half at the waist. The God King couldn't even use fleshly rebirth as he was shredded into pieces by the sword intent. He died just like that. The First Elder was dumbfounded. If it was a one-on-one fight, the First Elder believed that Lin Fei would be able to win. But if it was a 1-on-5 fight, Lin Fei would be able to sweep through the alien God Kings and kill them all. Enlightened Master Zhongyi and Enlightened Gentleman rushed out from the pile of pebbles. When they saw the Divine King being killed, their minds went blank. Clearly, they were unable to digest this scene. Lin Fei had actually killed 5 God Kings with a single sword strike. It was as if the heavens were playing a joke on them. The Enlightened Zhongyi and the Enlightened Gentleman were certain that Lin Fei would not be able to return. He would either be killed or banished to the depths of the starry sky. There was no other choice. However, when Lin Fei appeared in front of them once again and swept through the God Kings like a god, all they were left with was boundless fear. They had lost count of how many times they cursed in their hearts. He's still not dead. There's no justice in the world tilde tilde the two of them were scared out of their wits. They immediately tore open the void and prepared to escape. Don't go. The First Elder was furious when he saw the two of them. How many elders had died in their hands? How could he let the two of them leave? Lin Fei's speed was faster than them. The invincible sword turned into a beam of light and slashed at the void. A large area of the void collapsed, and 2 figures were forced out of the void. The two of you have committed a massacre in the Divine Sword School. Don't you want to leave something behind? Lin Fei walked forward step by step. If there was no Divine Sword School, he would not be here today. Now that the Divine Sword School had been destroyed to this extent, Lin Fei had a belly full of anger that needed to be vented. He would not let the two of them leave this place. They must pay the price for the massacre here. Alliance Master Lin, you killed the alien God Kings. I advise you to admit defeat. Enlightened Master Zhongyi scratched his head. He could not believe that the other party's strength had increased to such an extent in such a short time. There are dozens of God Kings in total. You can't defeat them. They were Enlightened Master Zhongyi's only reliance. Pu. A beam of sword light flew over. Enlightened Master Zhongyi cried out in pain as his left arm flew off. The wound was enveloped by a force, unable to regenerate. Hehe, you still know how to threaten me. Lin Fei found it funny. I don't mind telling you that the number of god kings that died in my hands has already exceeded 20. That's impossible. Enlightened Master Zhong Yi's expression changed. He thought about the god kings he killed just now. Could it be that he really killed 20 god kings? Could it be that god king Hao Tian is also dead? Don't worry. You will soon follow in his footsteps. I gave you a chance back then, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You colluded with the alien god kings and harmed your alliance. After killing you, I will personally go to Celestial Gate and destroy your Celestial Gate's inheritance. Enlightened Master Zhong Yi suddenly raised his head. His face was filled with malevolence. Gentlemen, leave quickly. This sect master will fight it out with him. A violent energy was released from Enlightened Master Zhong Yi's body. He was preparing to self-destruct. He wanted to take Lin Fei down with him. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Stubborn. A surge of energy that was even thicker than Enlightened Master Zhong Yi's came crashing down. Enlightened Master Zhong Yi's energy was instantly disintegrated. It was like a huge wave suppressing a small wave. Pu. Enlightened Master Gentleman's right arm flew off. He didn't even have time to prepare to escape. Lin Fei, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Upper Realm Elder will definitely hunt you down. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can forget about surviving. Enlightened Master Gentleman's face was pale as he spoke in a sonorous voice. Lin Fei was no longer afraid of being bitten by lice. Sword God said the same thing. Even the almighty beings of the upper realm came personally to kill me. Unfortunately, they couldn't kill me. So what if it's your Celestial Gate Elder? Lin Fei laughed. For a despicable person like you, it's better to send you to hell, lest you go around scheming and scheming. Don't kill me. Enlightened Master Gentleman shouted. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. His body suddenly exploded, and a huge force swept over. Runes flew out and disappeared into the void. Damn you, Lin Fei. The runes wrapped around Enlightened Master Gentleman's primordial spirit. I need to seize your body and be reborn as soon as possible. Once my strength is restored, I'll wipe out your entire clan. In order to severely injure Lin Fei, Enlightened Master Gentleman did not hesitate to self-destruct to escape. This was his only way. Lin Fei was too tyrannical. He was like an insurmountable mountain. Throughout his life, Lin Fei had always been like a mountain pressing down on his head. Gentlemen, you're a despicable person. You're truly full of schemes and schemes. A figure blocked Enlightened Master Gentleman's path in the void. You would have succeeded if it were an ordinary person. How are you still alive? Enlightened Master Gentleman roared. He should have been able to block his self-destruction. Chapter 724. In the void, astral winds howled, tearing everything apart. Lin Fei just stood in the void, letting the endless astral winds fall on him and bounce him away. 3 years ago, you used the power of the sacred fetus to kill me and failed. 3 years later, you were killed by my sword. You are beyond redemption. Why bother? The past appeared one by one with the wind. In this world, strength is always the most important. Schemes and tricks are nothing more than this. Lin Fei kept his divine sword, his gaze firm. I must kill without mercy. Tearing open the void, Lin Fei returned to the god of sword sec. The sudden self-destruction of Taoist gentlemen had a great impact. Lin Fei destroyed a part of the force, but the rest affected the god of sword sect, affecting many disciples. Lin Fei took out the worldly furnace and captured the fleeing foreign tribe warriors. In a short while, he collected the invading foreign tribe warriors. Even the godly king was no match for them, let alone the foreign tribe warriors. You didn't let that despicable person escape, did you? Great Elder asked anxiously. Taoist gentleman, who had always been one of the top 10 prodigies in front of everyone, was such a despicable person. On the surface, he begged for mercy, but secretly self-destructed. It really caught everyone off guard. If he succeeded, he would harm many people in the future. Don't worry, he's dead, Lin Fei said. Such a despicable person deserves to die. Lin Jiqing's gaze was cold. Many things were instigated by Taoist gentlemen. For example, he came to attack the God of Sword sect under the order of the God of Sword. At the mention of the God of Sword, Great Elder regretted. How did the sect cultivate such a person? In the end, he still harmed the sect. Great Elder, the God of Sword is also dead. I've already killed him for the sect. No matter what, I'm still a part of the God of Sword sect, Lin Fei said. Good, good, good. Good kill. Then I'm relieved. If I wasn't deceived, today's disaster wouldn't have happened. Great Elder seemed to recall something. Alliance Master, the God of Sword sect's crisis has been eliminated. Hurry up and rescue the other sects. Don't let the godly king succeed. Lin Fei nodded. Good. It's time for the foreign tribe to get out of the continent. He turned to Lin Jiqing and said, You're careful. You worry too much about the matters here. I will. Just like that, Lin Fei charged towards the second location. Now that the godly kings had dispersed, this was undoubtedly an opportunity for Lin Fei. If he missed this opportunity, it would not be easy anymore. Senior brother is mighty. Senior brother is mighty. Before they left, everyone in the Divine Sword School, regardless of whether they were injured or not, shouted. Their voices reverberated in the huge mountain gate. Lin Fei's faith branch continued to increase. Who would have thought that Alliance leader Lin would advance so quickly? He has already taken such a huge step forward. In this world, he is definitely number one. Great Elder watched Lin Fei's departing figure. In this world, there was already no one who could resist his divine might. The next place Lin Fei went to was the Ice Palace. The Ice Palace was also facing great pressure. There were also 5 God Kings here, which meant that the Ice Palace was worthy of using 5 God Kings. The Ice Palace's situation was better than the Divine Sword sects, but they might not be able to hold on for long. As Lin Fei charged out from outer space and killed a God King, the situation of the battle changed without a doubt. Ice Fairy, who was fighting the God Kings in the snow, was also shocked. Alliance leader Lin is here. Even though the people of the Ice Palace had never seen Lin Fei before, Lin Fei's name was known by everyone in the continent. The female disciples of the Ice Palace also knew about him. Look, another God King has died. The female disciples in the crowd were all stunned by what they saw. Even the Ice Fairy was shocked at first, and then her cherry lips opened wide as she watched dumbfounded. 5 God Kings were killed just like that in front of Alliance leader Lin. It was so easy that the entire Ice Palace was dumbfounded until he disappeared. Number 1. The group of Ice Palace elders said in unison. To kill so many God Kings so quickly, if he wasn't number 1, then what was he? How could his strength advance by leaps and bounds? Ice Fairy allowed the snow to fall on her body. Back then, she could still fight with him, but not long later, he had already charged into the sky. Ice, don't be sad. Alliance leader Lin is a genius. I'm afraid the continent war is about to end. The Ice Palace Palace Master arrived and appeared beside Ice Fairy. Lin Fei's figure appeared in many places on the continent. In order to conquer the continent, the alien race army had sent out all their God Kings, preparing to suppress the human race. But at this time, Lin Fei's strength improved greatly. Other than a few God Kings nurtured by the Holy Mother, the rest were all killed, and Lin Fei's strength kept increasing. Lin Fei still spent 3 days to deal with the continent war. The remaining alien race warriors didn't chase after them. The human race would deal with them. Myth City. After killing the alien race experts, Lin Fei returned to Myth City. He didn't kill his way to the base of the alien race, Savage World, and let them gather. Daddy. Just as he returned to the City Lord Manor, a small figure flew over. A fragrance greeted him, and he hugged her head. Lele. Lin Fei was stunned. Lele could fly. And she could talk. Hey, there's a change in her bloodline. Lin Fei looked and suddenly understood. His strength had increased too quickly, and he had indirectly stimulated his daughter's bloodline. At such a young age, she already had considerable strength. Little princess, come out quickly. Little princess, where are you? It's dangerous outside. Soon, the sound of servants searching could be heard. Daddy, they're too bad. They won't let me play. The little girl raised her head pitifully. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could see that she would be a little devil in the future. He kissed her. Daddy, I'll play with you. Daddy, that's great. I want to go outside. The little girl pointed. Lin Fei hugged his daughter and flew into the sky. At the same time, he told the servants to stop searching. She was by his side. With a wave of his hand, the sky full of white clouds gathered, turning into a children's playground in his memory. In the city Lord Manor, Jin Feng was shocked. Since her daughter's bloodline was stimulated recently, she often couldn't find her. She was very worried. Second Madam, Miss is up there. So, everyone saw the scene of laughter in the sky. Little girl, really insensible. Jin Feng laughed and scolded. Unbeknownst to her, everyone else was relieved. This little princess was really a witch. At such a young age, she could already fly in the sky. Her aptitude was not ordinary. Not far away, the demon immortal Little Z let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't come to harm me. If she did, I would have lost all my feathers. At the same time, the alien tribes were completely defeated. All forces personally came to the mythical city. From far away, they saw such a warm scene. In addition to the warmth, there was more shock. Another Evildor. Like father, like daughter. Another fairy immortal. Seeing this scene, they were almost speechless. At such a young age, she completely defeated those geniuses. You. After Lin Fei came down, Jin Feng laughed and scolded. Bad guy, bad guy. The little girl was unhappy. She insisted on hugging her father and didn't want to go to her mother. Don't talk nonsense. Mom is a good person. Be obedient. Lin Fei kept a straight face. However, the little girl giggled and immediately lost her temper. Leave him with me. I will bring him over when the time comes. Kiss Tilda. The little girl kissed him happily. Lin Fei held the little girl like this. Even though he had been a father for some time, there were not many opportunities to hold her like this. It was said that daughters were clingy, even if they were lovers in their previous lives. Lin Fei felt that this saying was very reasonable. However, the little girl was too naughty. Her bloodline was stimulated. In the future, no one would be able to control her. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Congratulations, Alliance Leader Lin. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, everyone congratulated him. The little girl was white and red, crystal clear. Her body emitted a fragrance, which was released by the medicine. At the same time, a phantom of a long river appeared behind her. From afar, they knew that Alliance Leader Lin's daughter was extraordinary. Seeing it with their own eyes, they knew how terrifying her talent was. Sister, you're so beautiful. The little girl appeared in front of the ice fairy with a whoosh. She seemed to understand. I want to be a beauty in the future too. Lin Fei was speechless. Narcissistic at such a young age. He did not seem to be so narcissistic in the past. At this moment, the little lowly had a destructive power. Even the usually cold ice fairy revealed a rare smile, like the first thaw of winter snow. Call me again. Sister will give you something good. The little girl was not timid at all. Sister, you are so beautiful. She stretched out her pink hands, which made people laugh. Brother Lin, your daughter is just like you. Tai walked over. Of course. I am so handsome. How can my daughter not be beautiful? Lin Fei was narcissistic. Tai said softly, I think I see the next brother Lin appear. Lin Fei was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. In reality, Tai had guessed correctly. A few years later, the little girl became the first she-devil on the continent. However, everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. She would always do such ridiculous things that people did not know what to say. In just a short while, the little lowly had collected a large pile of gifts. Everyone thought that the little lowly would not be able to accept them, but in the end, Furball flew out of the void and took all the gifts in one gulp. Maro Mao, I will take you to eat. The little girl hugged Hairball and swayed out just like that. Lin Fei was shocked. When did Hairball get kidnapped? He did not treat Hairball badly. If Hairball knew, she would definitely say, "Your daughter is too powerful. If I did not play with her, she would cook me." Alliance Leader Lin, it is all thanks to your help that we were able to escape danger. Chapter 725. P.S. Thanks to Lee 7894563321* for the tip. In the boundless void. A black warship flew across the void. Behind it were numerous warships. There was no end in sight. There were at least tens of thousands of warships. These were the human tribe's warships. Ever since Alliance Leader Lin displayed his prowess by killing the foreign tribe's supreme being and cutting off their main force, the foreign tribe army began to crumble after losing their leader. The cultivators of the continent began to attack and kill the lone foreign tribe soldiers. On the southern battlefront, the headquarters of the foreign tribes were taken down one by one. The soldiers of the foreign tribes were reduced to ashes. With the death of the divine king, the morale of the human race soared. They were like a hot knife through butter, sweeping through everything. The alien army, whose morale had been shaken, collapsed one after another. Only those who had returned to the big world survived. After half a month of cleaning, there were no more foreign tribes on the continent. The passage to the foreign tribes' outside world was destroyed by the foreign tribes. It meant that they had lost their chance to return to the continent. The mysterious heavenly continent, which had been in chaos for a long time, finally regained its peace. The dark clouds dispersed, ushering in a sunny day. It was a long-awaited peace. To the mainland, the invasion of the outsiders could be said to have caused heavy losses. Who knew how many sects had lost their legacies because of this? How many sects had made the wrong choice and were wiped out? How many sects had risen because of this? After the continent regained its peace, the mysterious heavenly continent joined forces with the other outside worlds and began to liberate the worlds that were suppressed. A month later, they stepped onto the final battlefield, the savage wilderness world. Although the foreign tribe army had retreated and the supreme being was dead, the foreign tribes would always be a threat to the people of the various worlds. This was especially so for the Supreme Holy Mother. If she was not eliminated, they might repeat the same mistake in the future. As for whether there would be a great hero, no one knew. The Supreme Holy Mother must be killed. A Supreme Holy Mother who could nurture a supreme being at any time was undoubtedly a dangerous thing. Hence, the scene of the warships crossing the void and heading to the savage wilderness world. Only when the foreign tribes lost the Supreme Holy Mother could they truly relax and not worry about it. Boom. 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 One warship after another charged into a brown planet. Upon entering this world, the aura of desolation greeted them. Everywhere they passed by was barren land. Yellow sand danced in the air, causing sand and rocks to fly. Alliance Leader, we've arrived. This is the savage great world. Countless warships hovered in the sky like a dark cloud, covering the sky and the sun. The savage world is truly desolate. Lin Fei stood at the bow of the ship. What entered his eyes was a stretch of desolation, and there was no sign of life. No wonder they want to keep invading. A single world really can't satisfy them. Now that Lin Fei was going to attack the Holy Mother's lair, he had to be there personally. Subconsciously, Lin Fei thought that the Holy Mother was the real strong existence of the other races. Unfortunately, when he killed the Deity King, he forgot to leave her alive so that he could interrogate her. This was the first time they had come to the savage world. They had imagined that the foreign races would go all out to stop them from invading the savage world. Once they took over the savage world, the foreign races would be completely wiped out. However, the scene before them was very different from what they had imagined. The outsiders didn't attack. In fact, at a glance, there was no aura at all, as far as the eye could see. It seems that the foreign races plan to have a decisive battle with us. Tell them to fan out. Once they see the foreign race army, attack with the divine martial cannon. Don't give them any chance. Lin Fei smiled and gave the order. The people behind him twitched their eyes. They wanted to say, Alliance Leader, why do we need to use the divine martial cannon to deal with these cannon fodders? It's too wasteful. Each of the elite warships was equipped with a divine martial cannon. In Lin Fei's words, since they were allies, he was selling them this weapon at a cheap price. Others could forget about it. Naturally, Lin Fei earned a lot of money. Unfortunately, they were still worried about how to get resources. The divine martial cannon was a bottomless pit. No matter how rich they were, they might not be able to afford it. The warships fanned out. As they went deeper and deeper, they didn't see any foreign races. It was as if they had disappeared without a trace, giving up on the savage world. The savage world was huge, even bigger than the mysterious heavenly mainland. However, it was very barren. At a glance, sand and stones flew everywhere, and there was no sign of life. Common plants and tree species were completely extinct in the savage great world, not a single trace of them to be found. The system was right. The foreign races are natural copies of locusts. Wherever they go, they will empty out everything. The savage world really fits the characteristics of the foreign races, Lin Fei thought in his heart. Half a day later, a huge golden castle suddenly appeared at the end of the world, together with a black mass of foreign race army. A murderous aura came from them. It turned out that the foreign races had already prepared for a big battle and were waiting in their base camp. There were so many foreign races that they formed a black mass. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a murderous aura shot up into the sky. Seeing such a large number of foreign races, everyone finally understood why Lin Fei suggested to bombard the foreign race army. At least it would save them a lot of trouble and reduce unnecessary casualties. This battle can only be won, not lost. Lin Fei's eyes were resolute. I'll leave the matters outside to you guys. Lin Fei came for the Holy Mother in this battle. Among those present, he was the only one who could fight the Holy Mother. If this scourge was not eliminated, the continent would not be peaceful. Ever since he had the bloodline of this world, Lin Fei had regarded himself as a person of this world. Those distant memories were buried deep in his mind, and he truly regarded himself as a part of the mysterious heavenly mainland. Alliance leader, don't worry. We will definitely kill them all outside. The demon master's murderous intent surged. This time, the demon sect had suffered heavy losses. Attack! Lin Fei Zhong's voice was as loud as thunder, exploding in the sky. What followed was the sound of the foreign races attacking. The foreign races swarmed forward like a tide. Fire the divine martial cannon. In the face of such a large and innumerable foreign race army, the divine martial cannon showed its prowess. Boom! 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 Dazzling light beams tore through the void and exploded in the midst of the foreign race army, setting off monstrous waves of air. Under the waves of air, the bodies of the foreign races were torn apart, filling the sky with blood and water, falling into the dry yellow sand. The divine martial cannon is so powerful. Tai Yi cheered loudly. Its power was domineering, but it consumed too much energy. Even he felt the pinch. For the foreign races, everything was worth it. Chapter 726. Boom! 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 The divine martial cannon was fired once again, landing in the midst of the alien army. It became the scythe of death that reaped the lives of the alien soldiers. Because of the suppression of the divine martial cannon, the alien army that blotted out the sky did not seem to be under so much pressure. It was as if they could not break through the blockade line under the divine martial cannon. The reaping beams of light swept across and interweaved into a giant net, dispersing the attacks of the alien army. On the warship, Lin Fei was relieved. He had asked them to buy the divine martial cannon because he was worried that the alien army would attack crazily. He had to guard against them. Looking at the current situation, he had done the right thing. The alien soldiers were different from humans. They were nurtured by the Holy Mother and were not hesitant to face death. As such, they were even more terrifying than humans. I'm going. Lin Fei left behind these words and rushed toward the Holy Mother's camp. The Holy Mother must be in the Golden Castle. Lin Fei transformed into a beam of sword light. Strands of sword intent turned into raindrops, darting out in the air. Every single drop of sword intent killed a non-humankind warrior. Pang! 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 Wherever Lin Fei passed, a vacuum would appear. Not a single non-humankind being could withstand his godly might. Open! A beam of sword light darted out, killing countless non-humankind beings. Boom! Boom! The golden castle shook, and Lin Fei tore a huge hole in it. Then, Lin Fei rushed in. There were still aliens guarding the Golden Castle, but they were not strong. Lin Fei killed his way in and did not leave a single one alive. He tried to interrogate a few aliens to find out the whereabouts of the Holy Mother, but they all said they knew nothing. My feeling can't be wrong. The Holy Mother must be here. Lin Fei knew that this was his only chance. If the Holy Mother was not here, it would be troublesome to find her. Back then, he could hide from the upper realm, let alone himself. This was his last chance. Lin Fei believed that the Holy Mother must have used up a lot of energy to hatch so many divine kings. She must have fallen into a deep sleep and would not wake up for a while. He did not believe that the Holy Mother did not need to use up energy. If that was the case, the Holy Mother would have recovered long ago and regained her former strength. Not up there, but I don't believe it's not down there. Sword light burst forth, riddling the castle with thousands of holes. The ground also began to cave in, and an underground world appeared. There were also secrets under the castle. There were many blood-red tunnels that extended in all directions. No one knew where they led to. There were no pagans down there, and no one was there. He had found the right person. The Virgin must be down there. He released his divine sense and began to search for the whereabouts of the Holy Mother. Looks like we still need to go further down. Lin Fei slashed open the ground with the divine sword in his hand, and continued to descend. After an unknown period of time, the ground below suddenly became empty, and a blazing hot aura rushed up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh red magma monsters emerged from the magma. Each of them had the strength of a loose immortal. With their unique abilities, they made one's scalp go numb. There's actually a volcano below. Lin Fei frowned. This result was unexpected, but he still decided to continue searching. Kill. Lin Fei continuously released his divine sense. At the same time, he charged towards one direction. These lava monsters were powerful, but they were not as tyrannical as Lin Fei. Save me, save me. Lin Fei didn't know how far he had gone, but he suddenly stopped and listened attentively. Save me, save me. An inaudible voice reverberated. Lin Fei finally heard it, but unfortunately, the voice was too weak. He could barely hear the voice of help. Looks like there must be pagans down there. This voice became a ray of light in the darkness, guiding Lin Fei forward. 30 minutes later, it was also a red magma area. Lin Fei had already stopped. He saw a large cocoon emitting light, and tree-shaped blood vessels supporting the cocoon. It was terrifying. Could it be that the Holy Mother is inside? Lin Fei did not expect that he would find the Holy Mother so easily. Seeing the tree-shaped Holy Mother supporting the cocoon, he could not be wrong. Thinking of the blood-red vortex, he knew that the Holy Mother must be inside the cocoon. Save me .. A familiar voice came from afar. Lin Fei turned to look. In the endless magma, there was a green-robed person crouching on a huge rock. And the voice was coming from that person. Qing Luan. Lin Fei looked over and shouted. He slashed a rock in the distance with his sword. He did not expect to meet his maid Qing Luan here, the maid who had searched all over the continent but could not find her. Damn Holy Mother, she actually brought Qing Luan here. No wonder I couldn't find her. Lin Fei cursed and flew over, wanting to save Qing Luan. Magma soared into the sky, and a blood-red screen appeared in the sky, blocking the path. A huge face appeared after that. Holy Mother. Lin Fei stopped and pointed his divine sword at the curtain. Lin Fei, #1 person of the continent. I did not expect that we would meet under such circumstances. The huge face in the sky opened its mouth, its voice incomparably hoarse. Are you planning to stop me? You are very powerful. Since your rise, you have repeatedly thwarted our plans. Even my children were mostly killed by you. You are very amazing. The Holy Mother's voice was calm. Lin Fei was secretly on guard. Holy Mother, since you know how powerful I am, are you going to stop me from saving people? I will count to 3. Otherwise, I will destroy you with one strike. Oh, it seems that you really care about your maid. It was not a waste for me to capture her. The Holy Mother in the sky laughed. Then, a beautiful figure wrapped in a mass of qi appeared in front of the curtain. The woman in the mass of chi was lying down. She had long black hair and looked very pitiful. One could not help but want to hold her in their arms and take good care of her. I only need to think about it, and your maid will die. Such a beautiful woman. What a pity. The Holy Mother laughed. I don't think you want to. Lin Fei felt a stab in his heart. Back then, when he was not strong enough, she was taken away. Later, when he was strong enough, she could not be found. Lin Fei did not want to see her die in front of him. He would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Holy Mother, you old thing. If you dare to harm a single hair on Blue Luan's head, I can guarantee that you will not have a good end. Lin Fei slashed his sword at the blood-colored tree, shattering thousands of branches. If you don't let her go, I don't mind destroying your nest. What an infatuated man. The Holy Mother laughed again. You humans are unable to resist the charms of beautiful women. I will fulfill your wish. The mass of chi broke apart, and the Blue Luan fell from the sky, straight into the magma below. Lin Fei was very clear about how terrifying the magma below the volcano was. If one's body refinement was not very strong, they would definitely die if they went down. Go to hell, old thing. Lin Fei was infuriated. The Holy Mother was too sinister. Eyes bloodshot, he slashed his sword toward the sky, causing a path to the heavens to appear above the lava. Lin Fei flew up into the air. Nothing can happen to her. Under the sword, the sky exploded with a loud bang. Magma shot out in all directions, speckling the ground. The path to heaven stuck close to the lava and immediately appeared under Blue Luan, catching her safely. Lin Fei also arrived and held Blue Luan in his arms. It was the familiar aura from back then. After such a long time, Lin Fei knew that the one in his arms was Qing Luan. It was definitely not fake. You old thing that is neither human nor ghost, I'll definitely kill you. Lin Fei was furious. This was forcing him to kill the Holy Mother and consign him to eternal damnation. Blue Luan, wake up. Lin Fei said softly. After not seeing her for over 10 years, Blue Luan had already grown into a slender and elegant woman. She had long black hair, just like back then. Lin Fei could still see traces of the past on her face. Her long eyelashes suddenly moved, blinking as if she was about to wake up. Then, her eyes opened. At first, she was confused for a moment, but then her gaze fell on Lin Fei. Her body trembled. Young Master, it's the young master. The familiar voice that Lin Fei had not heard for a long time reminded him of the moment when he first arrived. Time seemed to have stopped. I am the young master. Lin Fei felt as if something was stuck in his throat. Over 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. If there was one thing that Lin Fei regretted, it would be that he couldn't find Blue Luan. The great ambition he established back then seemed to have become a joke. You really are the young master, you really are the young master. Blue Luan's eyes were filled with tears. She hugged Lin Fei and cried. It should be said that she was crying tears of joy. Immediately, she pushed Lin Fei away and said anxiously, Young master, leave quickly. This is a trap set by the Holy Mother to deal with you. Puff. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, hitting the magma. Hundreds of thousands of kilograms of rock shattered with a bang. A blood-colored heart suddenly appeared on his chest. The invincible god-demon body was actually broken by someone. Cake, you didn't expect it, did you, Lin Fei? Blue Luan's face was gloomy, and her voice was different from before. It was actually the voice of the Holy Mother from before. Using the closest person to deal with you, this feels good, right? You are not Blue Luan. Where did you put Blue Luan? Lin Fei struggled to stand up, coughing blood. Wrong, don't you believe your eyes? I am Blue Luan, but her primordial spirit is suppressed by me. You can say that I am Blue Luan, but I am also the Holy Mother. Blue Luan stood on the path to heaven. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. You are really sinister. He secretly cursed in his heart. He never would have thought that the Holy Mother could control Blue Luan, which was equivalent to the two of them becoming one. The matter was tricky, and the important thing was that he didn't dare to make a move. I think you should take care of yourself. Soon, you will become one of my subordinates. The Holy Mother laughed sinisterly. Unfortunately, the The continent's #1 expert will become my clone, and your secrets will also become my secrets. His heart kept beating, and blood vessels spread out from his body, taking root in his body. There were densely packed runes everywhere. You have been painstakingly scheming for this moment, right? Lin Fei said. Chapter 727. P.S. Thanks to book friend 1311080705111084 for the tip. In the Red Kingdom, lava surged and shot out. Shockwaves danced in the air, destroying many rocks. In such an environment, Lin Fei was very anxious and helpless. The Holy Mother and Blue Phoenix were one body, so he couldn't attack. Otherwise, he would have killed the Holy Mother with a single sword strike. Your insect queen is so sinister and cunning, Lin Fei said as he activated his celestial energy, trying to destroy the invading power. The power in his body was very tenacious, and he couldn't cut it off or destroy it completely. Insect Queen, I don't really like this name. Holy Mother sounds better. The Holy Mother said with a smile, in the vast starry sky, we, the Holy Mother, are the highest race. We possess great power from birth. My children can invade everything in the world and destroy worlds one after another. You humans are nothing more than ants. You are not worthy of being our opponent. At this moment, the Holy Mother was extremely arrogant. She controlled the Blue Phoenix's body and landed on the cocoon of light. Her words were filled with invasiveness. This damned power, am I really going to fail miserably? Lin Fei cursed in his heart. This power could ignore celestial energy and continuously filled every part of his body. See how you turn the world into a barren world? Lin Fei said angrily, so, you are fated to be a group of invaders, a group of street rats that everyone wants to kill. Gigi, the Holy Mother's horrifying voice echoed, Lin Fei, you have a sharp tongue. However, seeing that you are about to become a clone, I won't blame you. After all, you don't have much time left. You must be surprised that the power in your body can ignore celestial energy, right? Ha ha ha. That's right, I am indeed surprised. Lin Fei said straightforwardly, seeing that I am about to become your clone, let me die knowing. Foolish human, how could you know that our insect queen is an omnipotent existence that can devour all kinds of power? Celestial energy is nothing. The Holy Mother was in a good mood. As an existence that destroyed the foreign race's target and was about to become a clone, she wasn't worried that the other party would play any tricks. To tell you the truth, that is the power of the insect queen. No one can break it. The power of the insect queen? Lin Fei seemed to understand. You are indeed an amazing existence. I didn't lose unjustly. However, I'm afraid that your insect queen's power is also the only one that exists. However, it is enough to subdue you. When my insect queen's power spreads throughout your entire body and controls your entire body, your thoughts will be understood by me. You will truly become the strongest avatar in my hands. At that time, the heaven realm will be nothing. Sooner or later, I will attack the heaven realm and invade their world. Lin Fei pointed a finger at the cocoon. Looks like you're just a wisp of will. I'm afraid your main body hasn't recovered its strength yet. If I had known earlier, I would have destroyed your main body. I don't think your will would have survived. Unfortunately, you're too late. The Holy Mother smiled sinisterly. Your current strength has been suppressed by the insect queen's power. I'm afraid you can't even use 20% of your strength. As my avatar, your name is destined to spread throughout the world. In the future, even the heaven realm will spread your name. You will be my avatar to rule the world. This is an honor that ordinary people can't achieve. Lin Fei sneered. You should save this honor for yourself. You're right, I don't have much strength left. However, don't forget, once I self-destruct, do you think you'll still be able to obtain me? I'm afraid all your dreams will be lost. Moreover, the people outside will also come to kill you. What do you think will happen? You don't need to scare me. You humans have always been afraid of death. You don't dare to self-destruct. The Holy Mother said disapprovingly. If you wanted to self-destruct, you wouldn't have waited until now to say it. Hee, becoming an existence without will. Isn't self-destruction the best way to escape? Lin Fei said. Tell the green Luon to come out now. Otherwise, I will count to 3. If I don't see anyone appear, I will self-destruct. 1. In order to set this up, the Holy Mother spent a lot of effort in order to capture Lin Fei and make him her strongest subordinate. Then, she would completely control the continent and use him as a springboard to kill her way into the heaven realm. If Lin Fei self-destructed, all her efforts would be lost. The impact would be too great. Furthermore, the Holy Mother suspected that Lin Fei had a big secret. As long as she had some time, she would definitely be able to control Lin Fei and obtain all of his secrets. At this critical juncture, the Holy Mother didn't want anything to happen and ruin her plan. 2. Regardless of whether Lin Fei dared to self-destruct, the Holy Mother didn't dare to take the risk. Hold on, you win. The Holy Mother's tone relaxed. I will let you two reunite once again. From now on, you will be separated by life and death. However, if you dare to play any tricks, I can kill your little lover at any time. Lin Fei saw the green Luon's body tremble. It was as if something was receding like a tide. The aggressive desire disappeared and was replaced by a woman who was as gentle as water. Woo-woo. When the green Luon woke up and saw the young master, she started crying. Tears flowed down her face and her face was filled with guilt. Young master, it's all my fault. Woo-woo, don't cry. Look at you crying like a little cat. Lin Fei smiled. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the blue Luon cried even more sorrowfully. Her tears fell like rain, and as each drop of her tears fell, a chilling aura spread across the magma, suppressing it. It was a terrifying scene. Young master, it's all my fault. I caused you to become like this. The green Luon cried. Silly girl, don't think too much. This matter can't be blamed on you. The main culprit is the Holy Mother. In my eyes, you are still that silly girl. Don't give yourself any pressure. Lin Fei finally understood that women were made of water. The green Luon's delicate body trembled. This familiar form of address seemed to have returned to the time when they were in the Lin family. The young master shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Young master, the Holy Mother has fallen into a long slumber. This is the only trace of her will. If you kill the original body, the power of the insect queen in your body will disappear. Green Luon has let you down. The green Luon's eyes revealed a look of farewell. You bitch, how dare you? At this moment, another person's voice came from the green Luon's mouth. It was obviously a trace of the Holy Mother's will. Hairball. Yong Jian shouted. In the void, a black shadow leaped out. With a move of heaven swallowing, a huge black vortex sucked the green Luon into it. Bang 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 tilde tilde tilde. The blood vessels of the runes on Lin Fei's body all exploded at this moment. The heart in his chest also started to weaken. With a shake of his body, it shattered and turned into powder. At this moment, the heart in his body was finally removed. A danger was removed. Kill. Chapter 728. Lin Fei did not expect that silly girl Qing Luon would choose to self-destruct in order to protect herself from the threat. If he had not brought Furball out and used the innate ability Heaven Devourer, perhaps he could only watch helplessly as she perished today, feeling guilty for the rest of his life. Hairball couldn't stand the little girl's torture and was willing to stay by Lin Fei's side. Hairball's Heaven Devourer could stop everything, which could stop the self-destruction. The blue phoenix was gathering power and trying to self-destruct. After it stopped, it maintained its previous appearance. Unless it came out of Hairball's divine ability, it would stay still for the rest of its life. From the blue phoenix, Lin Fei learned that the Saint Mother had fallen into a long slumber. This was the only will she had prepared for him. Hairball used her divine ability to cut off all information. The Saint Mother shouldn't know. At this moment, the Saint Mother was exposed to Lin Fei. She had become a clear target with nowhere to run. Boom. The terrifying power of the sword could tear everything apart and mince it into pieces. Something strange happened. The cocoon shone brightly like the sun. All the attacks seemed to fall into a bottomless abyss and disappeared without a trace. The insect queen can absorb attacks. Lin Fei was shocked when his sword missed, but he didn't stop. He continued to attack the insect queen. He didn't believe that the insect queen's defense could be this strong. Boom! Boom, boom. Each sword could kill a sky immortal. The first attack missed, unable to break through the light. Lin Fei was even more confused. His eyes flashed and he stopped attacking. Insect Queen, I didn't expect you to disguise yourself so well. You absorbed my attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of light descended, revealing the true body of the insect mother. The hideous golden existence shook its body and transformed into a noble and pitilessly beautiful woman. Lin Fei actually managed to read a phrase from this illusory woman's body. Sovereign's descent. However, it was awkward to use the word sovereign descent on a woman. I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. The majesty of an emperor rippled from this woman. I thought you would continue to attack until I was killed. One move after another. As expected of the Insect Queen. She must have deliberately leaked the information when she went into hibernation. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. Even though he had been very careful, he had still helped the Holy Mother to recover. It was all for the sake of making me deal with you. Everyone is about the same. The Holy Mother said, you can eliminate this king's power of the Insect Queen. If this king knew of this, he would definitely take action personally. He would definitely not have allowed you to grow to this day. Lin Fei held the divine sword in his hand. Today, only one of us can survive. However, it seems that you have consumed a lot of energy to hatch the God King. You may not be my match. The godly king that this king hatched has become your path of advancement. What a divine art. The Holy Mother's expression did not change. If you think that's the case, then you're gravely mistaken. This king has dominated the great 1,000 worlds and has never been defeated. How could it be as you think? Explode savage great world. Outside the Golden Castle, the battle was still ongoing. Judging from the current situation, the human race had the upper hand. However, there were too many of them. Even with the help of the divine martial cannons, there were still a lot of them. They had no idea how long it would take to kill them all. On the other hand, the human race had lost a lot of men. Bang, one after another, the outsider warriors exploded. Blood rained down from the sky, dyeing the sand red. What's going on? Could it be that the Alliance Lord killed the Holy Mother? The Alliance Lord is mighty. The black figures exploded one after another, creating clouds of blood mist. On the side of the human alliance, everyone stopped. In just a few breaths' time, the army that had blotted out the sky disappeared. The oppressive aura disappeared, and the sun shone down on the land. We won. The humans cheered. Everyone flew down or landed in the sky above the castle, a victorious smile on their faces. With the death of the Holy Mother who had troubled them, the continent was finally at peace. There was no need to worry about the invasion of the outsiders. The various worlds could also return to normal. Boom, boom, boom. In the savage great world, two tyrannical auras exploded out of nowhere. Everywhere the auras passed, mountains collapsed, rivers changed directions, and the sky seemed to change color. They could finally see two figures, one black and one gold. One of them was Lin Fei, with long hair fluttering in the wind. He stood upright with a sword in his hand, a rare solemn expression on his face. The other emitted the aura of a supreme emperor, suppressing them to the point where they felt like they were about to kneel. The weaker ones all knelt on the ground as their bodies exploded. At this moment, it was unknown how many people had died. Demon Lord, hurry and take them away. Lin Fei's anxious voice reverberated in the sky. Then, the 10,000 zhong tall Jingguang arrived, shattering the Supreme Emperor's aura. Those who had fallen into a trance suddenly woke up. It turned out that they had been tempted by the Emperor's aura and thought of themselves as the subjects of the Emperor, kneeling down and worshipping the Emperor. The expressions of the Demon Lord and the others changed. Under the Emperor's aura, they seemed to have become part of the Holy Mother, making them want to kneel down and worship this Supreme Emperor. If they hadn't known that this was an illusion and used their strength to resist, they would probably have ended up like them. Although they all knew that the Holy Mother was powerful, they had never thought that before they even made a move, they would have fallen into the Holy Mother's aura and almost become her food. Lin Fei resolved the Holy Mother's attack, but to the Human Race Alliance, it was a heavy loss. Once the humans knelt down, they would die. There was no need to mention those with weak willpower. Retreat. The demon lord and the others were very decisive. They knew that with their strength, they couldn't even block a single move from the Holy Mother. Not to mention helping, they might even make things worse. Lin Fei told them to retreat, and they immediately did so. If they stayed, they would only make things worse. At the same time, their hearts were filled with fear towards the Holy Mother. The words left behind by the previous generations were indeed true. The Holy Mother's strength was incomparably tyrannical. Today, if it wasn't for Alliance leader Lin, no one here would have survived. Do you see this? A golden throne appeared on the Holy Mother's body. It was tens of thousands of feet wide, and as she sat on it, the aura of an emperor rippled. If they didn't know beforehand, no one would believe that this was an insect queen. You humans are incomparably insignificant. The right to kill is in my hands. If I want them to die, they have no choice but to die. In the continent, the emperors of empires and dynasties were simply too weak compared to the Holy Mother. Lin Fei didn't expect that the emperor's aura on the Holy Mother could be so tyrannical. She could rule the world, and all the people would submit to her. Even the demon lord and the others would have almost become one of them. You are indeed very strong, but today, one of us is destined to fight. Lin Fei revealed a rare serious expression. No matter what, he had to kill the insect queen this time. Even if you are an emperor, you are still not an emperor. Heaven-reaching divine pagoda. Lin Fei took out the heaven-reaching divine pagoda. It was tens of thousands of feet tall, and it emitted a terrifying aura that covered the sky. It was as if everything was under its suppression, and it wanted to suppress the Holy Mother. Sovereign descent. The Holy Mother sat on the throne, and the Emperor's aura interweaved together. The heaven-reaching divine pagoda that could suppress the heaven-reaching divine pagoda was forcibly blocked, and it couldn't advance even an inch. How can a mortal attack an emperor? This is a great disrespect. Hurry up and go. The Holy Mother waved her emperor's aura, and the heaven-reaching divine pagoda that Lin Fei was controlling was sent flying, and it smashed into the yellow sand. In that area, mountains collapsed, volcanoes erupted, and magma soared into the sky, dyeing the horizon red. Lin Fei vomited a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. How can you be so strong? Lin Fei had made some estimates of the insect queen's strength. In addition, it had hatched dozens of god kings and was in hibernation, so its strength shouldn't be too strong. He had activated the heaven-reaching divine pagoda with all his strength, but it was still sent flying by the insect queen's aura. Ha ha ha, this is the general trend, and it is something you will never be able to comprehend in your lifetime. The Emperor's rage will cause rivers of blood. Mere worldly possessions can't threaten the Emperor. The Holy Mother shook her head with hope, and looked straight at him. If you become my subordinate and fight for me, you will be second only to one and above tens of thousands. Lin Fei put away the heaven-reaching divine pagoda, and he discovered that there were cracks on it. The Holy Mother's attack was actually so terrifying. If she was at her peak, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Bullshit. I'm afraid that one day I will be controlled by you. You should find someone else to sit on this position. Stubborn. The Holy Mother's eyes shone, and she slapped out with her palm. I say that you are guilty, and you should die. Emperor's seal, suppress the four directions. The entire planet darkened, and a golden light descended from the sky. It was a huge golden seal, and there were 4 words, I am the Emperor. An emperor in embroidered clothes stepped out, and his expression was dignified as he pressed down with his palm. Danger, danger! Lin Fei flew back, but the emperor's palm seemed to be determined, and it slapped down. Rumble! The earth split open, and 1,000,000 miles turned into lava. Lin Fei was also sent flying, and it was unknown how many mountains he had crashed into. If you don't submit, then die. The emperor attacked again, palm strike after palm strike. Everywhere he passed, there wasn't a single good spot. On the throne, the Holy Mother was high up, looking down on everything. Lin Fei relied on the god-demon body to barely avoid serious injuries, but the Emperor's aura was everywhere, and it seemed to invade one's mind, turning one into a subject under the Emperor. Immovable deity, protect my mind. I, Lin Fei, am Lin Fei, and I will not be anyone's subject. In the depths of his consciousness, Lin Fei opened his eyes, and sword light swept out, tearing the Emperor's sky to pieces. His mind was shaken. The Holy Mother is too powerful. Who knows how much faith she has absorbed? So much so that each of her attacks contains the Supreme Emperor's might, and it unknowingly affects my mind. Chapter 729. P.S. Thank you, book friend, 1310152117589112. Thank you, book friend. Boom, 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 in the vast savage great world, the ground cracked, mountains and rivers changed course, and rocks flew everywhere. A terrifying aura spread across the entire planet, making it impossible for anyone to exist on this planet. It was as if they would be torn apart and vanish in the next second. The Emperor's aura was vast and mighty. An emperor in brocade clothes kept attacking. On the vast land, lava boiled, replacing the flying sand and rocks. F***ck, does this old thing have to be so ferocious? Lin Fei blocked and retreated at the same time. The Emperor's seal was really domineering. It crushed everything and had extraordinary destructive power. Lin Fei, who had the god-demon body to protect himself, was still beaten until he coughed up blood. There were several wounds on his body. At the worst, white bones could be seen. It was a shocking sight. Lin Fei was once again sent flying by the embroidered gown emperor. He smashed into a tall mountain, causing boulders to fly everywhere. The protective heaven-reaching divine pagoda was now covered in black cracks. It was like a dried-up river that could collapse at any moment. After devouring a god king, Lin Fei's strength had long since increased by leaps and bounds. However, when facing the Holy Mother, who had devoured a supreme god sovereign and cultivated the sovereign's might, the boundless sovereign's might that could suppress the heavens and change everything, Lin Fei still felt powerless. She was the most terrifying boss in life. The Holy Mother was already so powerful. If she entered the upper worlds, Lin Fei could imagine that it would be a nightmare for immortals. I can't go on like this. If I keep using up my immortal power, I'll die sooner or later, Lin Fei thought. And the Holy Mother's attacks are too fierce. It seems like she wants to kill me here and now. Lin Fei's mind worked quickly. Could it be that the Holy Mother's power is not enough to fight for a long time? Lin Fei's eyes flashed. Everything seemed to be clear. If that's the case, heaven and earth furnace, protect me. Invulnerable. He put away the heaven-reaching tower. It was a treasure after all. Lin Fei was no longer tired of running. He stood in the sky and looked at the Holy Mother who had caught up. Boom. The gigantic palm descended from the sky. Before its power even reached Lin Fei, the land for hundreds of thousands of li below Lin Fei crumbled. Lava spewed out, dyeing the land red. The heaven and earth smelt was unparalleled under the heavens. It was an existence that surpassed even immortal weapons. How could it be broken so easily? Clang. The heaven and earth smelt didn't budge at all. The palm that contained the might of an emperor was unable to shake the heaven and earth smelt. Lin Fei just stood there, protected by the heaven and earth smelt. Bang 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 tilde 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 the embroidered gown emperor attacked unceasingly. Magma flew everywhere, filling the sky with a fiery red color. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure in your hands that can block the attack of the sovereign seal. The Holy Mother, who had been following behind, was clearly surprised. You have the treasure, I have the treasure, we are about the same. Lin Fei laughed heartily. But if you want to take me down, it won't be that easy. I guarantee that you'll fall until your head bleed. When the Emperor is enraged, the divine authority is in rage. The Holy Mother waved her hand and the sovereign seal descended from the sky. The 4 golden words turned into 4 golden dragons that whizzed down. The sky seemed to be torn apart. The golden dragons showed their might. The aura of an emperor condensed and attacked along the heaven and earth smelt. The attack was even more frenzied than before, and a large part of the void was torn apart. Ha ha ha, old witch, you are destined to be disappointed. Lin Fei laughed. You are trying so hard to kill me. I'm afraid you haven't recovered your strength yet. Boom. Beneath the magma, fire dragons rushed out and whizzed in all directions, raising a red curtain in the sky. The fire dragons and golden dragons attacked from above and below. Sovereign divine fist, universal celebration. The Holy Mother looked at the sovereign seal. Where it couldn't suppress, the sovereign seal dissipated. What was left was a supreme fist technique that contained the might of an emperor. The huge Jingguang star shone brightly, and the people submitted. The magma and rocks for thousands of li seemed to have stopped at this moment. A big move, a real ultimate move. So what if you know? The Holy Mother laughed out loud. This king is invincible. Flames of the universe, heed my call. The god of fire descends and destroys everything in this world. Rumble. In the savage, desolate great world, flames appeared within a 5,000-kilometer radius. All of them soared into the sky, coming from all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flames were like water, all converging together. The sky and earth were dyed red, like a rising sun. A flame giant with divine markings on his forehead appeared again. He held a flaming divine trident in his hand and wore battle armor. He stood between the sky and earth, and the ground that wasn't affected split open rapidly. Flames flew out and automatically entered the god of fire. Kill. This move was the full power of Lin Fei's heaven and earth smelt. It could communicate with the flames of heaven and earth, and the fire of the magma was under its control. A long flame dragon whizzed out, colliding with the Holy Mother's attack. The sky and earth collapsed, and everywhere was affected. The entire planet was riddled with holes. Added to the fact that it had been barren before, its aura was now on the verge of destruction. It could be said that the savage great world was on the verge of collapse. If this went on, it would die. It would become a dead planet, and life would no longer exist. The Holy Mother attacked unceasingly. The might of an emperor descended upon the world. She was the strongest expert in the world, and every move she made caused the sky and earth to split, tearing apart all living things. Lin Fei used the heaven and earth smelt to protect himself. He drew upon the power of the flames of the savage great world and the god of fire. He used the power of the great world to resist the Holy Mother. The two fought fiercely. They fought from the south to the north, and then from the north to the south. They crossed the entire great world, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. There wasn't a good place, and everything was in ruins. This battle lasted for a full 2 days and 2 nights. There was no clear victor. Bang! The god of fire was destroyed by the Holy Mother's punch. The power of thousands of flames gathered again, and another majestic and awe-inspiring god of fire descended. Old witch, we've fought for so long. Do you think you can suppress me? Lin Fei had a rare look of exhaustion on his face. After 2 days of continuous fighting, he was exhausted. The Holy Mother was stronger than he had imagined, and she had lasted for a full 2 days. The Holy Mother sat on her throne with a solemn expression. I've underestimated this Lin Fei. Not only does he have the heavenly divine pagoda, but he also has such a heaven-defying protective treasure. He can last until now. I can't go on any longer. Lin Fei is a scourge. A puny human had lasted 2 days under her hands. This was something the Holy Mother could not accept. You're the only one who has surprised me, the Holy Mother said proudly. But you'll never be my match. Now, I'll let you see my true attack. Holy Mother's World. Huala. Chapter 730. P.S. Today is Singles Day. I wish everyone a happy holiday. Outside the planet, the terrifying aura was not only on the planet, but it also spread out. The words passed down from generation to generation are indeed true. The Holy Mother is really the greatest enemy of the human race. The Human Race Alliance retreated and left the area. The Sovereign's aura was too strong. Even if they were far away, it could still affect them. Apart from a limited number of big shots, everyone else left on the warship to avoid being affected. If they did not leave now, once the Holy Mother arrived with the Sovereign's aura, many of them would die. No one could resist her divine aura. I wonder how the situation is. The ones who stayed were the representatives. Even though they were far away from the savage world, they could still feel the terrifying Sovereign's aura. The warship's array was activated, and they could only resist it by circulating their own strength. The Holy Mother's power was something they had never seen before. Alliance leader Lin will definitely be invincible. Even so, they were still very worried. The Holy Mother was not ordinary. They were not confident. They finally understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than you. Rumble tilde, a loud sound exploded from the planet, and the omnipresent supreme aura rushed out. Fut tilde, fut tilde, fut tilde. The big shots on the warship instantly vomited blood, their faces pale. Let's go. This unexpected scene caught them off guard. The aura was even more terrifying than before, and it was as if it was going to crush them in an instant. They had no doubt that if they were still on the savage world just now, they would definitely be crushed into pieces under this tyrannical aura. Their primordial spirits would not be able to leave either. What's going on? Even when they were very far away, their hearts still palpitated. Rumble tilde. Before they could calm down, a series of sounds exploded from the distant planet. Then, they saw an unforgettable scene. That's the Holy Mother. A huge body was entrenched on the planet. It was tens of thousands of feet in size. It appeared in front of everyone just like that. From afar, it was like a huge blazing sun. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes to look at it. They had never seen the Holy Mother before, but when she appeared on the planet, they realized how terrifying she was. If such a huge body descended, even the Shentian continent would not be able to resist it. Where's Alliance Leader Lin? Holy Mother's huge body coiled up, but they realized that Alliance Leader Lin had disappeared. At this time, Lin Fei was in the world created by the Holy Mother. They were huge insect eggs that filled the huge space. There were countless of them. At a glance, there were black eggs, white eggs, and eggs of all colors. It was hard to imagine that there would be so many insect eggs in the Holy Mother's body. Holy Mother World. Just like that, Lin Fei used the heaven and earth smelt to protect himself. He wasn't worried at all. The Holy Mother used the Holy Mother's world to swallow Lin Fei. Thus, Lin Fei appeared in the Holy Mother's world. Apart from the eggs that filled the sky, there were also huge blood vessels that transported nutrients to nourish the densely packed eggs. Lin Fei glanced over. Some of the eggs were brightly colored and green. It was as though there were living creatures about to hatch from within. They had yet to be born, but they were powerful. Some of the eggs were grayish-white and showed no signs of hatching. Lin Fei seemed to understand what this Holy Mother's world was. He should be inside the Holy Mother's body. This was the place where God Kings were hatched. This was the Holy Mother's grotto heaven, which was isolated from the outside world. Lin Fei, your divine might is really shocking. You can communicate with the earth fire and block my attack. The beautiful woman appeared again. However, no matter how strong you are, in my body, all your mystiques will be restricted. You will lose the existence that you are so proud of. Insect Queen power. Threads descended from the sky, interweaving to form an inescapable net. Lin Fei instantly felt that his strength was completely suppressed. He couldn't use it, especially his immortal energy, which was constantly disintegrating. At this moment, the Insect Queen power that the Holy Mother sent down was much stronger than the Insect Queen power from before. It was many times stronger and had completely suppressed his strength. Lin Fei also realized that the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the outside world had disappeared without a trace. It was completely isolated. This was the first time that Lin Fei had encountered something like a grotto heaven. He could only calm himself down. Not a bad mystique. I'm afraid that the essence of your Insect Queen is in here, right? This treasure of yours is not bad. I have my eyes on it. The Holy Mother strode over and reached out to grab the heaven and earth smelt that was protecting Lin Fei. From the very beginning, the Holy Mother had been able to tell that this treasure was extraordinary. It was able to completely block her attacks. In fact, even she herself had not been able to tell what was so special about it. Now that Lin Fei had lost his mystiques, he could forget about communicating with the heaven and earth treasure. The Holy Mother wanted to torture Lin Fei alive. First, she would break the opponent's attack and destroy everything. Lin Fei's eyes flashed coldly as he smiled. It was a smile of victory. You're wrong. Even though his immortal power was being suppressed, the heaven and earth smelt did not require immortal power to communicate with it. It was formed from a god-tier skill and could be controlled with just a thought. The heaven and earth smelt slammed upwards and knocked the Holy Mother's grab away. A fire dragon flew out of the smelt and coiled around the Holy Mother's arm like a giant snake. Hua 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 tilde the god fire descended and burned everything. The Holy Mother's expression changed. She had to cut off her arm to stop the fire from burning. This is not earth fire. The Holy Mother's eyes revealed a rare look of fear. Lin Fei smiled. Who said that my fire was earth fire? You fell for it. That must have felt bad. The Holy Mother had always thought that this fire was earth fire and that it was not a threat to her. She had miscalculated and nearly implicated her main body. This treasure of yours is not bad. I can still suppress you and torture you to death. The Holy Mother activated the power of the Insect Queen. Let me assimilate you. You don't have to resist anymore. The power of the Insect Queen filled the sky. The surrounding space was suppressed, making it impossible for anyone to move. Since the power of an emperor could not do anything to the other party, the Holy Mother decided to use the power of the Insect Queen to assimilate him. She did not believe that Lin Fei could still turn the situation around at this juncture. Lin Fei suddenly raised his head and smiled. Old wretch, the last thing you should have done was to bring me into your paradise from the outside world. God fire, burn everything. Hua 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 tilde the god fire flew out of the heaven and earth smelt like a vast river. It surged into the paradise and destroyed everything within it. Peng 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 tilde one by one, the grey-white eggs exploded under the god fire, killing the existences within. At the same time, the essence entered Lin Fei's body. The god fire continued to gush out like a huge well with water flowing out from below. It was an unstoppable trend. No tilde the god fire descended and burned everything in the world. The Holy Mother looked at the eggs exploding one after another. All sorts of existences were killed and her face twisted. She could not believe that the other party carried such domineering flames. It's too late. The heaven and earth smelt didn't have many things, but it had an endless supply of god fire. It could be considered a trump card for Lin Fei. Even under the situation of being isolated by the Holy Mother, the heaven and earth smelt was not restricted at all and still displayed its domineering side. Streams of strong and weak essences entered his body. Lin Fei revealed a look of enjoyment. He was really starting to enjoy it. He activated the god fire and charged at the brightly colored eggs. Grey-white eggs, let alone these brightly colored eggs. Stop. The god fire was incomparably domineering. The brightly colored eggs couldn't last long and exploded one after another. The moment they exploded, Lin Fei seemed to see an existence similar to a god king. The Holy Mother went completely crazy. She sent down many clones in an attempt to stop the god fire. Unfortunately, she couldn't. The god fire was an existence of extreme yang. Bang, bang, bang tilde the Holy Mother attacked Lin Fei in a frenzy while Lin Fei was deep within the heaven and earth smelt, using the god fire to block all attacks. Boom tilde a large number of eggs exploded, followed by the explosion of the thick blood vessels. The Holy Mother's world was currently suffering a huge blow. No, it was a destructive blow. The god fire turned into countless fire dragons that bared their fangs and claws at the eggs. It was as if Lin Fei had eaten a tonic. The power in his body kept increasing. Even killing a god king wasn't as satisfying as today. With the heaven and earth smelt and the god demon body, Lin Fei's defense was extremely shocking. The Holy Mother couldn't break through it at all. That feels good. Thank you for helping me. The Holy Mother's eyes continued to spurt blood. Her paradise world suppressed everything and such an accident had never happened before. But now, it seemed like something unexpected had happened. This Lin Fei was like a nightmare that was destroying her children. He was destroying everything. Hatred. The Holy Mother was filled with endless hatred. Facing this unknown flame, she couldn't block it at all. She could only watch as the eggs were burned to death. If the Holy Mother had known that things would turn out like this, she would not have accepted Lin Fei. This was her own fault. She had thought that she was smart and thought that she could kill him. Who would have thought that she would end up shooting herself in the foot? For the first time, the extremely strong insect mother was helpless. As the essence entered his body, Lin Fei's aura continued to rise. Endless god fire swept the entire Holy Mother's world. Peng 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 tilde Lin Fei, stop. The Holy Mother went crazy. In such a short time, she had suffered a huge loss. These eggs had a huge impact. She had never thought that one day she would be destroyed by an outsider. Chapter 731. Rumble tilde tilde in the starry sky, the Holy Mother's massive body continuously exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the entire planet trembled. The existence that had occupied the planet disappeared from the sky. At this moment, the Holy Mother was in a sorry state. She had never imagined that her insignificant decision would turn out to be a mistake, and that her opponent would reverse the situation. In the Holy Mother space, almost all of the eggs had been destroyed at this moment. No matter how strong the Holy Mother was, there was nothing she could do at this moment. She could only watch helplessly as the other party made a move. This king regrets it. The Holy Mother attacked once again, but when it was ineffective, she raised her head to the sky and let out a rare cry of despair. The Holy Mother's space was the Holy Mother's greatest existence. All sorts of insect eggs could be used to cultivate powerful existences, but now it could only watch helplessly as it was destroyed. Bang, bang, bang tilde 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 countless more insect eggs exploded. Lin Fei's aura shot up into the sky as streams of energy landed on his body. He controlled the heaven and earth smelt, looking down on everything in its path and destroying the existence of the Holy Mother. Kill. Lin Fei slashed out with his sword, and the sword light swept across, destroying all kinds of insect eggs. Be it grayish-white or bright-colored, they could no longer resist Lin Fei's divine might. Boom tilde tilde the sky was filled with sword light, and the Holy Mother's clone was killed. I didn't expect that the eggs in the Holy Mother's space could increase my strength again. With my current strength, it's equivalent to 30 celestial immortals, right? Lin Fei slaughtered his way over, activating the heaven and earth smelt to absorb the clear streams of energy after the explosions. His strength continued to grow. If it was somewhere else, he definitely wouldn't be able to suppress the Holy Mother. Speaking of which, this was Lin Fei's luck. Even the heavens were helping him. One wrong decision had made him what he was today. Inside the Saint Mother's space, the Saint Mother tried to use the Insect Queen's power to assimilate him. Coincidentally, Lin Fei had the peerless power of the system's vital energy, which could dispel the Insect Queen's power. It was precisely because of this that Lin Fei was able to resist the invasion back then. If it had been someone else, they would not have been so lucky. Speaking of which, this was a kind of luck. The Holy Mother's space was extremely large. Right now, it was within a sea of flames. Under the roasting of the divine flames, no ordinary things could survive. It could be said that the Virgin Mary's space had become a dangerous place. In the end, Lin Fei saw an ugly golden being in the depths of the Holy Mother's space. It was the beautiful Holy Mother. This is the true form of the Virgin Mary, trapped. The divine flame arrived, and a huge fire lotus suppressed the Holy Mother within the lotus. Holy Mother, you lost. Lin Fei held the divine sword in his hand and looked at the Virgin Mary. At this time, the Holy Mother was unable to resist. Her own strength had increased, and her control over the divine flame had reached another level. She was already able to completely suppress her opponent. Ever since the Virgin Mary's space and the insect eggs became Lin Fei's tonics, Lin Fei could feel that the Virgin Mary's aura was constantly weakening. Lin Fei knew that these insect eggs were the foundation of the other party. If he lost them, it would affect his strength. When I dominated the world, there was nothing I couldn't do. Even back then, powerful immortals couldn't do anything to me. The Holy Mother's face was filled with indignation. You are the only person who could defeat me. If you hadn't brought me to your territory, I wouldn't have been able to increase my strength again. This is a karma, said Lin Fei. Today, let me send you to hell and completely destroy you, lest the people of the continent be plunged into misery and suffering. With the strength of 30 celestial immortals, Lin Fei stabbed out with his sword. His strongest strike tore through the void and went straight for the Holy Mother's body. I can never be killed. The Holy Mother let out a despairing cry. Holy Mother, under the heavens, you and I are one. Rumble tilde 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 the Holy Mother's body suddenly exploded, turning into a dark green color that filled the sky. Lin Fei frowned. A bad aura descended from the sky. He saw a green light fly over. The divine sword slashed at it, but the green light collided with it. Fart. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. A green light rushed into his forehead and tore apart his godfiend body. Lin Fei, I will completely dominate you. The Holy Mother's true spirit. Lin Fei was alarmed. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, a beautiful woman appeared. She raised her hand and used the Empress seal to suppress Lin Fei's essence soul. Bang tilde tilde. Even with the immovable wisdom king god, the Holy Mother's true spirit was extremely powerful. With a raise of her hand, she suppressed Lin Fei. Ha ha ha, you and I are one. From now on, there is no distinction between us. The Holy Mother whizzed over, trying to occupy Lin Fei's essence soul. Lin Fei's strength had increased, but his essence soul had not. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the weakest existence. F***ck. Lin Fei definitely didn't expect the Holy Mother to have the courage to self-destruct her body. Her true spirit left her body and prepared to forcefully occupy his essence soul to control him. The Holy Mother's true spirit used all her strength to suppress his essence soul. Lin Fei could only watch helplessly as she flew over. Am I really going to fail at the last moment? Lin Fei was really unwilling. If his essence soul was controlled by the Holy Mother, then in the end, it was equivalent to wasting his efforts. F***ck, let's all die together. Lin Fei was furious. Even though self-destructing his essence soul had a huge impact on his body, he couldn't let the Holy Mother occupy him. At that time, the situation would be even worse. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. Right now, Lin Fei definitely didn't want the Holy Mother's goal to succeed. The Holy Mother flew over and revealed a victorious smile. Accept reality. Explode. The Holy Mother tore apart the immovable Wisdom King God's protection and saw Lin Fei's ruthless self-destruction. Such a huge essence soul exploded in the sea of consciousness just like that. No. The Holy Mother's true spirit's defense was not as good as before. How could it resist the self-destruction of Lin Fei's essence soul? She definitely didn't expect that Lin Fei would self-destruct his essence soul and perish together with her. Outside, Lin Fei's consciousness turned black. His eyes closed and he fainted just like that. The essence soul was equivalent to a part of it. The impact on Lin Fei was too great. When Lin Fei fell into darkness, in the depths of the sea of consciousness, a divine light shone out. It was like a warm spring breeze, sprinkling on the sea of consciousness. Ding, detected that the host is injured. Activating automatic recovery ability. Ding, unable to capture. Ding, activating full recovery. Ding, activating recovery, capturing all object. Unfortunately, at this time, Lin Fei was already unable to hear this sound. So losing one's essence soul is actually so painful? Not knowing how much time had passed, Lin Fei woke up from the darkness. He was no longer in the Holy Mother's world. Instead, he was above a piece of magma, wrapped in scorching flames. The self-destruction of the essence soul, the unbearable pain directly caused Lin Fei to faint. This time, the Holy Mother, that old witch, is going to die. Lin Fei stood up, his face was full of bitterness. It was really unbelievable that this would be the final result. He, who had victory in sight, was instead turned around by the Holy Mother. Even if he killed the other party, he would also suffer heavy injuries. Losing his essence soul had a huge impact on him. Lin Fei subconsciously looked into the depths of the sea of consciousness. This was a subconscious action of his. Chapter 732. Primordial Spirit. In the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness, which he thought was empty, there was something like a primordial spirit. How is this possible? I didn't kill the Holy Mother. Lin Fei was shocked. He couldn't accept it. He had self-destructed his primordial spirit, but he still couldn't kill the Holy Mother. At first glance, the existence in the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness was like the Holy Mother. Hey! My strength isn't affected. Lin Fei subconsciously sensed his own strength. There should have been some effects after detonating his essence soul, but when he checked, that did not happen. This time, Lin Fei was surprised. That didn't make sense. Could it be that something went wrong again? Lin Fei kept reminding himself that the Holy Mother's true spirit shouldn't have survived. After self-destructing her primordial spirit, the Holy Mother would die without a doubt. However, anyone who saw the current situation would be shocked. I'll know if it's the Holy Mother or not if I sense it. Lin Fei calmed himself down and tried to communicate with it. It was a bit troublesome at first, but after a while, it felt smooth. In the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness, the existence suddenly opened its eyes. Before Lin Fei could react, a large amount of aura poured into the river of memories. At this moment, Lin Fei was stunned, completely immersed in the river of memories. It was a vast starry sky. On an uninhabited planet, a weak existence appeared on the planet, constantly improving and evolving. Lin Fei didn't move at all. The lava rushed over and turned into a stream of water. He didn't know how long had passed. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, there was a boundless vicissitude in them. It was as if an ancient person had appeared. I didn't expect to have such a fortuitous encounter. Lin Fei laughed. He didn't know how long he had experienced in the river of memories. It was like a dream. Everything was too unrealistic, but the river of memories told him that everything was real. In the entire continent, I am the first lucky person. Lin Fei laughed at himself. It turned out that just now, Lin Fei had transformed into the Insect Queen, started off as a weak existence, wandered the boundless starry sky, and then invaded one powerful race after another, enslaving them. Everything had really happened. What was 3,000 dreams? Lin Fei had some understanding. Come out. The existence in the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness moved and appeared before Lin Fei. This should be a primordial spirit, or the Holy Mother. Due to the appearance of the system, his primordial spirit had fused with the Holy Mother, and his appearance was no different from before. However, Lin Fei knew that he was different now. He had obtained all of the Insect Queen's memories. His primordial spirit had obtained all of its memories, and he had even obtained the ability to hatch. Lin Fei really couldn't accept this result. What a heavy taste. At this point, Lin Fei did not know what to say. He had originally wanted to kill the Holy Mother, but it seemed that he had killed her. However, his primordial spirit had fused with the Holy Mother's true spirit. What's going on? I wonder if those beings in the upper realm will kill me? Lin Fei couldn't help but guess. It could be said that Lin Fei's primordial spirit had been reborn and became a different kind of existence. It was no longer a single primordial spirit. This is really a headache. Lin Fei shook his head and decided not to think about it for now. He would slowly think about it when he returned. At this point, there was nothing more to say. After all, he couldn't self-destruct again. Lin Fei was afraid. That kind of pain was too unbearable, and he did not want to experience it again. The planet is quiet. Is the result of the battle already decided? In a faraway place, a warship was parked on the planet, constantly observing the changes of the planet. After the entrenched Holy Mother disappeared, they couldn't help but worry. They didn't want to see a scene that they couldn't accept. From the bottom of their hearts, they hoped that Alliance leader Lin would win. If the Holy Mother won, they wouldn't be able to stop her. Everyone was silent. Look, someone is coming out. No one knew who shouted this. They saw a figure appear. Although there were many wounds on his body, they recognized him. But they recognized him. We won. At this moment, cheers erupted on the warship. Alliance leader Lin had killed the Holy Mother, the foreign tribe army had disappeared, and the human alliance had won. This news spread across the continent at once. It could be said that it had spread throughout the entire world. We won. These words came out of their mouths one after another. The continent was filled with cheers. As for the other continents, they were almost the same. They were in a state of joy. Since the beginning of the foreign tribe invasion, countless people had died, and countless dynasties and empires had been destroyed. At this moment, they could cheer loudly. We won. They didn't know how many days they had waited for this day, but now they could finally see it. Lin Fei's name, the continent's hero, had spread across the entire world. There was no one who didn't know of him, and Lin Fei's strength was publicly recognized as the number one. Every remaining dynasty and country erected statues of the continent's hero, Lin Fei, in the plaza for the continent's martial artists to worship. Everyone knew that without the continent's hero, Lin Fei, there wouldn't have been any subsequent victories. For an entire month, the continent was filled with cheers and all sorts of celebrations. The mythical city became a unique place on the continent, and it was called the Mythical Land by the martial artists of the continent. 2 months after the victory, a piece of news came from the Mythical Land. The Supreme Alliance leader, Lin Fei, would hold a grand wedding and marry 3 wives. When this news came out, it shook the entire continent and the entire world. All the elders of the sects began to gather in the mythical city. Those who couldn't come came to sincerely wish Lin Fei and his wives a happy marriage. Mythical City, City Lord's mansion. With a smile on his face, Lin Fei accepted the gifts from Tai Yi and the others. "You're deliberately trying to extort us." Tai Yi laughed. "In half a month, they would ascend to the heavenly realm. We have a tough life. Before we ascend, we still have to be extorted." Spiritual Master He Tian joked. "Ha ha ha. Lin Fei was dressed in a brocade robe. If I don't extort you, who else should I extort?" Lin Fei had thought about this wedding for a long time. Now that the continent had returned to peace, and he would soon ascend to the heavenly realm, this grand wedding was needed. "All right, our groom, prepare to welcome the 3 brides," Tai Yi said with a smile. At that moment, a force descended from the sky and appeared in the City Lord's mansion. It was the Demon Master dressed in black. This time, the foreign race's attack on the demon race had caused great losses. In the past few days, the Demon Master had been reorganizing the demon sect. He had put in a lot of effort into everything, especially the member of the council. He had changed the demon sect's terrible position on the continent. "You 2 leave first. I have something to say to the alliance leader." Tai Yi and Spiritual Master He Tian couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. They turned around and left. "Alliance leader, don't you think that today's wedding is missing a bride?" the Demon Master said solemnly. "Demon Master, what do you mean by that?" Hearing this, Lin Fei knew that a headache had come, so he pretended to be confused. The Demon Master said with hatred, "You don't need to pretend. Are you going to marry my daughter or not? Don't think that I won't dare to make a move just because you are strong. For my daughter, I will dare to do anything." "That? Are you mistaken?" Nangong Chanqian's face appeared in Lin Fei's mind. My daughter is the daughter of the heavens. Many people in the continent want to marry her, but in the end, my daughter is enchanted by you, and you are pretending to be confused. The Demon Master came here today to make Lin Fei marry his daughter no matter what. Don't say that you don't like my daughter. My daughter likes everyone who sees her." Lin Fei didn't know how to describe his feelings for Nangong Chanqian. It was a very vague feeling. Like. Of course. Perhaps because he had 3 women by his side, Lin Fei had misgivings and didn't dare to face this problem. "But I am going to ascend soon." As soon as he said this, Lin Fei knew that he had said something wrong. What did he say? Didn't that give him a reason? The Demon Master laughed. "You are a man. If you like her, then like her. There is no need to be so wishy-washy. Before you ascend, just leave a seed for my daughter." "What is so surprising about that?" Lin Fei sweated. "But now, it seems that it is too late, right?" Lin Fei wanted to use this reason to say, "This is what Big Madam asked me to give to you." The Demon Master took out a communication device, looking as if his plot had succeeded. Lin Fei extended his divine sense into the communication device. Big Madam Lin Jiqing's words were left in it. "Hubby, Chanqian is a good girl. We can see that she usually comes to our mansion. Chanqian has a strong personality and doesn't dare to take the initiative to say it. But from the bottom of her heart, she likes you very much. I have made the decision for you and accepted little sister Chanqian. You can't be angry." Lin Jiqing's smiling face was left. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His own woman was helping him. The Demon Master laughed. "Why are you still not calling me father-in-law? Father-in-law, you are really swift and decisive. Lin Fei felt relieved. If he liked her, then he liked her. There was no need to care about it. Good, good. The bride is here. There was a long cry in the sky. The huge mythical city expanded once again on its original foundation. In the sky, huge dragons appeared one after another. On the dragon at the front, there were 4 brides in a row, dressed in white wedding dresses. What beautiful brides! At this moment, the 4 brides became dazzling existences. The brides riding on the dragons came from the sky. Chapter 733. The Alliance Master's wedding was the grandest one on the continent. Originally, there were 3 brides, but now there were 4. To everyone's surprise, 3 of them were known to the visitors. One was the first wife, Lin Jiqing. Another was Miss Jin Feng when she was young. The last one was said to be his maid. They hadn't seen each other for more than a decade. All 3 of them knew each other very well. Who would have thought that the last one would be the daughter of the Demon Lord? This wedding was destined to be a grand one. Alliance Master Lin Fei welcomed 4 beautiful brides at the same time. Everyone was truly envious of him. Everyone sincerely gave their blessings to the Alliance Master. The continent's hero, Lin Fei, became a legend on the continent. After the grand wedding, Alliance Master Lin Fei seemed to have disappeared. From time to time, people would see Alliance Master Lin Fei with his 4 beautiful wives. They would appear in many worlds, free and unfettered. They became a celestial couple in the eyes of others. For a while, Alliance Master Lin Fei's whereabouts became a mystery. Everyone knew that the Alliance Master was about to ascend, so no one came to disturb his celestial life. On this day, on an uninhabited planet, a group of people appeared on the planet. A group of people appeared on this planet. At a glance, the entire place was barren and filled with a deathly stillness. Ever since the alien tribes started plundering, countless planets had become barren. No one knew when or where they would recover. In the sky, the clouds gathered together, forming a playground. I'm so envious of you. You can bring 4 beautiful wives and live a carefree life. You've made countless people jealous. On a tall mountain, tens of thousands of feet tall, it pierced through the clouds and reached the ends of the sky. Tai Yi looked up at the cloudless sky. Soon, he would ascend from there. His eyes showed a rare nostalgia, which was soon replaced by excitement. Today, Tai Yi and the others would ascend to the heavenly realm. Lin Fei had come to see them off. It could be said that Tai Yi and the others were friends on the continent. Moreover, he wanted to see the sacred scene of ascension. If you're envious, I can help you suppress your strength, Lin Fei said with a smile. Forget it then. Rumor has it that the heavenly realm is the holy land of the demon clan. Back then, the demon clan dominated the ancient times, and no one was a match for us. At that time, the human clan was still extremely weak and had not become the mainstream. I really want to see what the heavenly realm is like. Lin Fei had heard of this rumor. In ancient times, the demon clan had indeed dominated the world, and the human clan was in decline. It could be said that the demon clan had a glorious time. I hope that by the time I come up, you will have already made a name for yourself in the heaven realm. I, Tai Yi, will definitely make a name for myself. Tai Yi nodded vigorously. He was filled with yearning. I hope I can suppress you and win against you. Ha 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 tilde tilde. After an unknown period of time, there was movement in the sky. It was time to ascend. Lin Fei returned to the white cloud, and the 4 beauties were playing with Lulu. They were having a great time, and their laughter echoed. Daddy, what's that? Little Lolita appeared in Lin Fei's arms, looking curiously at the golden light sprinkling down from the sky. A welcoming ceremony, Lin Fei said with a smile. Golden light descended from the sky, covering the entire sky. Everyone seemed to be covered with a layer of golden muslin, full of the aura of immortals. A huge whirlpool appeared at the end of the sky. The immortal music continued, and milky white light shone down from the whirlpool, landing on Tai Yi and the others. The aura was very peaceful, and all emotions seemed to stop at this moment. This is the immortal Qi guiding them up. At some point, the Demon Lord had also appeared. It had been a long time since anyone on the Shentian continent had ascended to the heavenly realm. Controlled by the immortal Qi, Tai Yi and the others flew toward the whirlpool in the depths of the sky and rushed into it. This scene happened quickly, and it disappeared just as quickly. After they entered the whirlpool, the golden light began to disappear, and the sky returned to normal. If it were not for the scene just now, perhaps no one would have known that someone had ascended here. There's really nothing to see about this ascension. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. After the whirlpool in the depths of the sky opened, Lin Fei tried to use his divine sense to check it, but it was blocked by a mysterious force, and he could not see what was behind the whirlpool. Now you know. The demon lord laughed. The ascension that everyone hopes for is just another suffering. Lin Fei understood the demon lord's meaning. So, you stayed and never thought of ascending to the heaven realm. However, you want to stay in the lower realm? The demon lord's strength was at the celestial immortal level, and he forcibly sealed it so that he did not want to ascend to the heaven realm. Many celestial immortals did the same. I won't ascend for now. The demon lord shook his head. In this realm, I'm already a top figure, but in the heaven realm, I'm just a lowly existence. If that's the case, why should I ascend? When I'm tired of it, I'll ascend. Lin Fei did not make fun of him. The demon lord's words were very reasonable. In this realm, one could do whatever they wanted. After ascending, it was no different from starting anew. In a place like the heaven realm, which was rich in resources, there was no way to stand out. Many people in the Shentian continent thought so. That's quite reasonable. Lin Fei sighed softly. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm so strong, I would have followed your example and stayed in this realm for 100 more years. Since the battle in the savage world, Lin Fei's strength had increased again. As soon as he returned to the Shentian continent, he was immediately pressured by the heavenly Tao, which wanted to expel him. This repulsive force was constantly increasing, and it became very difficult for Lin Fei to resist. Before ascending, you must leave a seed for my daughter, the demon lord said with a smile. It's best if she gives birth to a son. I'll definitely raise him to be the future heir of the demon sect. Lin Fei looked at him with disdain. You're so old and disrespectful. If you have the ability, go have one yourself. Don't keep thinking about me. The demon lord laughed loudly. After Tai Yi and the others ascended, the continent regained its peace. Lin Fei took advantage of the remaining time to wander around with his 4 wives, enjoying his last days of happiness. Soon, he would also become one of the ascended members. The 4 beauties seemed to know that each of them was making the best use of their last moments to enjoy their last moments together. Outside of the carefree world, Lin Fei was busy making babies. The 4 beauties all requested to have a child so that they would have someone to rely on. After reaching the celestial immortal level, making babies was already very easy. As long as Lin Fei was willing, he could conceive a child. If Lin Fei didn't want to, no one could force him.